case law that applies to what
that's what it is.
to do with these therapy records.
Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. What they've done is they're talking about getting Emily's therapy records excluded from going to the jury. That information going to jury. It was information that was obtained by the prosecution that they put into the discovery, but now they don't want it in. They don't want it, they want that evidence to remain out, and it's because it's therapy records. It's things that were said to a therapist. I guess without the therapist being right there to testify, it becomes hearsay, right? Yeah. So, and this is a really kind of a big part. They expose themselves right here as being, they're not looking for the truth. They just don't want those therapy records to come in because it makes her look suicidal because she's talking about suicidal shit and with her therapist. And this is months before she goes, so that's what this is. And they get it on this. I give Schiffel, the district attorney, this is a pretty good move on her part. Diane does her really does her best. This is kind of a neat little thing what they do right here, but that's basically what's going on right now.
Am I lagging on your end?
No.
My screen is lagging, I think.
You are lagging.
I'm going to pop out and back in.
No worries. That's what she said. Right, Matt, Christine says she just gave you $5 in cash apps. Thank you, Christine.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Hence, your lips are perfect. Don't worry about that. There's no complex, Emma. Every woman is perfect in their own way. It's all good. Right,
yeah,
let's listen.
What is that?
Yeah, I know. She's cute.
What she want to do?
She's got a man, though. She's got a man.
Right, okay.
So do they all. So do they all. So, thank you, John.
But what's about to happen right here is really interesting, and it comes in like two parts. So it's just watch it through. It's really neat, like lawyer shit.
I'm just trying to see if these laws could pop it back in or not. Thank you, Carol and Jonathan. You both got the joke. Thank you. Right, we'll carry on. Oh, here she is. Right, let's try. Just speak, Lady Law. Speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're perfect. Right, here we go.
I know.
No, I'm refuting. We do not believe defense counsel has even reached the threshold of admissibility under the rules of evidence to have these therapy records admitted whole cloth. And here's why, Your Honor. If you look at these medical records and these therapy records, they contain not only medical diagnoses, but statements purported to be from Emily Noble. The case law and the hearsay exceptions state that when you are considering admitting a medical diagnosis as a business record, the court must engage in a multi-pronged analysis. And there are multiple prongs of this analysis that counsel does not meet. Namely, Your Honor, and I'll give you the case.
Right. Yeah, so. All right.
And this is coming directly from our very own Court of Appeals here in Delaware County, the 5th District, State v. Boyer. The case, and I'll provide this to you, Your Honor, if you want it, is 2015 Ohio 4951. In that case, the court held and reiterated that in order for the record to come in, not only are several things that have to be done, but I'm going to point out the things that counsel cannot meet. Specifically, that the diagnosis must not have rested solely upon the subjective complaint of the patient. The diagnosis must have been made by...
All right. Did you point your finger there for a second?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that. I'm just being adamant. This is really interesting. I didn't mean. I'm sure everybody's following, right? What she's saying. She's bringing case law to try to rationalize why they shouldn't let this information in, which is really neat. I think it's neat.
Qualified person. We have no statement.
Is there a diagnosis in these records?
We believe that the records of that, yes, there are notes from the therapist regarding diagnosis. If the court looks at the records as a whole, you will see those. If the use of the record is for the purpose of proving the truth of the matter asserted at trial, it must be the product of the parties seeking its admission. These are not the product of the defense seeking its admission. The diagnosis must have been the result of a well-known and accepted objective testing and examining practices and procedures. We have no evidence of that contained in the affidavit submitted, Your Honor. So that's the one part of the analysis as to whether or not the hearsay contained in these records of a medical diagnosis are admissible. And they simply are not, because counsel cannot meet this threshold. And this threshold is reiterated by other cases that I can provide to the court. The other analysis the court must look at are these statements contained in there that say, client reported, client being Emily Noble. Emily Noble's statement to the therapist. And counsel is seeking to admit those, I'm not sure under what basis. Is it statement for a medical purpose? Is it statement as a business record? It is not statement contained in a business record. If it's statements for a medical purpose, we have to have testimony that shows that these statements were made and applied for a medical purpose or diagnosis.
Did they
Look at the big
Simply
brains on
cannot
Schiffel, huh? Impressive.
did they
Yeah.
did they call sorry, because I've missed
That's okay.
That's all
large
good.
amounts of this, right? So did they call the actual doctor?
It was a
That-
therapist, and she wasn't. We weren't able to get a hold of her. We tried to get her in to testify. I mean, the
Yeah,
trial
she
was
has to
going on,
authenticate that. Yeah, she has to
So it was
authenticate.
a quick thing, and it was a good. I mean, just the fact that they were trying to keep something out that was that important to a case, to what you're trying to determine whether it was suicide or a murder. And
Mm-hmm.
the therapist records are. I mean, it was. She's talking about her abuse when she was young and how she was
Okay.
feeling responsible for my son after he committed suicide. I mean, that's relevant, right? I mean, how could it not?
That's
And they're just
that
trying
was
to keep
I
it
think
out.
that was a question I had for you. So your son committed suicide,
Yes.
and then did she have another family member that did? Is there someone else
well,
close to her, or someone else
she-
close to
her-
you guys that did?
Her mother's death was questionable. Whether
Okay.
it was suicide, but she had a lot of that's right. I'm sorry. Mark, her first husband committed suicide.
Okay.
Like in 1911, I think it was. Yeah, she had a lot of that in her life. So yeah, her husband committed suicide in 2011, I think it was, and she had a friend that committed suicide. I think her
Wow.
her brother-in-law committed suicide.
Holy smokes.
But it was Joey's suicide that got her. I mean, you're responsible. You're for your child. You know.
How old was Joey?
He was 17. He was just
17.
about to turn 18.
And you guys have been married how long? Whenever?
We were the better part of 5 years was our relationship, but we were.
So he
married
was like
for a little less
12
than
when you
3 years.
guys. He was like 12.
No, he was 14, whatever it was. I don't know, 13, whatever
And
it was. Yeah,
sorry, I totally sound like a lawyer.
it's fine.
Like
So
questioning.
a lot of, and it's like so low ball of the prosecution is part of you wait, and I mean, being a lawyer, you're gonna be like, this is laughable, the case they bring on me. Part of their what they said was that it would be hard to believe that Emily would kill herself over a child that she only knew, was only married, only lived with her for like not even 2 years or a year or whatever.
Is Joey's mom in the picture? I mean, is she still? Did he live
She's
with
around.
you? Or?
She's a Vegas kind of a flake.
Okay.
But yeah, there wasn't a lot of that. I mean,
So
Joey
lived
and her
with
mother,
you guys, or-
what's that?
Did he live with you guys? You and
Yeah,
Emily?
I had
Okay.
custody of my son since 2008, I think.
Well,
Full-
I can
full
speak to
custody.
being a stepmom. I had so I had 2 stepdaughters for like 7 years.
They
and
become
one
your
of them-
children.
One of them was in diapers whenever me
Yeah.
and my ex-husband got together. And you 100% love them just like they're your own.
They become
you
your-
really do.
Absolutely.
Especially, and their mom was in the picture, so. But I
And
still
for the
love.
prosecution
So-
to use that,
Yeah.
like, how could you? I mean, it's any step parent's going to be like, "What are you talking about? They become your kids.
Yeah.
You love them.
They do.
They become
yeah.
your responsibility."
If you're a
and
decent person.
It's just it was just so lowball. I mean, it was insulting. I think they insulted a lot of the jury when they would say things
course.
like that. Like, how would you even know? Like, he was just on Dateline. I don't mean to go too far off trail, but he said that it would be a absurd version of events to think that Emily would have made her bed before going to kill herself, as though there's some
But-
sort of scientific study that's been made that people that kill themselves don't tidy up before they leave, or this is what so they would just say these things literally. And then you got all these people that are coming on saying, you know, yeah, of course she's going to make her bed. She was real super tidy lady. I mean, it's just
Tons of people actually, when they commit suicide, sorry I said that. I don't know how that
That's fine.
affects you, but tons of people actually, you know, they will tidy up things, they will gather their things, give away things to people. They get things orderly. And a lot of people who, once they decide to make that choice that they're going to do that, they actually even exhibit like happiness. Like people will think they're doing well.
Some do, some don't. Everybody's got their thing,
Correct.
but to use
Yeah.
it as evidence and to prove,
Well, they're going
as though
to,
it's
because
evidence.
that's what-
Like this isn't final argument. Who would think? You know, it's just like that's your evidence against me is that the bed was made, and suicidal
Yeah.
people don't make beds. That's your evidence. So it works for some people, right? Some people are in prison for shit like that, but not if you got a lawyer that's any good. So.
My screen's lagging again. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you're really lagging.
That the statements made by Emily Noble to her therapist had anything to do with her diagnosis. There has to be expert testimony to that fact.
How could it not?
Custodian of records is not qualified to make that opinion. And Your Honor, I can point to case law for the state or for the court regarding it. State v. Holmes, 2003, Ohio, 4092. There must be foundational testimony to admit statements for medical purposes. The custodian of records, specifically in State v. Holmes, the court said is not in a position to provide that foundational testimony, Your Honor. Now, regarding defense counsel's assertion that she wants to use these records with Detective Grubbs, that's simply improper. And the case that establishes that, Your Honor, is Henry McKenzie, 1994, Westlaw 667972, where the court indicated that Evidence Rule 803 does not permit a witness to give hearsay testimony of the content of business records based solely upon the review of those records. That is exactly what she would be asking Detective Grubbs to do. The rules and the case law simply do not allow that, Your Honor. I have additional cases for Your Honor to support the state's
What did
position.
Detective Grubb do with the records when he obtained them as part of his investigation?
You reviewed them?
Was that part of his evaluation in terms of whether or not the case ought to be presented to the grand jury?
I can't speak for Detective Grubbs regarding that, but
Good point. That's a good
the
fucking point
decision
right
on
there.
whether or not to present a case to the grand jury is the
can't hear
Did they
him.
get used during the grand jury to indict me? Was that information used? I didn't hear what he said, but that's a really good point. Did they use that shit to indict, to get the indictment, and now they want to keep it out? That would make sense, right?
You can use
Lady Law,
jury.
Lady Law, you're saying something, but you're a bit behind.
Oh, am I like really
Yeah.
behind?
Well, no, not really behind. Just
See, I
just
moved.
no.
I moved computer rooms because my daughter moved houses and she's moving her extra bed over here, and so I switched rooms. And it seems like, I don't know if the internet is not as good in here. Who knows? I can pop out and pop back in though.
Right, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. You sound fine. It's just more of a. I think it's because there's no screen. We can't see you, so I wasn't sure.
Well, I was
if you were in
eating. I
sync
didn't
or
want to be
not.
rude.
Oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I wasn't sure if you were in sync or not, but you sound fine now. You sound fine. Hopefully the judgment can speak here a little bit better now. We're struggling a little bit there.
Well, I understand the process, but I'm saying part of his, I mean, obviously you receive information from the investigating officer. That's all the facts he's gathered. How does he use these records, if at all, regarding part of his determination that the case ought to go forward?
And Your Honor, if you want to inquire, or if counsel wants to inquire of Detective Grubbs outside the presence of the jury before his testimony, I would make that suggestion. But reviewing the records is not enough to allow him to testify from them.
Okay, you have those cases you referred to there?
Yes.
She's
So,
not.
Bring those up when we finish up there.
yep, I can email them to Nicole, Your Honor, if you would like email copies, or do you want my hard
I would
copies?
like your hard copies right now. You're asking me to make a decision fairly quickly, so you might as
So,
well.
Your Honor, I'm asking you not to make a decision pretty quickly. Counsel brought this on the
You
court.
want me to make a decision sometime, right?
Absolutely, Your
So
Honor, but
that's
we're
fairly quickly if it's today.
because defense counsel filed their motion during lunch. All right, Your Honor, we're not asking you to do anything because
He's not.
they want the records admitted.
Okay, I think I understand your argument.
What a
If you can
brat.
give me those copies, I'd appreciate it. Your cases.
She is proper mad as well.
This is a subpar lawyer scrambling to keep evidence out of a trial,
No,
that evidence that they collected.
yeah, it's madness.
What do you care what was in those? What difference does it make what was in her way she said to her therapist? If you're looking for the truth, what does it matter? Just let it come in. Let the jury decide. She was saying this so that she could take advantage of FMLA laws, right? That's what they're saying. That's what they're going to try to say. Is that Emily, because she's a hustler or was? I see.
Yeah.
I just mentioned to her in the present tense. Are they going to use that against me? I just said Emily is, whatever. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
that they're going to say that she was lying to her therapist just to make it look a certain way, so she could take advantage of FMLA laws, so she can get time off paid, which is a fucking joke, right? That's a joke. Emily, didn't happen. They're going to try to keep this mention of her abuse as a child. They're going to try to keep that out of the records. They get that on. It doesn't come in. But her saying that she felt depressed and anxious, unable to sleep, had depression issues because of Joey, as a result of Joey doing his suicide, that gets in. Just in case, if you don't want to listen intently to everything that's going to, you know what I mean? Because it happens over a really long period of time, and it's kind of, I can condense it for you, but that's basically what's going on right now.
Thank you. All right, anything you'd like to say as to how we should proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. We did file a motion on this just briefly, citing hearsay evidence rules 8033, 8034, and 8036. I would just note, Your Honor, that part of the business records exception, which is 8036, that I know this court is familiar with, is particularly with respect to medical records, is part of the justification, if you will, is that the therapist in this situation, that being Angel Kessler, would have no reason, right, to input inaccurate information in a medical record, because by definition, that information is coming to her in a medical setting. I would just say that 8033, 8034, and 8036, I believe, get us into the get us those records in under each of those rules. I will also, I just want to address the relevancy issue. I think this is clearly a case that either it's a murder or it's a suicide. It's just as simple as that. And these records are from August 19th to August 2019 to November 2019, the time period in between Joey's suicide and Emily's remains being found. Joey's suicide is directly relevant and dispositive of the issue, given that he was found in a very similar way, hanging in a wooded area. Your Honor, I also think they're relevant with respect to rebut Amy Thomas's testimony, which is that Emily only went to counseling as a result of a condition of FMLA, which is not accurate. The medical records speak for themselves as to why she sought counseling in August of 2019. Last thing I want to say
I have
is-
something to say about that.
Yeah.
Emily was going to part of FMLA. Getting FMLA is you have to go see a therapist.
Yeah.
And she was getting it so she can take time off of work for me. But I mean, you have to. She went in because of Joey's suicide. Okay, now go to a therapist, talk to a therapist, and then get granted your FMLA. While she's at therapy because of what happened to Joey, had nothing to do with her childhood trauma. Nothing. She immediately starts talking about her being raped repeatedly as a child.
Mm.
It's in the therapy records. I have them. Read them. She's not. And then another thing, they'll say what was more relevant. Grubbs will say that the lead detective will say Emily was going to therapy because she was concerned what was most telling about the therapy records. This is on fucking TV, this fucking asshole. Gets on TV and said, well, what's the most telling thing about those therapy records? The most telling thing to Grubbs was that she was concerned about me committing suicide. She mentions me a couple times. I'm worried about my husband. But you know what she mentions more than a couple times? Her being raped as a kid repeatedly. It's all over the records. But Grubbs will go on TV and they don't want anything to do with that. I don't know if it's tunnel vision that they get or they're stupid. I'm not sure. Or they're lying to you. That would be a lie. What's the most telling thing about Emily's therapy records, which I have, which I'll show you, that I'll put online. You read them, and if the first thing out of your mouth is, she was concerned about her husband's being suicidal after her son dies. No, it's the rape, right? That's okay. You can speak your mind on this show. I mean, don't rape's not like a bad word out there, is it? I mean, I can't even.
You have to say great.
I mean, at a trial, you're trying to prove that she's not suicidal. Do you want therapy records coming in that repeatedly talk about being raped as a kid? But that's not the reason you're talking to the therapist in the first place. It's about Joey's suicide. I don't know if these things are like what you want to know, or because you have to be kind of intimate with the story before you're going to like even understand that, right? She's there talking about, she's reaching out to us, the world, screaming at us. And this is just a part of it. Her going to a therapist and talking to a therapist about her abuse when she was a kid. And we all just I'm gonna cry. We didn't pay attention. We didn't pay attention. And
a lot of people don't.
Screaming at all of us. Her friends, you can hear it in her friends, their tone. But you got a sister that said, I know Emily wasn't suicidal because when I asked her if she was gonna kill herself, she said no. Who would ask something like that unless you knew she was suicidal? We don't have to be, we're not fucking brilliant people out here. This is obvious shit. And police, investigators, they didn't want anything to do with any of that. Now, it's either because they get tunnel vision and they don't want to, it's my contention that they don't care what the truth is. They're just trying to close a case. And that's anti-closing a case. If you're trying to say this woman wasn't suicidal and she was committed suicide, you want all that evidence not to go into trial, right?
Of course.
It's not, you don't have to be a genius to figure all this out. Law enforcement lied. They fucking lie to you. They're lying to you through this whole thing. Anybody that's going to say that these therapist records aren't relevant, and that's what this Schiffer lady right here is trying to tell you, through case law, trying to keep this shit out because it doesn't matter what it says in the therapy records anyway, is fucking lying to you. She's a lawyer. She's not that stupid. She gets what she's doing.
Yeah, and that's what they see their job as. So yeah, I understand it. It's frustrating for you, 100%. I get it, mate. And it shouldn't be admitted because it's a big part of it. It's a big part of Emily and her story and her background and everything. But right.
See, and sometimes I have a difficult time knowing what people understand and what they don't, because this case is so obvious what they did because they're rookies. They're not good at what they do. Now, experienced officers, experienced prosecutors, they know how to disguise it. They know how to make it look like a certain way and make it look. These guys are so bad. Look at this lady. Look at Schiffer compared to my lawyer, Diane. Just look at those two. It's like a third grader against a grad student. It's not even close.
Yeah. Well, you got to just consider that there's 3 lawyers on that side and there's only Diane on yours.
And it wasn't even close.
So that's the way it works, right? Like, I mean, the state has unlimited resources to use against you. And I think that's a lot. I was listening a little bit before I popped in about, I think there was somebody who had, and my screen is lagging. There was somebody who was saying something about, I guess it was kind of negative, like saying that you were responsible or something like that. And what people don't realize is that, the state has these unlimited resources to create this narrative that they want people to believe. And, there's tons of wrongful convictions out there. People are getting out. I don't know.
When you say tons, Lady Law, tons. I mean,
tons.
I've been through this. And I'm telling you, there is, I'm not going to throw out a number, but there's an unbelievable amount of knowingly innocent people like
Correct.
Zachary. Those people that did that to Zachary, the prosecutors, the cops, they know he's innocent, but they do it because collateral damage to them is something it makes it worth it.
So
And the greater good.
I mean, you have to think about what does a state attorney, what are they getting out of it, right? And it's the number of convictions helps move them up the ranks.
Yes,
That's actually a thing.
It's opportunism, right? They're doing it because they're to me. No offense to the lawyers or whatever, but that's devil shit. You're a devil person. You're gonna put someone away. I get collateral damage. We're not fucking stupid. We understand there's gonna be people that are gonna get clipped that didn't do the crime. But look at all the bad people we put away. This is just the way the system is. I mean, it's gone beyond that now. They knowingly put people away. They don't. It's all because of personal gain that they get out of it.
Code of ethics says that you should be honest and you should uphold justice and all of those things. But sometimes attorneys are human. They'll focus on something and they're like they convince themselves,
right?
And so then they're like, yeah, we have the right guy.
Sure. Right.
And I don't know that it's necessarily. Sometimes I think you can't see your own bias all the time.
Right.
And so I hate to say that, every prosecutor is like that, but there are some out there that are,
This is my case. This is like, I say this, a caricature of what happens in all cases. It's so obvious what they're trained to do. This is what you're supposed to do. Don't worry, innocence, guilt, whether you like the guy, not like the guy. Your job is to do this. And if you do this and everybody else does their job, we're going to get the maximum amount of bad guys away that we need to put away. Okay, rationalize in your head. And then you lie to yourself. Okay, well, whatever. Just pretend like the evidence that's for him doesn't exist. Try to get rid of it. They even would enter it into evidence, right? And just pretend like it's not there or something. I mean, you don't think that Emily talking to a therapist about being upset and depressed about the things in her life is going to come up at trial or something? I mean, what are you, fucking stupid? I don't know. But
why did they want to keep it out? Did they think it was not relevant?
Oh, I can only tell you from my point of view. Obviously, I just don't. I would listen. This is an integral part of my book. You'll like this, Lady Law. I'd be sitting there in trial, and they would say things like this, and I would be like, "That makes them look really bad, doesn't it?" They're bringing it up. My attorney's not even bringing it up. They are. It's like they're testifying for me type of thing. And I finally looked over at I won't tell you who, but I asked this person, I said, why are they doing that? What that makes me look at why are they doing that? And she would go, because they're stupid. And I'm like, and then she would go on doing her thing. And I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, really, they're that dumb. They had to do that a couple times. Why are they having that person up there testify and say those things? Because they're stupid. I told you. No shit. That's I couldn't even believe it. So, I mean, a lot of it, there's a reason there's a private sector and then there's the government, right? If you're good, you go into private practice and you make money. And if you're
I mean, I agree and disagree to an extent because you're taught in law school that, you need to work on both sides of the aisle.
These people
argue both sides, right?
They brought more evidence to the table that was in my favor than they did anything that was against me.
Well, clearly,
literally. I mean, they built my case for me. My attorney didn't have to do anything.
Yeah,
you just wait for them to talk, and then they'd be my attorney brings up 2 witnesses. She didn't even need them. She didn't even need them. Well, she needed the one, but I mean, because their case was so weak that their witnesses testified for me and I'm like, well, why would they do that? I got to the point of being like, well, maybe they're doing this on purpose because they don't want me to go to prison because they all know I'm innocent and they don't want to put an innocent man away, but they have to have a trial because that's how fucking awful.
Well, they don't have to. I mean, they don't have to have the trial. They could have dismissed the charges.
You tell me. Yeah. I mean, what is it? Who makes the decision to bring a case to trial? And how? And they said that ham sandwich thing with the grand jury. I mean, how? I mean. What
I missed that.
Well, it's you can indict a ham sandwich, right? I mean, that's the saying. I mean, I mean, to get an indictment, I mean, why would this even make it to trial through our grand jury's that shitty?
So, okay, so the grand jury's job, I don't know if everybody knows that when you have a grand jury, the prosecution gets to take all this evidence that they have, or all evidence in quotes, right?
Right.
And present it to the jury, but the defense attorney is not in there. None of the defendants' facts or evidence or any of that is presented. It's strictly the prosecution. So you tell me, if you find somebody off the street that they decide to charge with something and they go to the grand jury, who are they not going to indict?
Right. There's like a 95% grand
Yes.
jury acceptance.
Yes.
It's like, why even have a grand jury? I'll
And then-
tell you what I think. It relieves them from civil litigation if it's for wrongful prosecution, is what it does. Right?
Possibly. I mean,
That's what I've been told. I'm like, hey, why don't we sue these people for wrongful prosecution? They're like, well, you're white and you got indicted by a grand jury. Those laws aren't for you. So
I think it's I have lots of thoughts on the entire judicial system that would take a lot longer stream than this to go over.
But this Lady Law, my case is kind of nice because it's like where it would be more subtle in other cases. In my case, it's like blatantly obvious. It's like, oh, okay, this is what they do in all cases, but they're better at, like, finagling things. So it's like they don't really you know what I mean? Do you understand that? Like, it's just so obvious what they were doing.
Have you done anything with like the Innocence Project?
They work on wrongful convictions.
Wrongful convictions, yeah.
This is a wrongful prosecution.
Correct. But everybody who's been
I have, and I'm kind of like in the developing stages. Ever since Dateline, I've had a Dateline issue or episode. Things have changed drastically for me. Like I'm getting such a positive response from Dateline. People, the negative. It was 50-50 before. It really was about whether now it's changed completely. Public perception of me is drastically changed.
I think that's
when I mean
another
drastic, I mean drastically.
that people don't realize is that when the government comes in and charges you with something that you didn't do, and you're found not guilty, it's still your life is forever changed.
Yeah.
So now you've suffered the loss of someone that you love very much, and you're being publicly ostracized, and that doesn't go away.
It's something that I don't think ever will with certain people.
Correct.
If you don't put the time in to really figure out what happened, you're going to be on board with these people that just make these random comments that aren't facts based, are rumors, are literally rumors that were just, and the police, those rumors are coming from law enforcement during an investigation to ruin a person's credibility, to put pressure on a murder suspect. Whether you're guilty or innocent, that doesn't matter. What they do is they go into the public and they spread disinformation about you to get the pressure is something you don't understand until you're a part of it. You won't understand what the psychological tactics that they pull to try to get guilty people to give a confession or do something stupid.
Police are notorious for pulling people in, and then they'll hold you in a room that's cold and uncomfortable. They'll ask you questions,
they accused me of murder within 48 hours of me calling her in missing, with zero evidence, none. There wasn't any evidence that she was even dead. Everything pointed that she was still alive. There wasn't any evidence of foul play anywhere. Mm-hmm. These rookie cops pulled me in because it says in the playbook, this is what you got to do. You pull him in, you give him a lie detector test, tell him he failed it. Tell everybody that he failed it in the community.
Did you take a lie detector test?
I took a voice inflection test, it's called. It's not a polygraph test. Polygraph tests are done by professionals that have been doing this. Rookie fucking cop who'd been a detective for 2.5 years, who this was his first murder investigation, decides to give a voice inflection test to somebody. They just tell you fail it. And then they let you go. And part of this thing that they do, go ahead.
They can lie to you. Cops can lie to you. They do.
They'll lie to this. They're still lying to this day. They're still saying I'm guilty. They're on TV. They're on Dateline. They're on Law and Crime, saying the same things over again. Things that we've already proven not to be relevant at all. Let's see the results of this polygraph or this lie detector test. It's just nonsense.
Everybody knows that lie detector tests are also not
they're not
trustworthy.
admissible.
Yeah.
You know what else doesn't work? Dogs. Everybody
Yes.
think, oh, a dog could smell a corpse in a trunk of a car 5 miles away. Who the fuck believes that?
So
These dogs walk past my wife for
Have
weeks
you-
and weeks. Nothing. They
Yeah,
walk right past her. A cadaver
have you
dog.
watched Steve Gosney? Have you ever heard of Steve Gosney?
No.
He's a criminal defense attorney in Florida. He does appellate work. And if you haven't watched his show, you should check him out. He's on YouTube. He's also on Rumble. But he's actually had experts on that talk about, like, I think maybe he did a ballistics one. I don't know if he did a dog sniff one, but
science.
maybe bite mark impressions, because those are also
Bite mark. That got
unreliable.
proven to be bullshit, right? All that
Unreliable.
bullshit. Yeah. How many people do you think, Lady Law, are in prison for murder because of those bite mark bullshit?
Too many.
And they proved that the guy that was behind it is full of shit. And in the meantime, they're in prison for life.
Yes.
Guys, I'm going to rein it in for a second here because we've only done 10 minutes and we're like an hour and a half in, which is interesting, but there's a lot of people saying stuff in chat here and I don't want to miss them out. So, Julie M, welcome. First time here. She watched your trial live, Matt, and she's here for you to offer you support. So, thank you, Julia M. Welcome to the chat. Jonathan, thank you. Welcome. He's now a member. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan also gifted a membership. Thank you, Jonathan. So Perry from London has now got a alternate corner gift as well. Thank you, Jonathan. Dude, you didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Hen's had a story as well, which I said my nephew was just convicted and he's doing 5 years in prison for something he didn't do, all because of media, prosecutors, and the local police department. They're all in cahoots with each other. And that's in Ohio as well. That was in Ohio. So
fucking awful.
There's a lot out there. Lol, ignore us. I like listening to Matt. We're all annoying anyways. I know, but still, I know some of you are here for the trial as well. I mean, look, Matt's like a toy. You can just fucking wind him up and he'll go all day, guys. We could be here for 20 hours. It's not a problem. We could be here for 20 hours. It's just more of a, we're moving forward. We're going to be covering some of this stuff anyway as we move forward. And we have covered
Dylan's way
a lot
of
of it.
telling us to shut up because me and Matt.
Yeah,
no, it's not.
It is. That's exactly.
No, it's not. And we covered a lot of this last week as well, so I'm just a little bit like conscious of that. I know you weren't here, but I don't want
told
to
them that it was going to be tough for me to get through listening to these people without saying anything. If you just want to watch the trial and just watch it, go on YouTube and watch it. But there's no. I mean, there's everything that they do, every maneuver they pull. I have something to say because I'm in the right every time. My lawyer never lied, never tried to do anything weird to keep evidence out. This case was so easy for my attorney because my attorney, for the most part, represents bad people, and she's got, like she says in the end, she's got evidence to attack. You know what I mean? She's got things to do. This was just like, they were like, here's a completely innocent dude. There's no evidence against him. Defend him. It was like, whatever. It was so easy for her to do this. It was like nothing.
Well, I think the one thing that you could have, so we say don't talk to the police, but of course, immediately in the moment that you say, I want a lawyer, then boom. We saw that in the murder trial too, right?
I cooperated up until they stuck a finger in my face and told me you murdered your wife. And even after that, I cooperated. I kept talking. I'm like, no, you got this wrong. You got this wrong. And then finally, I had to leave. And they know you're going to go get an attorney unless there's something wrong with you. I mean, you're going to go get advice of some sort. And the attorney, immediately, the first thing attorney is going to tell you, and the first thing I'm going to tell you is don't fucking talk to police.
Don't talk to the police.
Stop talking to them.
So immediately you're going to, that's going to key something in their brains to go, okay, this is the guy because he wants an attorney. But I think we saw this in the Murdaugh trial too, where people were like, well,
how could you not want an attorney after they fucking accuse you?
I'm
going to say that they decide who's the man prior to any of that. I was marked, and they're like, you know what? They wouldn't have cared if I got an attorney or not. They could give a fuck. They were going to put a case on me because I was the easiest person to do it to. I'm talking. I'm the husband.
So in the Murdaugh trial, people were like, you know, he did this wrong or he did that wrong. And it's like, as an attorney, you know automatically that you're the husband, you're the last person to see your family members alive. You know that they're going to pin it on you. So if you speak, and I'm sure he thought he could say the right things, but if you speak, they're going to take all that and use it against you. If you say, I'd like to speak to an attorney, they're going to say you're guilty. So either way, you're effed, right? So it's best to just shut up. This isn't legal advice, but it's common sense. Just shut up.
If your child goes missing, especially your child, not even your wife, you're going to be talking to fucking police. You're going to be talking to police. You're going to be trying to find your child. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're going to use it. Just know when you go there, if your child, God forbid, anything ever happens to your kid and you don't know where they are, could you fucking imagine?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like, well, you call 911 and they come, the problem solvers show up. We're going to help you. What they're doing at that moment is pinning a case on you. And you have to know that. They don't care where your kid is. There's a crime and they're going to close it with you because you're the one that's around. They start with you. That's what they're doing. But you have
to start in the middle and work out.
Yeah, you should get an attorney, but you're trying to find your kid. It's your kid, right? You're gonna
have an attorney on speed dial, no matter where you are in life. Know an attorney and have them on speed dial.
And let me go into that just a really quick because there's you got to unpack this whole thing. When they say that, and my case is a caricature of this because these Keystone cops did not know what they were doing. What they're doing when they say stop talking is all they're looking for is discrepancies in the things you say. You say 1 o'clock, then the next thing you say 2 o'clock, maybe even do it a third time. Maybe you say 3 o'clock. It doesn't have anything to do with proving your guilt or innocent. They're going to use that against you.
Yeah.
Good cops they look for things, but it's not always just things like that. These cops were so bad when they first showed up on scene. I said, when I was describing my night with the police, I mentioned our bed as her bed, and then I immediately switched it to our bed. That is an inconsistency. They use that in final arguments. The final that hey, look at him. He just said her bed, and then he switched it to our bed. What does that fucking mean? They don't know. They don't know.
In case y'all didn't know,
the book tells them, look for inconsistencies. That's what you need. There's an inconsistency. That's proof that I murdered my wife. Is because I said, hey, well, we went to go to sleep in her bed. I mean, our bed. What is that? It's not.
Well, in case you didn't know, attorneys, kind of do a little bit of the same thing. Like we harp on words and the meaning of words, right? Like the definitions of words, and everyday language of words isn't the same as attorney language, right? Like how things are written. So yes, they're going to pick apart everything you say, and it's your attorney's job to turn it around and pick it apart.
And it wasn't
legal
really, some of the things that they would bring up like that, my attorney didn't even address it because it was so weak. Literally, it was that weak. I mean, they had a troubled marriage, and that's evidence of a troubled marriage. No, it's not. It's not fucking evidence, and it's not evidence that he fucking killed his wife. If that's the shit you're going to bring to trial, if you have an attorney like Diane, she's going to tear it apart because it doesn't mean anything.
I'm glad
but
you
these
had
cops and these prosecutors, that's the type of shit you're going to get. You know what I mean? It's just it's not strong evidence. It's not direct evidence. It's just circumstantial nonsense. And they weren't even very good at okay, that might mean something weird. He said her bed and then quickly switched it to our bed. What does it mean? They didn't even bother to tell you what it meant because they didn't have any idea what it meant. All they know is their training tells them to look for inconsistencies.
Right.
So that was an inconsistency.
Even if it was her bed, even if you slept on the couch or in the recliner, like my dad and my mom didn't, and I saw in the chat someone else said.
There's always the people that compare their what they would have done, that couldn't have happened because this is what goes on in my life. That and more of that stuff that doesn't go anywhere.
People don't necessarily always sleep in the same bed. Like my parents didn't. My dad snored, so he fell asleep in the recliner.
And that type of evidence.
On my mom's bed,
I think that type of evidence works with people that don't have the ability to step out of their own shoes and put themselves in someone else's position, because they just don't have the intellect. They don't have the capacity to do something like that. So that type of evidence works for them. And if you get a smart jury, people are smart enough to can conceptualize not being yourself and being someone else. And how would you fucking know that maybe he doesn't want to go in the woods and search for his wife? Well, I would have. So therefore he's guilty. It's like, it's silly.
You never know what you will do in that situation until you're in that situation. And that's what I wish people would think about. Like, you don't know what your reaction is going to be to anything,
right?
Like, you just don't know. I always said if my husband ever cheated on me, I would divorce him. And then my husband cheated on me and I was crushed. And I was like, I want to save my family. So you just don't know. So,
and you would just think that people would be smart enough to realize that at some point you grow up and you get older and you look around, you're, okay, I get this now. This isn't kid shit anymore. I mean, how can people not know that there's, and for the point, I guess it was part of, I mean, it's pretty important what you say in final argument. You know what I'm saying? Right.
1000%.
I mean, and for them, part of their final argument was he mentioned their bed as her bed, and then he quickly switched it to our bed as if it was fucking evidence. And then I would look at my lawyer and I go, what are they talking about? And then my lawyers would just shake their fucking head at me. Like, they don't know what they're doing.
They have.
And you know how dangerous it is to give this kind of power to people that are that stupid. It's dangerous. I mean, to bring a case like this to trial, everybody should realize how dangerous everything is now. If they can convict a guy like me of murder and bring me to trial where I have to spend all my money, my reputation's destroyed. Look at me, I'm homeless. If they can just do this randomly for their own gain, it's really fucking dangerous, right?
This is off topic a little bit, but so when I was in law school, I went to the Innocence Conference and I met Amanda Knox, who was wrongfully convicted of murder. Do you know who Amanda Knox is?
No.
She was convicted in Italy of killing her roommate.
That's right. I do. Yeah, it's a big case. I did hear it.
And then I listened
to. She was
to
American, right?
Yes. So she was over there as an exchange student. And then I listened to another woman who was like a teacher who was convicted of doing terrible things to a child when there was like camera footage and everything. Like, it didn't happen, but she was convicted. Like, it happens to normal, everyday people every day. And so if it can happen to them, it can happen to you.
I've heard that it's a coin flip.
Keep that in their mind.
Whether you're innocent or guilty and you're sitting there and you're like, this thing's going to work out. I'm innocent. And a jury trial situation, it's really a flip of a quarter.
Yeah. As long as I tell the truth to the cops, I'll be okay.
Right. The truth is secondary. Let me get that to everybody out there right now. I'm not like the truth is secondary to these people. Mm-hmm. It's closing a case. They'll close it. A woman could get raped. She could report it. If they can close that case going after you, the person that got raped, they're gonna do it. Because they just want the truth is secondary. They want to close the case. If they could come into the interrogation room with a woman that's been raped and say, hey, the guy you just accused, he just passed a polygraph test, which is legal. And we got film of you guys kissing earlier that night. We don't have much of a case here. I think you probably should just drop the charges. So they talk an 18-year-old girl out of charges, right? And you know what they do then? They charge you with making out a false report. Case fucking closed. And don't tell me it doesn't happen. It happens all the time. And that might not happen a lot, but it happens a lot more than you think it does. A lot more, It
does. Sorry, Dylan. You have anything to say?
No, it's fine. No, I don't know.
Lady Law, if there's any, and because I'm kind of like in this little bubble. If there's any people that you think I should talk to as far as in like innocence projects or any just let me know and I will.
Yeah, we'll talk.
I do my best to try to let people know that if my story could help in any way, anybody, ask for it. Let me know.
For sure.
I totally.
Yeah.
I think we follow each other on Twitter. Just shoot me a message or whatever, and we can figure that out.
Yeah, cool. Because I wouldn't even know who to get a hold of for something like that. I heard Kim Kardashian did something recently with getting someone out.
So she works quite a bit with the Innocence Project as well. I don't remember who it was that she got out, but I believe that she was involved recently with getting somebody out.
and that's a big thing. I mean, she's a high profile person, and it
Mhm.
brings exposure
for
to how
good.
important
Use it for
it is,
good.
right?
And so that's why I think it would be good for you as someone who's been through something like this to get involved in those things so that you can tell your story, get it out there so that people can learn something from it.
Right.
Yeah.
I just thought, I did the innocent project mostly is deals with people. I mean, could imagine going away for 20 years for what I did, what they accused me of doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I got lucky. I did 15 months. I mean, and then I got let go.
But when
Imagine
you're
going through this and actually doing 20 years and they're working on getting you out. It's fucking hell on earth. Hell on earth. Trust me.
Yeah.
Prison is fucking horrible. Like horrible.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not meant to be good, but it's even worse than what it should be.
Yeah.
Right. Beth Christine's written, and she says, "This is my favourite trial. So happy to have you, Mathew, on to discuss his case." So, any questions, Beth? Just ask. Same for everybody. Just ask. Matt, have you written to Zach yet? No, I don't believe. But I put you in touch with Solomon, haven't I? So you and
I'm
Solomon are
still
going to chat.
getting myself familiar with the case, not to insult anybody's intelligence, but I don't know enough about it to start being like, this dude's innocent. I'm not saying that he is or isn't. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I have to I'm going to try to inform myself as much as I can, and it is on my thing of the dude thing. List of things to do is to try to help to get that dude out of there.
My issue with that case is just the impropriety of the prosecution, the way that they behaved. To me, it's questionable. That conviction is 100%. I hope the appeal
he looks
is
innocent to me.
I mean,
it comes across it
I mean, where's the evidence? You're saying that there was blood in the back, and here's another thing. Not to go complete. I'm rambling, but if you have a prosecution team that says, I don't know how many times in the end, probably, maybe, if the prosecution is saying that in closing statement and not saying this is it, this is what happened, that's a red flag for, if they don't know, if they're not certain, what do you mean probably did this, and this? Then they didn't prove it.
Is it something that fans of Zach that we can look forward to maybe him winning on some sort of appeal?
I think he's got a good case. I think he's got a good case for appeal. I mean,
is that going to take a long time, or how long is that going to take? I mean,
appeals can take quite a while. Once you're convicted, you can count for years and years, sometimes decades.
Doesn't some sort of committee have the opportunity to overlook it, look at it and just be like, hey, we got to kick this guy. This was a bad trial. Or has it got to go through the whole thing all over again? I mean,
you have an appeal, and then you have to find your appealable issues. You have to look through the transcripts, find all the appealable issues, write your brief. Then you'll go in front of, an appellate court. It's usually, like a 3-member panel. And, they review it.
I've seen those.
Your argument.
Three judges, right?
Yeah. And you'll do your argument. And it's really not even an argument. It's more they've read the briefs and they're just going to pound you with questions.
You know what was really bad about that is when the judge goes to sentence, when they went to sentence Zach, the judge, the way he was. What the fuck, dude?
Well,
how do you know?
I think he was, there was some questionable stuff throughout the trial. I just think, I don't know that Judge Schrader was, I think maybe it was just time for him to retire. I think he had some medical issues. His wife was having medical issues. And I just think it was time to hang up the robe a little bit.
Yes.
I hate to be judges or any, attorneys, since it's, member of the profession, but sometimes it's just
Solomon and Matt are in touch now anyway, so you're going to be catching up with him as well. So about that case, I know, Matt. So moving forward, hopefully you can get more involved with that.
I definitely want to, and I want his family to know that I will work. I mean, I'm not ready quite yet to be like, but I'll work every day for that dude. If I'm convicted and I think he's innocent, I'll work every day to get that dude out of there. Every day. It'll give me something to do. So,
Yeah. Appreciate you, my friend. Right, let's get into this then. Come on, because otherwise we're going to be here for 20 odd hours, which I'm fine with.
I need to go shoe shopping.
Well, you're fucked. Shut your mouth then.
Look at that. in
No, it's all
suit coat.
good.
Fucking
Huh?
sharp lawyer right there. Look at her.
That one?
Yeah.
I'm not ever wearing that. Ever.
She had a great wardrobe. I thought her
You mean
wardrobe
because
was
of the
great.
disability for which she qualifies under FMLA?
There's some language in the record that seems to give an indication she's there because of that, but it's not definitive. But go ahead. I don't mean to get you
Oh,
off
no,
base.
please. And I don't disagree that to qualify for FMLA, you need to have a diagnosis of some sort. Your Honor, I also would just say to the court, I think the records, the treatment history and the counseling records themselves is separate and apart from the single line of diagnosis that is in the records. The diagnosis, which is in the records, which the state has argued about this morning, if the court should think that the records come in but the diagnosis doesn't, absent any additional testimony, I have no issue with that. We can redact the diagnosis, which is the 1 or 2 lines, I think at the bottom of the page, and then at the end of the counseling records, I know that the therapist changes the diagnosis. We have no issue with the diagnosis being removed to address the issues of that the state has raised. Otherwise, Your Honor, we would rest on our motion.
Do you, what particularly, are you looking for statements that she made in here or statements made by the counselor or both?
Statements made by the counselor, Your Honor, no. And I think that falls under the diagnosis. Statements made by Emily as to present sense impression, what she was undergoing, what she was feeling and thinking at the time immediately following Joey's death. The counseling records do begin in August of 2019. And so I believe present sense impression as to what she was thinking and feeling on the heels of that suicide. Particularly, Your Honor, I also think it's relevant because in their opening argument, and I understand it's just argument, the state argued how she was brave and how she had rebounded.
I already ruled that's not coming in.
Okay.
If we do talk about the records, we're redacting that aspect of any conversation about what occurred when she was 7 years old.
No, separate issue, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm saying thematically, they were saying that Emily wouldn't have killed herself after Joey because she had rebounded from so much suicide before. But the records also rebut that rebounding issue because she's clearly struggling after Joey's suicide, and the records speak to themselves on that. So I'm not seeking to get into therapist statements. Again, I've already said my thoughts on the diagnosis. Also, Your Honor, I respect the court's order with respect to the allegation about prior sexual abuse. The court wants to redact that from the records. No issue there either. I think the Joey suicide is directly relevant. And for the hearsay exceptions that I stated, I think the records come in. I want to say one last thing as to how I would use them with Detective Grubbs. When I say use them, I think the records speak for themselves. I would be obviously work with opposing counsel to redact the areas that I've just mentioned, but my anticipation of Detective Grubbs would be something along the lines of this. During the course of your investigation, did you or other members of your office subpoena mental health records for Emily Noble? Yes, we did. From where did you get those records? When could you tell the jurors the time frame when she sought mental health treatment from Serenity? Boom, boom. Show him the exhibit. Done. The records speak for themselves. I don't need his interpretation of them. That's not what I would seek, and I wouldn't seek. I think they speak for themselves, and they would go back as an exhibit. And if the jurors were interested in them, they could read them.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Seems reasonable.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
First,
Counsel is saying that Emily Noble's statements regarding in therapy are present sense impression. However, the state has been prohibited every step of the way from eliciting testimony regarding Emily's present state of mind after she suffered a tragedy, and I'm using defense counsel's word, specifically with witness Amy Thomas. That's a lot of tragedy. When counsel went through absolutely everything that's happened in Emily's life, the state was prohibited from following up as to Emily's present sense impression. It's quite disingenuous to now argue that these records containing her statements should be admissible when the state has been hamstrung by the objections to allowing that testimony to come in. Your Honor, with respect to these records, now counsel says, yes, last night it was, we want it in whole cloth. Now it's, oh no, we can pick and choose what we send back to the jury. Your Honor, these records and the rules of evidence exist to protect the truth and veracity contained in the records, to redact and parse them out without having the therapist or an expert to lay the foundational testimony for the jury to understand what is contained in those records. There's just no legal basis to do that, Your Honor. And I point again to State v. Holmes that says a custodian of records, which is the only thing counsel has provided by way of affidavit, is wholly not able to opine on whether or not statements contained in medical records are made for the purpose of medical diagnosis. We have no one here that will come in and say that right now, Your Honor. And until that happens, those records and the statements contained therein should not be put before the jury.
Thanks. All right. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll bring jury in.
Oh, just Jurors. Sorry, I didn't know that you had one. Sorry, just Jurors. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't know you had a channel. Sorry, I'll go looking for it now. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I genuinely didn't know. Right, here we go. Let's jump this then. Yeah, because Matt again. I will go look for it now. Sorry. That's a thing with shit channels. You forget one. Fuck. Right.
I was talking this whole time on mute. What the hell?
No, it was good. It was good. To see your lips going.
Yeah, well, I was just saying I'll subscribe to everyone that you posted. They'll subscribe to me too. That'd be cool.
That was a bit saucy, right at the end.
Thank you.
You like it, saucy.
That was a bit freaky, that was. You could get away with it.
Lou, check. Hens
Lou,
for all.
yeah, Lou's a great lady out there.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Members of the
He was a
jury.
great lady. I talk
Hens for
about
all,
great
too. Hey, hens
people.
for all.
Great people here, guys. We've got another guest arriving. It's the one, the only, the lead, London Gazer, mate. He's from Luton. He does
Must be
not
the
sound
one I
like a
just messaged.
gazer. He doesn't sound like a gazer, but he's a Mr. Ketchup. He's Mr. Dimples. He's Mr.
Saucy.
Well, everyone loves him. I genuinely, right, whenever he comes on, my whole chat just simps all over him. And I don't blame them. He is the greatest man I know from Luton. It is Dr. Hines. Here he is. Dr. Hines. Are you right? You are, there you go. You're now on screen.
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh,
How
you're
you
hot.
doing? Hey everyone. Hey Matt.
Dr.
Hey Dylan. Thanks
Hey,
for
Matt.
the masterful introduction once again. This is my hype man right here. He's my MC. He's my microphone controller,
Right.
like master of
Right.
ceremony. But
Yeah.
yeah, hey,
Microphone
meet you,
control him.
Lady Law.
What's up?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good. My ear kind of hurts now, but that's not your fault, I guess.
I've been told I've been loud before, so
Yeah, it's like you're eating the damn mic, but that's okay. I didn't need to hear for the
You
rest
got
of my
that-
life anyway.
You got an
ooh, I like
auspicious
her.
introduction there.
I like her.
What was Lady Law's introduction?
Yeah, he was like, here's this chick with the big mouth is what he said. Something like that.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you
I
did.
said you are my big sister, but you're still a gilf.
He did. He
So
did say
that's
that.
why
And the guilt.
you are a gilf.
Gilf? No
Yeah.
way.
Gilf, yeah. She's
No,
44.
that's a lie. That's a
Don't
bullface
tell
lie.
my age. You just say I'm a
Three
grandma.
grandchildren. Three
No
grandchildren.
way. For
Yeah.
real?
44, yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Well.
She's looking good, isn't she? You
Yeah.
wouldn't say no, Dr. Hines, would you? Do you know what I mean? Jesus. You know,
Jeez.
looking great. So fair play. Dr. Dimples, Chrissy's in the house. She loves
Hey,
Dimples.
Chrissy.
Chrissy,
Hey, chat. How you
Sally
doing?
is not here today, unfortunately, but she moved back.
That's because
Lady
Sally
Law.
got wasty pants last night with me on stream. I was not wasty pants, but it was her
No, Sally
birthday,
was.
so we didn't get off the stream till
Mother-
like, I don't know, 1 or 2 a.m. And I'm lagging again. What the F?
I know. That's
Hey
fine.
man, how you doing?
Hey,
Right. Just Jurors. Josie, if you hear Josie, can you sort Just Jurors out for her link to be put on? Thank you, Just Jurors. I put Just Jurors. Thank you, Josie. That's
Hey
also
Josie.
Just Jurors. Sorry, I didn't know. I'd like to promote anyone that's a member of this channel. I'd like to promote their links and get everyone to support them. So thank you very much, everybody, for your support. Where's
Every
Sally?
link-
She is hungover.
Every link you
Hungover.
posted, I have subscribed to. Don't make me
Yes, and that
unsubscribe.
one's just Jura's there now as well, which I need to
Yeah, I
get
got
off
'em.
there, so I can just copy and paste that. We've done yours, Dr. Hines, as well. Done Sally's and Matt's. Obviously, please subscribe to me as well, guys. Right. Um,
Oh, of course.
thank you,
Like, why
Josie.
would you not already be subscribed to the D? The hell?
Yeah, V-Law is the D. She loves the D more than anybody that I know. So, and I am the D. Just before anyone thinks dirty-minded, she likes that D as well. But I'm the D. She loves me, and I love her as well. So, big supporter of each other. And we sis.
this is all
Right.
really important stuff. It's a new place for people to go outside of the mainstream media to get informed about things, and it's becoming a really important place to go. We got to keep
Right.
this this podcast thing. We got to keep it clean. We got to keep it centrist, objective, because what they did to me in my case, they were told by the police that I was a murderer, so therefore they just said whatever they wanted to say. Salacious, libelous, awfulness. So it's important to keep this, to get guys like you, D, in this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know, man. Thanks for your support as well.
No sweat.
That's why we spread the love. Only
Here's
people I
to
like them on this channel, and I love all of you. Yes, right, and we'll get some stuff content on your channel as well once we get this done. We'll get everything over to your channel, and we'll get other stuff done. Hopefully,
I got
me
a
and Matt-
YouTube channel that's I make
Yeah.
clips out of our little deal here.
yeah, and we can post a lot of these videos over there as well, and we'll do some content about Zachariah as well with Matt once we go through some stuff with him, and we'll do that on his channel as well to get more promotion. So make sure you sub to everybody, give everybody the love, and yeah, let's go. Right, Judge.
Everybody follow the court's admonition last night? We good? Ready to go? Thank you very much. Say ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? Ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was waiting till you finish your conversation. Man. That's all right. That's no problem. Call your next witness.
I'm State Recall Detective Powell to the stand.
I do.
Thank you. Sir, can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
James Howe, Howe.
And, sir, where are you currently employed?
City of Columbus, Division of Police.
What do you do for the City of Columbus Division of Police?
I currently work in our digital forensics unit.
And this is always a loaded question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Can you explain to the jury what digital forensics, what is that?
In our unit, we handle all digital evidence, whether it's from a mobile device, like a digital video recorder, computer. If it's digital, we normally extract data from it and then present that to detectives, prosecutors, defense attorneys.
And when you say digital data, is that consist of cell phones, computers, USB drives, hard drives, basically anything that can store electronic data?
Yes.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been doing digital forensics since 2012.
Okay. And in order to handle digital forensics and to deal with that on a regular basis, do you have any specialized training that you've undergone in order to do that?
Yes.
Give us an idea of some of the trainings that you've undergone in order to complete those activities.
I hold certifications in the area of digital forensics and digital evidence. I've trained with the Secret Service pretty extensively at the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama. I've also trained in digital forensics with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and several private companies.
Give us a ballpark. How many various trainings have you undergone over the course of your career involving digital forensics?
I'd say probably 100 or more. I don't have an exact count.
And a lot of those, would they entail cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to working in digital forensics, did you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury your previous law enforcement experience?
I've been with the city of Columbus since 2001. From 2001 to 2008, I worked patrol in the South Linden area of Columbus. In 2008, I went to our homicide bureau to work in the assault unit. And then in 2013, I was in our homicide unit until I took a role in the digital forensics unit once it was created in 2018.
And did you have training that you underwent prior to becoming a general law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that training entailed?
I completed our basic training academy, which is almost 7 months. I went through our detective bureau training, which was 2 weeks. And then I've been to several post trainings for like interview and interrogation, things like that.
And other than the initial trainings, is training pretty much regular and ongoing?
Yes.
So you talked a little bit about forensics, and I'm going to focus you more today on cell phones. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk generally. How would someone reach out to you in order to do a cell phone analysis?
There's a couple different ways that we do it. We'll take emails. People will come bring us the evidence directly. Sometimes we'll go to scenes. Typically, a detective will reach out to us, give us an overview of what they're looking for and what type of evidence they have. And then we'll make a determination on how we're going to handle it.
Okay, so if someone comes into the office, hands you a cell phone, and asks you to do an analysis of that, what is the first step of your procedure?
The first thing we're going to do is secure the device. We're going to make sure that we take it off the network. We're going to talk to the detective. We're going to figure out if we're dealing what type of legal authority we're dealing with, whether it be a search warrant, consent, because that's going to determine how we handle it and what we do. The first thing we're going to do is take it off the network, so that way no data is changed on the phone.
When you say you take it off the network so no data has changed, can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Again, it'll depend on the state of the device and what type of authority we have to use it. What we'll typically do is put the device into airplane mode and likely eject the SIM card from the device. Those two things will help ensure that it's off the network. It's not going to send or receive any data.
Once you take that initial step, what happens next?
Again, it's going to determine the state of the device, whether it's on, whether it's off. If it's off, we're going to leave it off until we figure out, what we're going to do with it. We'll do some research on the device because different makes, models of phones have to be handled differently. Once we figure out what we're going to do and we have that authority, that's when we'll start our process. If the device is on, we'll leave it powered on. We'll supply power to the device so that way the device doesn't turn off because that presents a whole different set of circumstances.
Okay, so let's assume for purposes of your testimony today, the device is on and accessible to you. Okay. Assuming the device is on and accessible to you, and assuming you have legal authority to then either search or do what you want with that cell phone, what do you do next?
In that case, we would determine if we had a password or not. If we had a password, we'd manually put it into airplane mode and then eject that SIM card from the device. If we didn't have a passcode and the device was turned on, we would use what's called a Faraday box, Ramsey box in our office. What that is it's a box that prevents any network connectivity.
And is it fair to assume then the next step is for you to start accessing the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And walk me through those steps and procedures when it comes to actually accessing the phone, and then what happens at that point.
Again, depending on make and model, in this case, it was an Apple device. We have several different tools that we can use to access that data. We're always going to go for the richest data set. So in this case, we're going to attempt to get what's called a full file system extraction off of the phone. And that'll give us the most amount of data for evidence purposes.
You mentioned a full file system extraction. Are there different types of extractions?
Yes, on Apple devices, iPhone specifically, you're going to be able to get what's called a logical extraction, which is an iTunes backup, essentially. That's going to be the lowest level. And then you're going to be able to get a full file system if you have the correct tools.
Okay.
And
the differing file extractions are attempts to gather or to get as much information off the phone as possible?
Yes.
What types of physical tools or software tools are used during this process?
We use Cellebrite's UFED, which is a universal forensic extraction device, to extract data from most phones. We have other tools in our office that are a little higher level. And then we use what's called physical analyzer to parse that data out once we get the extraction.
Now, you've used the word extraction a few times, and when I think of extraction, I think of taking from
Thank
one
you, Mel.
thing and kind of putting it over here to the side. What do you mean by extraction?
With an extraction, what we'll do is we'll create an image of the device contents. It's a copy of what's on the device, and that's what we will work off of rather than work on the actual device itself.
Now, why would you want to use the digital copy to work on or research or look through things as opposed to the physical device itself?
With the physical device itself, if you manually go through the device, phones they can't be write blocked. So you're going to change things. It's just the nature of a cell phone. So working off of a copy with our software allows us to make sure we minimize any changes that will occur on the phone itself. For example, if we were to manually scroll through, like say, text messages, and there was an unread text message on the phone, and we happened to click on that, it would then flip what's called a flag, and that message would go from unread to read.
So by looking at the image, let me ask you this, the digital image that
They actually used a Faraday bag?
A perfect extraction or perfect copy
sounds
of what's on the
about it.
phone?
I'm sorry.
Physical phone? Yeah, let me ask you a better way. So when we're talking about the extraction, you talked about taking
it's not very often they do it, but it sounds like they did.
They should use one every time.
It's some sort of
Image.
software. That's the name of the software.
The Faraday bag is actually, it keeps, my understanding is it keeps any extra data from coming in or out and preserves what is on the device.
Right. That's
Not
what he's
tamper
talking
it,
about.
basically.
Yeah.
You can't, because when did they take your phone? When did they actually take it?
They came with a warrant on Wednesday in the afternoon, right at noon, I think maybe. I'd have to see when. That Wednesday was a timeline. They had a meeting in the morning. They went over what they had so far, which was that she had made a dental appointment. That's what Alloway testifies to. Well, what happened up to the point when you decided to search this man's house and bring him in and accuse him of murder? What evidence did you have? Well, she made a dentist appointment that apparently she never would have made if she wasn't suicidal, so. But they took my phone on Wednesday with a warrant. They took Emily's phone on Tuesday. I gave them the phone. They asked for it. And when they came Wednesday with the warrant, it was locked also. I didn't have to give him the code, but I gave it to him, and I never should have. Fuck the police all the time. But I mean, I was desperate. So I gave him the passcode. You know how like we all have passcodes, right, to get on our phones? That's a big obstacle for law enforcement because you can't get in a phone without those. You can't hack it. iPhones you can't. So they need that. They need those your PIN. So, and I coughed it up. I was looking for Emily. I just wanted to cooperate with them. After the Wednesday, that same day, they accused me of murder. I went and got a lawyer, and the lawyer said, "You can't talk to them anymore. Stop."
Yeah. Shut
and
up.
Then, you know what they do with that is that to this day, Grubbs is on TV saying that I wasn't searching for Emily, that I was just staying home that I didn't call for updates, is what he said. As if I'm going to call him after he accused me of murder, not within 48 hours, to get updates from him. And then they use that
Come
against
on.
you in public
Live a
perception.
little.
Right?
Sorry.
And he's still saying it to this day. He's like, he never called us for any updates ever. He just sat in his condo like he didn't have a care in the world. Like he didn't care about where Emily was. This isn't pre-trial. This is after my trial. They're still saying these things. I don't know why I think that's so important. Am I out of my,
I mean, I don't think you should ever talk to cops. So there's that.
no, I'm saying, like, should I be concerned about what he's saying now? That he's still out there slandering my name? Should it bother me at all that he's literally lying to the public about why he thinks I'm still guilty?
I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
annoying though. It's annoying.
He doesn't want to look like he's a crappy.
That's right.
Scrappy at his job.
It's called damage control is what he's doing. But just I want the public to know when they go on and they hear Grubbs, the lead detective, say, Matt wasn't searching for Emily and he never called us for any updates. And he uses that as evidence that I killed my wife. Know that he knows that I would never call that man after being accused of murder. He's being disingenuous with you. He's lying to you to try to get his point across. He's to this day not pre-trial. I can see pre-trial or at trial, but it's over. Why is he still lying?
Yeah.
Have fun,
There's an
Westerville.
interesting.
Have fun paying that check every fucking 6 months and paying all those taxes for these cops that don't give a fuck about you.
There's an interesting question here, Matt. Right? It's in line because it wouldn't surprise me if they never looked. But Julianne was saying about the cameras in the neighborhood. Like it's a nice neighborhood, so I'm surprised there weren't cameras in houses and stuff, looking at the streets and stuff like that.
There's plenty of cameras in that neighborhood. I guarantee it. It was a senior. You know, it wasn't like seniors only, but it was mostly seniors. I mean, we're surrounded by old people. Everybody had money. There was no like welfare people, or there was none of that. There's cameras. I guarantee there was footage, but you know what was on that footage? Nothing that they wanted to let you know about. So it doesn't exist apparently. But that's I'm speculating. There was no evidence of anything, of cameras catching anything. I'm not saying that there isn't. It just didn't make it into evidence because these cops didn't put it in there. They didn't have any fucking evidence of me walking around that night. I'll tell you that. And there wasn't any evidence that Emily was walking around that night. You know why? Because she left the next day. When Kramer saw her leave at between 9 and 10, that's when she left. So there was no evidence of that. But you know, that's just it didn't fit their story. So. And that's what they did to me. I'm speculating. I'm just, that's just my opinion.
But you think there would be cameras, so you think that they would have seen Emily walk that morning and his face closed. It's it's fine. We know that she walked there.
That would be really good evidence to have Emily leaving when they said she left, which was like at 8 o'clock on the 24th, and then you see me following her up there, right? That would be pretty devastating evidence. Doesn't exist. You can think about it, you can say it all you want, but if you don't have any evidence of it, you can't bring it into court. It won't go over in court.
No, I know. And I just love the laugh that Dr. Hines bringing in.
Just the way I feel there was evidence there, so I'm going to invent one in my head and say it so it's oh my god.
And they know it works for people. There are people in prison. Like Lady Lois saying, prison. For just, hey, I guess this is the way it happened. We don't know. We have no evidence that it happened, but it makes sense. You know why? Because he said he called his bed her bed, and then he quickly switched it to our bed, and that's evidence. That's their case. Or he said he took a sleeping pill when he was talking with us then, and then later on, a couple days later, he can no longer remember whether he took a sleeping pill or not. That's evidence to you. It's ridiculous. And that's why my case is a caricature. This is really obvious stuff. Like Zach's case, there's probably a ton of stuff that should be obvious, but it wasn't because they have better prosecutors or they have better police over there. But it's the same thing.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with it. It's I don't know. It's shocking to think about.
Cops,
To me.
cops and prosecutors are lying scumbags, is what it is. And they'll put their opportunists. They're opportunists. They want to go up. They want to get whatever raises and promotions and all that. And they'll fuck. They're devil people. They don't care about you, the taxpayer, the people that they're protecting. Doesn't matter to them. It's closing a case. That's it. They'll let you just real quick. When Emily went missing, I went online to try to find her because it was COVID. I immediately ran into this group of people. I call them, they're dear friends of mine now, the spouses of the missing. There actually is a very exclusive club of people that are out there. We all have spouses that have gone missing, women and men, both of us. You become a member of this club as soon as you report it to the police, you become a member, and all of a sudden you are become aware of things, and you wouldn't be aware of them unless you become this. And the main thing that these people taught me as soon as I became a member of this club, they told me the cops aren't looking to solve your case. They're there to close it. It might not mean anything to you when they first say it to you, but it becomes very apparent that that's what they're doing. They'll close it however, by any means possible. They're going to close this case. And if it means putting an innocent man away, they're gonna.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I saw this meme from a friend of mine. I'm not sure if you guys know, but Legally Dirty Blonde. She said a lawyer's nightmare is when their client comes in and says, I spoke to the police the other day. Oh, don't worry, I'm innocent. I didn't do this. So I told them everything. And then it's like that's the quickest way to give your to send your lawyer to hell. And like, oh my God, what the hell did you do?
But do know that there are people like me, a spouse or a parent of someone that goes missing. You don't have a choice whether to talk to police or not in the beginning. You just don't. Your child is missing. What are you going to do? Clam up because you don't want to talk to police? Yeah, you do. You got to clam up, man, because they're not there to help you. They're not there to help you find your child. Get a lawyer, and then you can talk to your lawyer, and your lawyer will talk to police. Then they won't be able to drag you into court on frivolous charges and steal all your fucking money from you. Don't talk to police. I can't.
No.
I know it's a little. You get it,
true.
right?
True.
It's not hard to conceptualize. They're not there to solve crime. It's a business. It's a business.
Right.
They don't care about your kid or your wife or whatever the fuck you think it's important. The truth, especially. They're not. They're there to put a case on you, so they can keep the whole thing going with lawyers and jails and fucking all the crap that they buy. You know what I mean? It sounds kind of paranoid, but it's unfortunate. It's fucking true. It's fucking true. It's fucking all could be.
Right. Julia is, well, so I'll answer this. Julia, no, Matt. So funny thing is, Matt turned up to court one day and the jury had been selected, everything's been done, and he was basically told to sit down, write some notes that we'll never ever read and leave it to me. Diane did all of that, which is a bit weird because I thought Matt might be involved, but though he had no say, no input, he didn't know who the jurors were. He just sat down in court one day and the case started, the trial started. So as weird as that, but you trusted Diane.
Diane has a process in what she does, and in my case, it didn't have anything to do with talking to me. You know what I mean? So
but that was frustrating for you.
It's in the discovery. I have issues with what Diane did to me, and stuff. We're gonna definitely talk about that eventually. It will get addressed. But as far as in like why Diane did what she did, it was to win, and part of winning was not finding out what really happened. It's just taking their story and just making it out not to be true, which was so fucking easy for her.
What you mean? We should have justice? What the hell?
What's that?
I said, you mean we should have justice? What the hell?
Not lawyers don't care about that. Oh, I'm sorry, you're a lawyer, huh?
Easy.
Justice? What is that?
What's justice?
Right.
Question is, whose justice?
Question is, where is justice?
It's not. It's the truth is secondary. It really is.
Right. Let's go back to this guy then. See what he's going to say.
Is on the physical phone.
Which
does
is
that
nothing.
make a copy of what's on the phone?
No, I
must be
we still got to look at it.
searchable, or does that in and of itself change some of the data?
Yes, so we'll have an image of the phone that we then put into our analysis software, and then that will display the contents that we were able to extract.
And then when you're looking through that extraction or that image and you're reviewing items, does that change those flags or those items that you discussed on the physical phone?
No.
So would that leave that evidence or what's on the phone untouched and in the state it was when airplane mode was turned on?
Yes.
Are there some items when doing extractions of phones that just aren't recovered, and what do you have to do in those cases if they exist to look at those additional items?
There can be. Obviously, there's a lot of different applications, probably hundreds of thousands at this point, with the various like the Android store or the Apple store. So not all the software parses that type of data. So there might be a new application on the market that the tools just don't support. That information is stored in databases on the phone, and we can manually go in and look at some of that if we have to.
And if you have to manually go through, say, an application or something of that nature, how's that done?
We will, again, in that physical analyzer software, which we use, we would go straight to that. We would locate the application. We would go to the database, and then it's just manually looking through like the raw data and kind of piecing stuff together.
Now, you've mentioned a few times something called physical analyzer. Can you give us a bigger picture idea of what physical analyzer is?
That's, again, the analysis software that we use. That's what we load that extraction image into. The software then looks at the whole image and kind of categorizes all the data for us. It puts it in a displayable manner where we're able to read it.
Is it fair to say it puts it in a more readable format other than a bunch of zeros and ones and computer jargon?
Yes.
And by putting it in physical analyzer, does that make it more searchable or able to find whatever may have been on the phone?
Yes, it categorizes most of the data. And then we're also able to manually go through that and search through it if we're looking for something specific.
Once you're able to do an extraction on a phone and determine that extraction was done properly and readable through physical analyzer, in your unit, how does that typically work? Do you review the data, or do you then pass it on to someone else to review the data at that point?
Both ways. It depends on the experience level of the detective. We have some detectives who are very good at going through the data and they want to manually go through it themselves. So they'll ask for what they typically refer to as a full dump. And then we'll have other detectives who aren't as comfortable doing it. We'll sit down with them. They'll specifically tell us what they're looking for. And then we'll search through the data and tag everything that related to whatever it is they may be looking for.
Okay. And is that in part because sometimes you don't know what the case may be about or what might be relevant evidence?
Yes, a lot of times we aren't involved in the case initially. It could be several days, weeks, or months after, sometimes years before we actually get the data and look at it.
Now, something I want to talk about here. Well, you mentioned Cellbrite Reader. Are you familiar with Cellbrite Reader?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what Cellbrite Reader is?
Cellbrite Reader, the UFED reader, is Cellbrite's version. It's a pared down version of Physical Analyzer. Basically, it allows the detectives or prosecutors or defense attorneys to go through that report. What we'll do is once we've done our analysis, the extraction's finished, it's been placed in the Physical Analyzer software. We've done everything that we're going to do with it. At that point, we'll create what's called a UFED Reader report from that Physical Analyzer software, and then we'll provide that to whoever needs it.
And again, then that would allow whoever that gets passed on to the ability to search the information that was extracted in a more user-friendly way?
Yes.
Again, that process, does that change any of the nature of the data that was extracted from the phone?
No.
And again, does that change any of the data that would have originally been on the phone up until the point that it was put on airplane mode?
No.
Are you able to create something then called extraction reports?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what an extraction report generally is?
So the UFED gives you several different options. You can do PDF reports, Excel reports, Microsoft Word reports. It just depends what that end person is looking for, what format they want it in. The reader and PDFs are usually the most popular because they can't be changed and they're the easiest to search through. So once the detectives can generate their own report from the UFED reader report that we give them, or they can just stay with that UFED reader report.
And obviously, we're here in the case involving Emily Noble and Mathew Moore. Were you involved in some capacity in this case?
Yes.
And did Detective Leckie from Westerville Police Department reach out to you and speak with you about this case?
Yes.
And did you assist him with working through the extractions in this case and going through those digital items?
Yes.
Who's got the slow jams playing in the background?
Sir, Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 13, 14, and 15. If you can just look at those briefly, please. Generally speaking, what are those items, States Exhibit 13, 14, and 15?
These are extraction reports from the Apple iPhone.
Sorry, I got a request. Dylan, scroll up and answer my question. So Josie's one of the mods, so whatever she says, I have to do. So I have to stop it right there and try to find the bloody question. I'm trying to find it. Oh, I got it. This one. What are they trying to prove with the cell data?
This is what. Are you asking me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I'm asking you. Yeah.
But this is what they call a prop witness. He's filler. He's taking up time. What did they prove by the cell phone data? That they put two witnesses on the stand to talk about cell phone extraction. I'm not on my phone for 40 minutes the night of the 24th when they say I go do this thing. I'm on my phone, or it's after the fact, because of the cell phone records state that.
Is he the guy who extracted everything from it?
Pardon me?
He's the guy that did the extraction, right?
He's one of them.
Okay.
They took my phone, and I think Westerville Police Department had some of that, some sort of software to do it also. But then they gave the cell phones to this guy because he's got more experience. He's from Columbus. He's a Columbus cop, so he does this all the time. You can tell the caliber. This guy's like levels above their police. This guy. But what did this guy discover in our cell phone data? Is that there's a 40-minute period between 9 or 8:40 and 9:20 p.m. That's the only time that I would have to do this, because all the rest of the time I'm on my cell phone using it at the residence. Get it? So I put my phone down after a phone call with a friend, Brian. I was on the phone for like half an hour. I don't pick my phone up for 40 minutes. That's their case. There's the time that he did this. That's all they had. The rest of the time I'm on my phone, and I'm on my phone at the residence. And there's no evidence that anything happened at the residence. So they need the cell phone 40 minutes. Understand?
They need something to pin it on you. And they're just looking at, they're just trying to look for anything to pin on you, basically. Fucking hell. He's there to
authenticate. He's there to authenticate the record too. Like, you have to have the person who did it. It's a chain of custody type thing. So I kind of zoned out because I was reading all the chats and stuff, so I missed some of that testimony a little bit. I have ADD.
I missed it as well. Don't worry. No, I think the general consensus is they're trying to pin something on him, basically. Here he is again. Right, are we gonna have the same problems again? Right. Can you hear me now?
I can.
We can hear you perfectly.
Put me on top, Dylan.
Did you miss my explanation for the cell phone data?
No, we got it. We got it.
What they do, just to be like a cautionary tale, right? Your cell phone because everybody's got them and everybody's on them. They're important to like where you are, what you're doing when you're doing it. So be careful. I don't know how you live your life like this, but if you're not on your phone, that's the opportunity that law enforcement will take to stuff in any story they want, because we are so attached to these phones, right? Just know, like when you're sleeping at night, let's just say that, right? You're not using your phone, right? Well, that gives them an opportunity to say, hey, he could have been doing this. We don't have any evidence of it, but this is where he could have done it. Like what they did.
You're carrying around a tracking device 24/7.
Yeah, you see, oh, this is the thing.
And it could
like,
go both ways.
of-
You could use it in your favor, and it could be used on. I make sure my phone is on every app in the world knows where I am, when I'm at it, what I'm doing, whatever. I make sure I'm on my phone all the fuck. When I leave places, I make sure because it could prove you innocent. These two, the cell phone data, what this guy did is, I'm sorry.
I think you're a lag, Lilo. You're a bit of a lag. By a couple seconds, you are. So,
I may have to pop out back in.
You're fine again now. You're fine again now.
I don't know what's going on. Like, to be honest,
but Dr. Hines,
it's not.
Dr. Hines was saying something. Go on, Dr. Hines. Nail it.
No,
What are you saying?
I was literally just gonna add on to what Matt was saying, because what he said is literally a paranoia with me. Like I've got to a habit where I have to say my good morning, good night. Like I'm in, I'm out. Like it was something so small. It was something so small as just someone saying I wasn't where I was. It wasn't the police, by the way. It wasn't the police. It was someone saying, I'm like, no, I was actually. And ever since then, I was like, nope, I'm doing this. This is what I'm going to do.
Are you saying, doctor? Are you saying that you want to be tracked, or you don't want to be tracked?
No, I don't want to. Like, no. I'm saying so that no one can say I wasn't where I was, because when I say good night, I'm actually in bed. Like, like it's a habit that seems so innocuous, but based on what you're saying, no one can refute. You know what I'm trying to say? No one can actually say, hey, he's saying good night, so that he can go out and do a murdering spree and come back, and what I mean,
when you go through this, what we're gonna say, I think I've already said it, but I mean, it's like I was always on my phone. I'm always playing with it. I'm always listening to music. When you pick it up, it knows when your phone can tell when you picked it up. Everything. If it's in your back pocket, if you're moving around, it knows that. You know what I'm saying? And in my case, it was a plus because I was always on my phone. I couldn't have been doing what they were saying I was doing. They literally had a 40-minute window on the night before, when actually someone saw her the next day, which fucks their fucking case up, right? I mean, but that's the only time that I could have done this. It's because, and that's provable through my phone, because there was just this little period, 40 minutes, that I wasn't on my phone. So that's all they had. So the cell phone data helps me tremendously. And they're putting this guy in the stand to let you know that. So when I say their witnesses testified for me, Diane didn't have to do anything. Literally, they're putting this guy in the stand telling you that what they said happened couldn't have happened. Literally.
Yeah. Right. So thank you, Josie, for that question. Sorry, guys, I do miss questions. I do. It's just hard sometimes to look at everything, but here we go.
That's Corey. He's one of the prosecutors. I did learn your name, Corey, finally, if you're watching.
State's Exhibit 14. I'm going to point to an area in the middle there. I believe you mentioned that was these were iPhones. Was State's Exhibit 14 a different type of phone?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's a Samsung Galaxy.
I'm going to put up one of these reports that we just identified, State's Exhibit 15. I just want to walk through this. So, sir, there's a screen there next to you. Feel free to draw in there if you think it helps the explanation. But I first want to focus you on this area here that I sort of boxed off. I believe it's entitled Summary. Can you describe just the general nature of the content that is put in the report under Summary?
Yes. So this is going to be input. Some of this is going to be input by the person who generates the report. The very top line is going to give you the Celebrate Physical Analyzer version number. The second line is going to be your report creation date and time. So that's the time that the detective actually generated the report. The third line here is going to be your time zone settings, and that's going to be based off of the phone itself. The next one is going to be the examiner who was using the physical analyzer software. And again, that's user input. So Detective David Lechty, sorry. In user input, again, that's going to be the location of where the extraction occurred. The next line is going to be the case number that the user input. Next is going to be the department. So in this case, it was Westerville Division of Police. Your investigator, again, user input, Detective Lechty would have put Detective S. Grubbs. And then here is your crime type, which was homicide in this case.
If it makes you feel better, I already apologized to Detective Lechty yesterday in case I butchered his name, so I think he's getting used to that by now. Looking next, just generally here for source extraction, I'm going to make a notation here, a little arrow in the middle of that. Can you just identify what we're looking at, or where I've identified?
Yes, that is the identification of the device once it was connected up to the physical analyzer software, the UFED. So it was an iPhone 8 Plus. Also, these top two portions of source extraction, can you identify that as well, please? That's going to be the date and time that the extraction started and when it was completed.
I'm going to flip now to page 3 of 9. And actually, I'm going to start first on page 2 of 9, just to show this is a section labeled device information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now going to page 3 of 9. I'm going to notate here towards the top of the page, MSISDN. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that area of information?
Yeah, that's the mobile subscriber identification number. So it's essentially going to be the phone number to the device.
I'm also going to notate 2 areas towards the top of that page labeled Apple ID. It appears to be on there 2 different places. Can you identify that area as well?
Yes, that's going to be the user accounts that the software identified as being in the device as an Apple ID.
Do you know why there would be maybe more than one Apple ID on a device?
It had been signed into from both of the accounts, and our software or the physical analyzer software is able to identify multiple user accounts.
So I want to flip now to, I'm going to start here on the bottom of page 7 of 9, this area labeled contents. Before we start walking through contents, can you describe to the jury this area of the report and what information generally that entails?
That's going to be the data that we extracted from the device. So it's going to kind of break it out and categorize it for you.
Yes. So fair to say that prior to contents, there's a lot of the background information on the phone, the device, the types of extractions done, and then content then brings in what was actually located on the phone once that extraction was completed?
Yes.
And I want to walk through these because there's a lot of information, but the first one there, activity sensor data. What type of information would be entailed in activity sensor data under contents?
In that one, you're going to see health data. So you're going to see steps taken. If they have a watch with like an Apple Watch or something with the device, you could see heartbeat, things of that nature. It's going to give you, with the steps taken, it's going to give you the number of steps. It's going to give you the area of the steps in meters.
And before we continue, there are 2 columns, one that says included in report and one that says total. Can you identify those for me, please?
Yes. So we do have the ability to go in and make what we refer to as like a condensed report. So it'll tell you the number of artifacts. So in like this case, it's 7,993. The examiner could go in and determine that, say, 300 of those were relevant and the other were not. And you were able to just tag those items, include those in the report. So it would make a much smaller artifact report to go through.
And the extraction report, an example that we're looking at here in States Exhibit 15, can that report be created multiple times?
Yes.
Okay, so perhaps there's maybe a smaller, more condensed report. There could also be a bigger report depending on who's using the software and what they're looking for.
Yes. Like, for example, in our office, we might give you a full report after the extraction's done. Our analysts and detectives would start to go through it. And then we might work on a much smaller report based on the information that they give us. And we pare that down and give that to them later, just because of the amount of time it takes.
Now, we use this first one as an example because we were just talking about it, activity sensor data. It appears there are 7,993 items included in this report. Is that searchable in any way? And if I have this pulled up on my computer, this report, how am I able to do that?
Yes. So For example, in the UFED reader report, you could double click on that activity sensory data and you could look at just that data rather than searching through. So you can search you can do it a couple of different ways. You can search the whole image that we've taken to see if that, whatever it is you're looking for, shows up, or you can look in just this particular artifact. So if you were to, for example, to double click on that activity sensory data, you could search just through that database.
Okay, and would that then bring up a sort of sub-report of just activity sensor data?
Yes.
Okay, so is it the easiest way to think of that is almost like a website link where you click it and then it takes you to that website?
Yes.
What about the next item, aggregated application usage? What types of information would be included in that?
So if you were to launch if you have a smartphone, you were to launch an application on the phone, say Facebook or Snapchat, anything like that, it's going to track that, what usage you were, what apps you were using at a particular time.
I'm going to skip ahead to some of the more, I guess, more known ones, but calendar and call logs. Can you identify what types of items we find in calendar and call logs?
Calendar can have stock items like holidays. You'll see that a lot, Christmas, Halloween, things like that. And then it can also be user data. So if you put in birthdays or you have an event or something that you're attending, so we can also go through that.
And what about call logs?
Call logs is essentially who you're calling, who's calling you.
And again, especially calendar and call logs, these are things that I can pull my phone out and search on my physical phone, correct?
Yes.
But by doing the extraction of this type, you're able to view those items without changing any of the underlying data on the phone. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes. Once we have extracted the data from the phone, we typically don't do anything else with the device itself.
What about chats? This area here, and then it looks like there are some sub items working our way down from there.
Yeah. So chats is exactly chats, but broken down, you'll see it's between like Facebook Messenger. It'll give you the Facebook Messenger ID. On an iPhone, they have what's called iMessages. So that's an Apple device to an Apple device. Native messages, those are going to be your just typical text messages. Say you text someone who has an Android device. You're not going to see that iMessage. You're not going to see that blue bubble. You're going to see the green bubble.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that I believe this like chats area, you could click it and it was like a website link. Does that also work for these sort of sub folders?
Yes, you could search through each one of those individually. So if you knew the two people were communicating with Apple devices, the first place you would likely go is through those iMessages.
And just for purposes of the record, I'm identifying on the screen the chat section and some of the subsections on the screen for the jury.
Yes.
Julia just sent you something on Cash App. She says, "Get yourself a special treat today. Sending peace and love all the way from New York." That's from Julia M. Thank you, Julia. Thank you for that, for Matt.
There's an item a little bit further down, about a third of the way down, device connectivity, and there appear to be 1,173 items. What types of information we find under device connectivity?
If your device is connecting to, like, say, Wi-Fi routers, or it's seeing cell tower IDs, things like that, in the connectivity, you can see that type of information.
And I skipped up here cell towers, but are you able to use cell tower and device connectivity to gather some location data?
Yes.
And also there's a section down here labeled locations as well.
Yes.
What types of information could those items provide?
So if you're looking at the cell towers up there, what that is logging is when the device sees what it thinks is a cell tower, just based on some information that the device receives. So it would be the physical tower itself where it thinks that is. The locations is the more accurate place that we would go to look. So if you're taking photographs and you have like location services enabled, if you're using GPS on like an application, at that point, we'd be able to pull some information from there.
How about turning these things off, man?
And the next item I want to look at is device events. The next one down from under connectivity. Can you describe what types of information would be entailed in device events?
Yes. So your Apple device really tracks like everything that you do. So as far as it's for other connectivity, like if you want to say start a text on your iPhone and you finish it on your iPad and then you read it on like your Mac device, it tracks all of that activity. So in this case, you could potentially see if a device was plugged in, if an application was in the foreground, the background, just any type of device activity. There's just a lot of information. If you're using a particular app at a time, at a specific time, if you move an app from looking at it to go to another app, it tracks that.
You mentioned, so plugging a phone in or unplugging a phone, is that something that would be under device events or something else?
That would be other device events.
What about turning a phone on, turning a phone off? Is that something that's logged and would be in the report here?
Yes, you could see a device turned on, a device unlocked, a device powered off. If the screen just lights up and then goes back off.
Where is that information contained in?
That's going to be in the Knowledge C database. So you would see that under the device events.
Okay. What about if I'm looking at an image or looking at something on my phone, sort of an up and down on my phone, and I turn it sideways to more of that like landscape format? Is
Yes.
that logged in any way?
Yes, you would see if you were in the portrait or the landscape. If a device rotates, it logs all of that.
Just a little bit in the middle there, instant messages. Can you explain, is that different than the messages section that you described earlier?
Yes, that can break down like if you're using, they used to do them all together. The instant messages, they break them out like if you're using WhatsApp and things like that to go back and forth with messages.
There's a section down here labeled notes. Can you identify to the jury what types of information would be in the notes section?
Yes, in the notes
Done.
section, the Apple device
Really quick.
has a
To let you know that this is what they call a prop witness. What is it? He's filler. What are you going to get from this man's testimony, one way or another? Nothing. This guy and the next guy literally say nothing except that there's this 40-minute window that if you believe what this man's saying, there's a 40-minute window. You do know what a prop witness is, right? I mean, I don't have to explain that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's just following a process, isn't it? Yes. That's
Needed
fine.
people. They didn't have anything, so they just. I mean, when you're watching this, when your trial, right, and you're watching this trial, this must mean something, right? They're putting him up there because later on, it's gonna when they connect the dots, it's gonna mean something. That's what.
Yeah.
And you're waiting for something to be said, right, from this man. Nothing is said. No dots were connected. What this man testifies to is not used by the prosecution. He's literally a prop witness. And it's really super obvious once it's over. You're like, oh, that's why they do this, to take up time.
Yeah, unless they wanted to use it, but then probably Diane bashed them back. It was like,
right.
No.
Sets the low softballs to my lawyer who's going to just crank them out of the park when she gets a chance. She doesn't even bother with half of them. She doesn't go into what this guy says because what this guy doesn't say anything. He's like I've been saying over and over, this man testifies for me.
It's just labeled notes. You can go in and write things. You can store photographs there, things of that nature.
A little bit further down now, searched items appears to be on the report. What types of information would we expect to be contained under searched items?
That can be information that was searched on the device. So if you're looking through an application, if you're looking through like a web browser, things of that nature.
Just under that, social media.
That'll break down the different social media accounts, things that were going on with those accounts.
And then I think the last one on this page at the very bottom, web history.
Yes.
What types of information is typically contained in web history?
You'd be able to go through the browser history. So the stock application on an Apple device is the Safari browser, but you can use other browsers as well. So it would break those down.
Now, I believe, let me just ask you this. So in these columns, the columns on the right-hand side, those two columns that we identified earlier, there appear to be some red items under there that I marked that say deleted. Can you explain what the difference would be between this first number and then maybe some of the deleted items that are notated there?
The first number is the total number of artifacts that were recovered. So in this particular case, it was 841. The ones marked in red that say 180, those were 180 items that were recovered that were marked for deletion.
And when you say marked for deletion, what is that?
It had been what you would typically think of as deleted, where the user's not going to see it any longer. The way deletion actually works is we're able to recover it as long as it hasn't been overwritten with new data.
There must be something there.
This one that I marked 180
right?
deleted,
That
does that notate items
question.
that were marked for deletion but were recovered from the extraction?
They're going to use
Yes.
that, right?
And
There must have been something marked for deletion that didn't get deleted. It's a secret thing, right? We all know you just got to delete that file, right? It stays on for like 30 days, then it self deletes. But that's oh my God, that must be something right there. Nope, nothing. They don't use anything this man says to connect any dots whatsoever.
So you're just speaking for the benefit of it, basically.
He's just wasting our fucking time is what he's doing. And he's spending your money. The taxpayers, he's spending it. They just went in and started throwing money around. Woohoo! We got a body. We got a fucking body. Let's just do it. Start calling people. Build a case. It's a racket.
The term ambulance chases comes to mind.
Yeah.
If they can use an ambulance and chase it and get close the case with it, they will. Yeah, you're right.
True. It will.
They don't give a fuck. This guy did pretty good. I thought he's well spoken. He obviously knows about cell phones. He's certified, whatever that means. Yeah, I'm a certified technician who knows how to, okay, you went to what you did. You went to a class, took the class, and then they give you a little piece of paper at the end of it. Now you're a cell phone extraction expert. I'm not saying this guy's anything less than that, but I mean, he's worked with the FBI. That's pretty important. What the fuck did you produce? What do you have to contribute to the prosecution's case? Nothing. Actually, we're so stupid. We're going to put this guy in there, and he's going to prove that the case for the defense. I don't know how to put it. It's just silly.
No, I got you, man. Sorry, I'm making a mess of people's links. I am. I'm making a mess of everyone's links in chat. So forgive me. I'm trying to catch everyone's links and posting it, but I make a mess of it all the time. But anyway, it doesn't matter. No, you got it, mate. You're right. Right. Crazy. It is crazy. Hans is saying here, sometimes prosecutors will use these prop witnesses because they think that the defense might, so they want jurors thinking it was their prosecution witness, not the defense.
I actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was talking to a cop, an actual ex-cop the other day. And apparently is what they did in my case is not unusual. What they'll do is they'll just inundate a case with information as a tactic to make it look at all the time they've spent on prosecuting this guy, building a case. There must be something around. I mean, you take 12 people, you give them 6 days, you just inundate them with all this information. Then they have to go deliberate and figure out what's true and what isn't true. Sometimes that tactic works where you just literally just give them, like in my case, it was 30,000 pages of discovery. You know how much fucking information that is? You're not going to be able to, and you're just a layman. I'm a fucking carpenter who got jury duty, and next thing you know, I'm being manipulated by lawyers.
I'm going to fight Dr. Hines, though.
Huh?
You said ambulance chasers. I take offense to that. I'm offended.
Are you like a DA or something? Are you like a prosecutor or something? Like
no. So I mean, ambulance chasers traditionally are personal injury attorneys. They call them ambulance chasers.
Is that what you do?
I 100% do personal injury, wrongful death, all of those things. I have never chased an ambulance. But
I guess you could say they were chasing crime, right, Doctor? That's what they were doing.
So here's the thing, right?
Yeah, what Matheau said.
There's no crime there, but fuck it, we're gonna find a crime. Because
there are people. Hold on. There are people who 100% chase ambulances. There are slimy attorneys out there, whether it's DAs, criminal defense attorneys. It doesn't matter.
I like that slimy.
There are slimy ones. And then there are those who actually do care about their clients. And I would like to think of myself as one that actually does care about their clients. So just to kind of throw that in there, Dr. Hines.
You seem very nice, Lady Law. So I'll take your word for it.
Sometimes I'm very nice and sometimes I'm not.
You clap?
Have you ever witnessed anything where maybe someone was a little maybe they knew yeah, I'm a DA. I kind of know this guy's innocent, but I'm going to do it anyway. Have you ever seen anything like that?
I haven't ever, because I don't practice that area of law, but
right.
I mean, I've seen it on TV, like watching trials and stuff like that. Like you can tell. You can tell.
Have you ever been in a room with another lawyer who's on the other side of whatever you're on, and you're both kind of yeah, we know what's going on here, but this is just the way it works. I'm going to lie to you. You might lie to me.
Well, I don't think that we lie. I think that it becomes I know that my case is trash. You know that
Right.
you know that
Right.
your case is kind of trash. Where can we meet in the middle?
Right.
And that's what
Right.
that's what you kind of do. Like,
Just to let everybody know, on my YouTube station, there's a video that I made of my attorney, Diane Menaggi, talking about on another podcast that she was interviewed on. It's a great interview, by the way. She knocked 3 cases out of the park in 1 year. I mean, out of the park.
you know,
Murder shit.
you know the strong arguments of your case and the weak arguments of your case, right? And so your job is to play up the strong arguments of your case. So, you know, if I have a case that's like, yeah, this isn't going to work well in my favor, you know those things and you try to counterbalance them, but sometimes you just can't. And so then you have to go, okay, if this goes before a jury, it's not going to work out well, or it's risky, right? So you try to settle those.
According to Diane, before trial, my trial, she was told by the lead detective and the department head, whoever the fuck that is, I'm thinking chief of police, that they had a trash case, and that they knew before my trial that they were going to lose. But you know what?
Really?
They did it anyway. They literally
Wow.
admitted it. My attorney got on a show and admitted that she was like, they were laughing about it. This is just the way it goes.
I don't like that.
No offense to Diane, but Diane did what she did. She knew, and wouldn't that stop you from bringing a case to trial?
I mean, it would me, but I mean, if you're a
slimy fucking lawyer, you're not gonna give a fuck.
If you're a slimy ambulance
You're
chaser,
a
of
slime
course.
fucking DA, slime bag cop. You don't care. You do
Not
it because you're making fucking money
clearly.
regardless.
I mean, you don't look like an ambulance chaser. You don't even look like you chase a rabbit. Like,
I don't run.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. You don't look like you chase anything. You know,
I don't.
I
She's
don't
a
think-
rabbit, though. She's a
I
rabbit.
don't think I'm saying that to
See,
you, Lady Law.
what, Lola
You what?
Bunny? What, Lola
I'm not-
Bunny?
I'm not saying that about Lady Law.
No, I'm not.
That.
I'm not offended. Listen, it takes a lot to offend me. In case no one's noticed,
Good.
like,
I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying you're
I'll
like
just
that.
throw it right back at you, just underhandedly.
If you
Hey,
ever see
listen.
anything, Lady Law, where you have a question, you're like, "Well, that makes him look guilty. I want to know about that." Ask me, and I'll address it if I can.
Listen,
If you can't,
the minute that you said to me, "Hey, I love your background music" in that video that I did. I think
I
that was-
caught on to it.
Yeah, no one else did.
Yeah.
That's when I knew, hey, don't mess with this one. Knows this
This
one
one's
knows
quick.
how to throw down. This one knows.
I was like, I see what you did there. Wait,
I didn't hear anything.
do y'all know what he's
Um,
talking about? So Dr.
No.
Hines did a video
Okay,
giving a
fine.
rundown, and like in the background, he has that music. I don't fuck with you,
You.
you little stupid ass. So I was like, oh, because Dr. Hines has some drama right now, in case you didn't know. So,
It's
and I
done.
still am not 100% on that. I don't know that I want to be, but I listened to his video and I was like, oh, Patty. All right. I like it.
Hey, I went to the university. I got my accreditation. That's why I call myself doctor. It should have been Dr. Pay, but Hines does well.
as well.
So what, Dr. Hines, what do you do?
Oh, what do I do? Well, I'm a business graduate, but I
So
am.
you got your doctorate in business?
No, I actually don't have a doctorate. No, I said,
Oh.
Black Pay, Petty
Yeah.
University.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm a doctorate there.
Gotcha.
Accredited everything. But
I'm the doctor of anything.
I'm not. I'm a doctor of condiments.
Yeah,
You can call that.
that's fine. Ketchup man. I love that. Oh yeah, by the way, Dylan,
Thank you.
just for you,
My
because
merch.
I know you're like, it's football day and we're still here talking.
No, not at all. I love it.
Are you watching it?
I
Are you
promote
watching
my
football in the
merch.
background?
No, I'm not actually. I'm concentrated. No, so Josie's got this. I'm sorry, I'm listening and driving. So Josie's with my mods. I'll be back to helping a few, just listening. Josie, it's all good. I don't expect mods to work on a weekend. I'm modding everything.
I do.
I'm
Get to
doing...
work. What are you doing?
No, that's fine. I don't
Worthless.
expect it. It's all good. Don't have to do anything. So that's why I'm trying to
Gonna skip
get
the football
linked,
game.
get this done, because I'm a hero. Right, let's get back into it then.
Dylan, I need you to liven up. You're killing me, Smalls.
Well, you hey, all right, hey, listen, Gilf. If you gotta mod these motherfuckers, though they're lovely, you gotta get the links, go and make sure everything's right. My internet's played up a little bit, gotta make sure that's right. So, I can't live up. I'm a bit stiff right now. I'm a bit stressed.
That's the
I
way
need to
I
get
like to
everything
be.
right.
Stiff.
I know you want it straight stiff in there. I know. But
you
I'll
gotta-
try and
You got to bring
get
some
floppy a
entertainment,
bit.
my dude. I love you.
Links. I know you do. You cause me stress now. Right, let's get back into this. I'm going to pop off a second because my pizza's about to burn. So I'm going to be back with my pizza in a couple of minutes. I'll be
Go
back.
get your pizza.
I'll go get my pizza.
I'm trying to see
So
if
I were to
OU
click
is.
then or double click search
playing.
items and it pulls up that separate
Yeah.
report. Would that separate report contain both the items that weren't marked for deletion and the items that were marked for deletion?
In this case, yes.
Okay, and would that be notated on those reports whether that item was deleted or not?
Yes, you would be able to go through and see which item was marked for deletion.
I know we're not going through every single line item, but your testimony based on these line items in a general sense, those columns and so forth, does that testimony fit for all the items that we're walking through or not walking through?
Look how bored you look.
Yes.
The last one here I want to focus on is this one here called timeline. It appears to be a pretty large number over here on the right-hand side. Can you explain to the jury what the timeline means?
The timeline is all the artifacts grouped together by date and time. And it'll show you the application usage, the device events, text messages sent, received in a ascending or descending order.
So instead of double clicking one of these and just getting a single item, does timeline sort of congregate a lot of those items together and put them in a linear order?
Yes.
What types of items are generally located in the timeline section?
Pretty much anything you see in the artifacts, it's going to be device usage. So what we typically use timeline for is if we know at a specific date and time that we're looking for, the first thing we'll do is jump into that timeline, start to go through it, filter that time down, and then look at what was going on at the device at that time. So you may see an application come up in the background. You may see a text message sent, a photograph taken, just things like that in the order that it was done.
So does the timeline function in these reports give you or the investigating detective a chance to look at a period of time and see what the phone may have been doing or not doing during that period of time?
Yes.
Or what the user is doing on that phone or a user is doing on that phone during that period of time?
Yes, what was occurring during that specific time frame.
Just since we're here as well, there's an area marked data files and then again, a bunch of
What is that? That's not DiGiorno.
Just
What
pepperoni
brand of
pizza.
What
Oh,
brand?
just fucking some. I have no idea.
Well, what do you
No
have
idea.
in Wales? What kind of pizzas do you have in Wales?
It's a frozen pizza.
No
Bar
shit,
food.
Sherlock. But what brand?
Chicago pizza. Yeah, Chicago something.
Thank you.
I don't know what it's called though.
Why
I've
was
also
that
had
hard?
a delivery. I've had delivery. So.
Lord, ease up, man.
Wait, you're doing
Oh
an
no, she's fine.
unboxing? You're doing an unboxing?
Unboxing, yeah.
Huh?
Unboxing.
Oh, let's get it
Unboxing.
on. Okay, I see you.
Wait, what jersey is that?
Oh God,
Aaron
you got to
Rodgers.
tell Aaron Rodgers.
Is that
I like
wait,
Aaron Rodgers.
I know you
I
do.
got it for 20 quid.
How much is
About
20?
$30.
How much is $30?
15? Yeah.
That's stupid.
The fucking deal right there.
Is
It
it?
is brand
I
new.
guess they're usually.
30
Brand
quid
new.
for a jersey?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're
Brand
right.
new.
He said
Brand
30 quid for a
absolutely.
jersey.
What's
Yeah,
a quid?
brand new.
Yeah, quid. How many
That
quids are in a
$40.
dollar?
Yeah, how many quid?
It changes all the time. No idea.
Is it like 91p or something like that?
Yeah,
Something
I
like
know.
I don't know.
My name is Dylan. Fucking Aaron.
Dylan.
20 squid. Right. Sorry. Here we go.
That's a lot of just data. The two most important ones that we typically get into, the three most important ones are the databases, the images, and the videos.
And again, all these items under content that we've described are searchable either by those specific functions or in the timeline situation, kind of putting all those together.
Yes.
Or most of those together.
Yes.
Why does Dylan look so much like smaller in his picture? His head doesn't fill it up.
Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions at this time.
Cross, please. No questions? All right. You folks have any questions? Feel free to write them down. All right, we have some.
Get him off the stand. Dr. Hines, it's just you and me.
Oh, let's turn down the lights.
Turn down the light. Turn down the bed. Turn down these voices.
Oh, you can sing.
Inside my head. Not well.
It's better than some. It's better than some that I've come to her that think that they've actually got something. I'm like, I'm not gonna play your song.
Like when Dylan sings, that's how I feel. I love it the first like 15 seconds, and then I'm like, that's enough. I know he's listening. He just can't do anything about it because his mouth is full.
Is he choking? I bet he's choking.
Earlier, Matt was choking,
Yeah.
like literally choking. I thought he was going to die.
You heard
before I
that?
got off the screen. Yeah, I did. And Dylan put you on silence. I was like, what if he like aspirates and literally kills over on the stream? And
You could have called the well check in. Get the cops up here.
well, I mean, I don't really know where you're at. Somewhere by the Golden Nugget, but I don't know where.
Four Queens. Four Queens.
The Four Queens. I'd be like, somebody at the Four Queens is choking, but I have no clue where he is. Send help.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Lady Law, where do you practice? Where's your law license?
I'm in Oklahoma. I usually don't say that because there's so many trolls.
Is there any way that a lawyer from one state could practice in another state, or like represent you? It has to be a lawyer from that state, or
So I could theoretically, if I wanted to, I could practice in every state.
okay.
Like I just, well, every state that
Do lawyers
has,
do you have to get like a
the
license from each state,
have to
or
be-
does it?
you have to be granted like permission to practice there, and so each state has like their own rules and
Right.
guidelines and stuff. But
Right.
I could practice in, I think there's, I think all but like 4 states that I could practice in.
Do you want to go after some of the people that I want to go after?
I don't know. Who
No,
do you want to
right.
go after?
I want to go after the Westerville Police Department for slander. They're still lying about me they lied about me on the Dateline episode. I can show you where and why. It's really not that hard. I think we
Oh,
can go after the
yeah.
people. There's a story about them stealing my home in civil court. They dragged me into civil court, and
What they
I
drug
have
you into
lawyers
civil
that
court for?
there was they stole my house. Basically, they said that the will. Emily left me everything in a will, and then when I got charged with murder, they said, "Well, he shouldn't be allowed to get that." So they dragged me to civil
But
court.
then you were-
If you can answer them, please do.
But then
They
you
got
were
it on. They got it on.
acquitted.
It worked. We're settling right now, and with her estate, they got everything.
Are
pretty
the
much.
records extracted or collected on the
Huh,
iPhone
well,
saved
we'll have to
anywhere
talk off
else?
stream. That's
In other words,
interesting.
if the phone is destroyed, say burned,
Yep.
would there be
And
any
I've
way
been
to
reaching
retrieve
out for a
information?
lawyer. I've talked to several lawyers, and
So 2 different ways, if I'm understanding the
I can't
question
hear
correctly,
you.
is we can
I know
pull
what's
data from
happening.
third parties, so cell phone carriers, we can go to Apple itself.
Are you on mute?
Individual specific applications.
No,
say if we have
can you
a
hear me?
Snapchat account.
Yeah,
or,
right
now I can.
We're able to identify any of
we'll
those
talk
accounts.
later. It's really
If a
interesting
phone
because the
is
civil
damaged,
part of
it
my
depends
case,
on
the
the
lawyer
actual amount
part
of
is
damage. We
way
have
more
people who
interesting
can
than this
repair those.
stuff.
For
Yeah,
example, I have a
seems like it.
phone that we were currently extracting data from that has a bullet hole through it. So it is possible, but it
Sounds
depends on the level of damage to get.
Well,
it
you
from
just
the
heard this
device.
guy's testimony. What did you get from it?
If someone takes out a SIM card.
I was
and
really
puts in
bored and I
another,
kind of zoned out, to be
does the
honest.
info on the phone
You're
go with the
waiting
SIM
for it
card?
to be
Is it
made
then
relevant.
lost if
What he
another
said,
SIM
right?
card is in its
I mean,
place?
that's what you're left with.
Yeah.
With that information, we would be able to track through the phone itself and through the cell phone carrier that SIM card exchange. There's identification numbers on the card, what's called an ICC ID and an MZ number, an IMSI number. We would see that change in the device.
I like his
track.
tie. It's a
Yeah,
sharp
it's a pretty
suit.
sharp
Will
tie.
the
I'll
web
give him
history
that.
include incognito mode?
It's
Yes.
ambiguous
search
on
items
what
include
way he leans
incognito
politically, right?
Yes.
It's a little bit left, a
Were the
little
items
bit right.
Meh.
You don't really know where he ends.
Middle
He's
of the
right
road.
in the middle.
Yeah.
numbered for deletion?
You can tell a lot from a man's tie.
Mainly deleted by the user. by
You
the
really
user.
can, like
I'm
whether
not
they
sure
have
I
a
can read the question.
personality or
I'm
not.
sorry.
I
Were the
think he
items numbered
has.
for deletion
I think
think
he has a personality.
mainly
I
deleted by
think so.
user or automatic?
I mean, at
Yep.
least it's
It
not
would
like,
depend.
at least
We would
it's
have
not
to
like
go
this
in and
great,
then look
like,
at that deletion and see what.
I need
because
Dylan
there
to
are
call it
things
real
that,
quick.
He doesn't really
for
have a
applications,
cop
for example,
haircut.
where they will just
You know,
automatically
like the
delete
typical
something, or you could have your text
cop
messages
haircut.
set up
It's a little
to
bit
delete
better,
that with an
I think.
iPhone after a
Yeah.
certain amount of time. So while that may not be user activity going in and manually deleting something, it would be the device, the system doing it.
And will the timeline
Give it
list
a shot to a
items
slide
in
with
the,
Aaron Hack.
list the items in the time zone of the phone at the time of the extraction?
Yes, we have ways that we can go in and look at that and ensure.
I like the
that
way
it's
he looks
correct
at the
time zone,
judge,
At least the time zone that was on. the
And then
device.
when he's asked the question, he'll turn and he'll address the
They-
jury.
Thank you.
Right?
That
Yeah,
raises
they
any
teach-
questions for
they-
the city.
They teach you to do that.
Well, I think you say one
They-
question.
they
you always
coach
do
you, I'm
more than
sure.
one.
That's fine, as many as you
Yeah.
want.
If you're Amber Heard, it was, she shouldn't have done that.
I don't know.
You mean she's
That's,
done it
that's
too
Johnny
much?
Depp, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, she done it too much.
if you're making the jury uncomfortable, you should stop. But as
ASAP.
like, as a expert or somebody testifying like that, they tell you, you know, to address the jury. You know,
The
It just helps
the
build
police from the
rapport.
Westfield Police Department, they're so obvious with it. I mean, it's really, they're not good actors. They're horrible, right? So they're so super nervous, and they're like, and then they'll get asked the question, and then they turn to the jury, and it's like comical. This guy's pretty good at it, though. I give this guy a B.
I mean, we should just rate the witnesses.
There's a question for you from Julia. Well, Matt, did you grow up at upstate New York? Just read something on. Yeah, he did. Where did you come from, Matt?
Utica.
Here we are. He's a giant supporter. Well, he used to
What's
be.
his, all right, cool. Utica. They know where Utica is.
Here we
Utica,
are.
Utica, New York.
Right, I posted everyone's links now, I think, and your cash
Thank
app.
you.
If you want to support the channel, you can follow this channel by become a member, or there's PayPal link or merchandise link there for you to look at.
To
there
let
you go.
you know,
So you
Dylan,
talked about the.
I joined your I subscribe to you,
I know.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we start supporting these types of podcasts as credible sources of information. It's a transitional period right now with news, right? You
Right.
can't
Yeah.
really. Where do you
Thank you,
go?
mate.
I think it's really super important that people start supporting people like you. Find some people
Yeah,
you trust, and
appreciate
then
it.
network, and then start giving these guys their because it's work. What you do is work.
Yeah, no, appreciate you. I know you're a member of the Tackle Club. I know. You get you on Discord, Jonathan. Now, Jonathan, your mission is to get Matt into Discord.
SIM card and a couple of the numbers that would log whether SIM cards were moved.
Yes.
Is the easiest way to think of that like a VIN number on a car?
Yes, the ICC ID number is essentially the serial number of that card. It's the one, if you've ever seen a SIM card, that's typically printed on the outside. The IMSI number is internal. It's on the SIM memory.
Rochester, New York.
We can get that from the
Lake Cole.
carrier.
There we are, Matt. There you are. Read that,
What's
Matt. Read that on the screen. No way. Grew up in Rochester, New York. I've Lake Cole on Canna something Lake. Lots of friends in Utica.
Oh, cool. It's upstate New York. It's
Here we
nice
are.
up there. Good people,
Here we are.
solid people.
Solid people.
Nothing further.
Any questions from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one. You used.
That's why I didn't show with Jonathan.
User activity, and I've heard you use usage before. I just wanted for the jury to make sure that that I'm understanding. User activity, would you agree with me, excludes data that may not be the exclusive result of human interaction with the device?
Yes.
So let me give you, for instance, so if user activity excludes activities such as answered calls, read chats, that kind of thing. Does that make sense? User activity is when I'm really interfacing with my phone.
Yes,
Okay. And then there's usage, which is a different terminology. Is that correct?
yes.
And how is usage defined?
They can be both. It would show usage if you're using like the application at the time, but there can be things that applications can update. They can send you notifications, stuff like that, and you could see that would be listed as usage. That that application is being used at that time. I guess at that time it's active.
And so kind of the larger umbrella is usage, but user activity is when I'm interfacing with the phone.
Yes, and that's where the timeline would be really important because you would want to look at the before and after of what's going on to determine if it's user activity or if it's just the application or whatever, doing something it's supposed to do.
Buffalo Bills.
You can sit down. Go ahead, next one.
Buffalo Bills, is it? Grubs. We got Grubs.
Grubs
Alright,
is coming?
before we start.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
it?
get ready, folks. This is it. This is the one.
All right.
This
Before we
guy?
get into this, good day. Hello, Ghost Street. So, lay some foundation to us who this guy is and everything without, go Bills. Leave it some foundation who this guy is.
Go Bills. Go Bills.
I love that you said lay some foundation.
Yeah.
Th-
Look at your shoulder to shoulder as well. Look at you.
Huh?
Do you want me to? Do you talking? I
Ladies-
don't know who's talking to who. I'm
Oh,
confused.
Lady
should I-
goes shoulder to shoulder.
Should I
You
fix
slut.
it?
It's nice.
It's a-
no, it's
it's a-
nice.
Off the shoulder shirt. It was my Sandy
Yeah,
shirt.
it's
I was
nice.
bad Sandy for Halloween.
Look who
And
you
so
did
this
to the
is my-
show.
My bad Sandy shirt.
Hey,
I
this
see
is
what
nice.
you're
Good, let's
What
get
happened?
the lads in. It's fine. It's fine. You keep doing that. You keep doing the slutty stuff to bring the guys in. I love it,
Funny
Eagle.
stuff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where am I right now?
I love it.
Who are
Right.
we talking about? I forget.
Right.
He's
we
talking
are
about my
Grubs.
bare shoulder. What a weirdo.
On your lips. Anyway, so here we go. Matt, give us a foundation then of. I
This
have
is
to get it
lead
back
detective
sometime.
Stephen Grubbs.
Yes,
He's been
let's
a
go.
detective for 2.5 years at this point in Westerville, Ohio. Before that, he'll let you know. One of the things he did was he fish hooked pedophiles
be-
off the internet. I thought you were waving at me. I'm sorry.
No, Mikey
He was
B,
like
Mikey
a
B,
child
yeah,
predator
sorry.
guy down in Columbus. He got promoted to detective Westerville, and this is his first homicide case. This is the prosecution's main witness.
Yeah. So we
He
get to
got the
see a
case.
little bit of him.
On Tuesday, showed up at my house and went with murder with no evidence of any foul play anywhere. Within, I don't know how long, maybe a day after they gave it the case, he had a warrant. He went through my home. He dragged me down to the police station in the back of a marked car, gave me a lie detector test, told me I failed it, and accused me of murdering Emily, which basically alienated me from ever talking to that man ever again, in a case where if he didn't say anything to me, I would have been talking to him every day. This man is dangerously stupid, and you're about to find out why. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I've been waiting for this.
Fun.
Steve-O.
You're excited.
He'll watch. He's watching. Fuck him. Is that enough foundation? I don't know. This is the lead detective.
It is. You're gonna have plenty to say as we start with him, so it's fine. Just give a shout out, Matt. You were on Mighty Meats, as you say, podcast by his channel the other last week. So this is a link for Mighty Meats channel.
It's a husband and wife team, and the gentleman that's the husband is a ex law enforcement, so he's a lot of great place to get information about how slimy cops are.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's Mighty Meat, but unless I got confused, is it? This is about 2 weeks ago now.
It's a husband and wife team. I think that's the name of their page. Is Mighty Meat, I think.
Oh, there we are. I didn't know that. So there we are, Mighty Meat. Go to his page, have a look at his series, and you've got basically Matt's interview with Mighty Meat. Sorry, I didn't understand that. Matt, at this point of interaction with Grubbs, did you feel you were under arrest?
No.
No, yeah, right. Okay, Detroit Lions. Okay, yeah, I do like Detroit Lions. Bills. We got everybody. Vikings. Subbed Mighty Meat. Thank you, Right, let's get into it. So we're gonna watch a little bit today up until we got another 2 hours today for this,
Jesus.
and then. Well, I mean, we've only done an hour, so and we're 3 hours 20 in. So
Here, do
here
you
we
want
are.
to see? Let me show you a picture right quick of my bad Sandy stuff. Hold on. How do I do this?
It's about Sandy stuff.
Yeah, I was Bad Sandy for Halloween. That's why I have this shirt on.
Oh, hello.
You
Yeah.
know who Bad Sandy is? From
No,
Greece?
but I can't wait to see it. I can't wait. Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it
I
up.
can't wait to see it now. Mighty Me, you're on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, follow me on Twitter, Dylan12D. If you fancy coming on one Saturday to join us, you're more than welcome to. So there's an open invite for you to come on Saturday to join myself, Ainsley, Matt, and Sally if you want to come in. It doesn't have to be next week. Choose a Saturday you want to come in, and it'd be nice to chat with you because you're covering it anyway. But yeah, send me a message on Twitter, Dylan12, so DYLAN 12D. Right.
How do I send this? I'm gonna send it to you in
Happy days. Right, so you send it to me, and I'll
I'm gonna
play
send it
this
to you
then,
yeah, go for it.
and I can look at it first, and then yeah.
Don't put it in your spank bank, Dylan. That's weird.
Well, enough of that anyway. Fine.
So inappropriate. Sorry.
Well, it is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
It's Detective Stephen Grubbs, Grubbs.
And what is your current occupation, sir?
I am a detective for the Westerville Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective?
Been a detective almost 5 years.
And did you have prior law enforcement experience before becoming a detective?
I did.
And can you walk us through that a little bit, please?
So I received my bachelor's of criminal justice from Tiffin University. Later went on to receive my
He's
master's
boring.
of criminal justice from Michigan State University.
Yeah, he's boring.
I'm going to
That's
play
high.
it at 1.25. Yeah,
That's high.
I'm going to play at 1.25 whilst he's going through all of his.
I'm going to be
educational
stopping you a
background, stuff like that.
bunch.
No, that's fine. But it's educational stuff he's doing first and stuff. We'll go
He's
through
gonna
that, and
tell
then
you that what he did is he worked in a special unit in Columbus, and what they do is they go online and they talk to pedophiles and get them all riled up, and then they go meet them somewhere and they arrest them, which basically is, no, I'm not trying to protect pedophiles in any type of way. What this man does, which is foreshadowing, is he creates crime, and then he arrests the people that do that. Right? This is what this dude's. He tells you that's his spiel as a cop. Is it? He creates crime, and that's what he did in my case too.
Yeah.
So,
but what I'm trying to say, we'll do a 1.25 for a bit, jump in obviously, but then when we get to his actual testimony, we'll slow it down to 1.
all right.
So you know.
I was hired by the Westerville Police Department October of 2000. After becoming certified as a peace officer, I worked essentially patrol and as a training officer for other newer officers from essentially February 2001 until I was injured on duty in 2006. While I was injured and rehabbing and everything else, as in my light duty status, they essentially, if you remember when the To Catch a Predator stuff and all that was going on, all the online chatting and activity and stuff, while I was on light duty, they had me start chatting with guys
You're
online.
still on light duty,
ultimately
Grubbs.
trying to find, posing as a underage female and trying to find
He
guys
got to
online
sit
looking
around
to
and watch child porn all day. Straight up. and
Whoa.
meet.
Was there a
That's what I want to do all day
organization
with
that
my
you work
act
with?
as a cop.
At that
Kids
time,
around
no,
with child
as
porn.
just out of a light duty status. Ultimately came back full duty as a police officer. And then in 2009, I was one of the initial members of the Franklin County Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
That's a
And
crappy
since
job.
then, I had served essentially a dual purpose. I would spend part of my week working as a uniform patrol officer and part of my week with the ICAC task force.
I told you he's boring. I could tell by his
How
tie.
long did you do that?
That's what I was gonna say.
Basically had that joint role from
Sounds like a
2009
JC
until I
Penney
became
special.
a full-time detective
Dylan, check
in
your
late
DMs.
2017.
Like it's so standard. Like this is your
Wow.
starter
Wow,
tie.
that's
This is what your
very
dad
small.
gets you. Yeah, this is what your dad or like mom gets you for the first time. You know.
Yes, I agree. You see how thin it is compared to that attorney's tie?
Yep.
Hang on, guys. I'm just going to do this, and then I will get it on. I mean, I'm not getting it on, but I mean, let's get it on with Lady Law here for a second. Share screen.
You can't see my shoes, but I had on red heels.
You can see him. There she is. Right, hang on. Can
That wig
Oh,
was something else.
I can't zoom in on it. But that's, yeah, you can
You
see
don't need
it.
to zoom in.
That wig, though. No, that's fine. That
That
wig,
was
though.
bad,
What the
bad
hell's that?
Sandy.
Jesus.
Good times. Halloween.
well-
It was a good time.
Was it this year?
Yeah, it was just like last week. Well, the
Oh, okay.
31st. So
That's fine. That's good. I like those. I'll put that in. I'll save that one. Right. That's
of
gone in
course
there.
you will.
Spank bang.
Creepy.
Lady Law. As this. Lady Law equals Queen Gilf. Right.
Thanks, Julia.
Start come. No,
Are you
present.
actually a gilf?
I really
She
am.
is,
I
yeah.
have a my grandson will be he's almost 6. He'll be 6 in December. And then I have
No
a
way.
3-year-old granddaughter and I have a 6-week-old granddaughter.
You look way too young for that, man.
Thanks. I started when I was 16, so that's what
Okay.
happens. Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, spread it out. Right. Very nice.
I hate you, Welshman. Go back to your sheeps. Go back to your sheep.
You know what? That's probably why I love Dylan, because he's so inappropriate and I enjoy all of that.
Same
I
here.
grew up
Not
I grew up
everyone
with-
does, though. Not everyone does. So I
I-
need to rein you in a little bit.
I grew up with
Right, here
brothers,
we go.
so you get
Yeah.
used to it.
Attention back to May 26th of 2020. Were you working as a detective that day?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember about how your day began?
Typically, how the day begins is we receive a briefing sheet, kind of a rundown of reports that the department has taken from the previous day. It's broken down by each shift and the type of report. It gives the report number and just usually like a 1 or 2 sentence synopsis as to what the report was about. Like if your, say, Officer Jones had gone out and taken a theft report from a car that had been broken into, it'd say, car broken into overnight, iPad stolen. Just as a thumbnail version as to what the reports were. So my day generally starts out by reviewing the reports taken from the previous day.
And did you see a report relating to a missing 52-year-old woman?
I did.
And what did you do when you saw that?
As that part of that thumbnail provides the report number itself, so I can then go into the system and actually pull up the report and read all the details that the patrol officer had taken. The exact location, what the narrative was, the dates and times, anything relevant to the report itself, I'm able to read it.
After you read the initial information, what did you do next?
Actually, tracked down my Detective Sergeant Alloway and requested if I could
Track him
be assigned
down.
this missing person report for investigation.
Track him down. That
Did,
big old police
then
department.
Sergeant Alloway assign that case to you?
Yes, sir, he did.
Can you describe for the jury what it means to be to have an investigation assigned to you?
To have it assigned to you, essentially, that case is your baby. You're responsible
His
for it.
baby.
You can reach out and ask others for
His
help
baby.
if you need it.
He just had a
Generally, most
baby.
cases, you can usually work
very
by yourself
exciting.
or with 1 or 2 other people. Of course, the good thing about our detective bureau is if we need something, we're there for each other. So if I need 5 other guys to help with things, I can do it. So essentially, at that point, you almost become a quarterback at that point where
Quarterback.
you can't do everything on your own. You need
He's the
some of your
quarterback.
teammates to help you investigate a case.
Boy,
and
are
were
we
you
just
the
safer for
lead
having
investigator
guys
in
like
this?
him around? Man. He's the quarterback,
slow
and
it
my
down.
case is his baby.
So we slow it down. Okay. Question. I don't know this. Isn't Grubbs like a total newbie in the police investigation world?
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. This is his first murder investigation. He's only been a
Yeah.
detective for 2.5 years, and he's been a detective in a place where there's no crime.
Yeah.
This guy is a fucking rookie. You couldn't get any more of a rookie than this guy.
Matt's coming in hot with commentary now. People are loving it. Yes.
Investigation here.
Yes, sir.
With respect to my colleague, I want to skip forward a little bit towards the end of this investigation.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive a call on September 16th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was that call that you received?
It was a call from Detective Sergeant Alloway notifying me that a body had been located in the woods.
And did you respond to that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
Generally speaking, where was that?
It was essentially northeast
months
of
later?
county line and crossings in west.
Sorry.
How many months later? Like from when she was missing to when they found her?
Yes. It was
Ooh, Iron Man.
It was
Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, it was. I forget. It was months and months later. It was over.
Okay.
It was almost 4 months later that they
Oh, wow.
found her. You wait until you find out where they found her.
I think I've heard well,
I just
continue
posted
on.
a picture on Emily's site. If you go to my Facebook page, you'll have access to all this. We went outside and took pictures out in front of the condo. You can see the house from our condo, the row of houses that she was found behind. Maybe
And didn't they
250
search
yards
that
away.
area?
Maybe? Pardon me.
Didn't they search that area?
There's they said they did.
Oh,
They
okay.
told everybody they did,
Wow.
but apparently they didn't. So
Wow.
they're
Okay.
either
I'm gonna go
lying
look.
or they're incompetent. You pick. Doesn't really matter to me. They're stupid or they're incompetent. I don't know. Or they're lying. Yeah.
What's the name?
They
What's
were
the name of the Facebook page?
They were super.
I'll get it for now. I'll post it.
Okay.
I'll post it.
I'm if you follow me on Facebook, I mean that's the only thing I'm really familiar with as far as in like social media. I'll be posting personal stuff on there all the time that adds to this. Because if you were personally involved in this, there's so much more that was going on that you just don't know about. If you went by what the media and the crops were feeding you, you're not going to get. Obviously, everybody thought I was guilty until they brought it to trial, and then it all started to, this thing started to happen. I was just on Dateline last month. You won't believe what that did for me. I mean,
I'm glad it helped.
It really, really did. I mean, because they and Dateline's kind of a pro-establishment, right? I would consider them pro-establishment as far as they don't throw the cops under the bus very often. They threw the cops under the bus in this one in their own way, But you can't tell my story truthfully without seeing this man as a buffoon. I mean, he's just too inexperienced, and they give guys like him way too much power. He's a child. How old do you think this guy is?
Oh, he looks like he's in his 40s.
You think he's
in his 40s?
Say that.
Yeah, at least.
He looks like a kid to me. Like when he talks, he just reminds me of a kid for some reason. I don't know.
Well, just by looking at him, he looks late 30s, probably early 40s, because I don't see any gray or anything. Oops.
Well,
but we'll see how I feel when he talks.
There's a question here by Julia. It's important. Matt, in fairness, has covered this question, and he's happy to answer any question, Julia. But he has covered this question previously, but I'm sure he'll cover it again now. But there's no tough questions for Matt. He'll answer anything. I know we've covered it, Matt, but you could give a synopsis here of what's the reason you didn't want to go searching in the woods for M? Was it because of the past with his son's loss, etc.? Right.
I'm not going to say that wasn't part of it, but I was focused in on trying to find her. Was it always something that was running in the back of my head that she could have went and killed herself? She was hanging in the woods, I guess, but I just didn't want to think about that because there wasn't any evidence. I just wanted her to come home. She was seen outside front of my house on Monday morning. When I heard that, suicide kind of went away. I mean, she just got in a car and took off somewhere. This isn't as bad as everybody's making it out to be. So I really tried to remain positive. Where they found her is not any place where you walk. It's off trail. We never went off trail. And it's not even it wasn't even really in the woods. The area that she was found is just off an area that's so well traveled. There's people everywhere. It's, you know, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but you got to understand right where they found her, around the woods that she was found in, is so traveled that there wasn't any reason to think that she was there. Why didn't I go in the woods? Because I didn't think she was in there. I don't think anybody thought she was in the woods. There wasn't any reason to go in the woods to commit suicide. I mean, you would think that the police would figure something like that out, right? I didn't want to deal with it mentally. My son just killed himself. My wife was definitely suicidal. Did I want to think about going in the woods and looking for her? No.
Well, I don't think I'd want to be the one to find her. If, you know what I mean? You don't want to find that.
Right. I was searching for a body, or I was searching for a live person right from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't any evidence that anything happened to her. So I was like, okay, they got her scent on Tuesday, the dogs, and brought them to a driveway just north, and they lost the scent in the middle of the driveway. That meant to me that she had gotten in the car and left. Then the dogs went all around my condo, all around. How far is she going to walk to go kill herself without being seen on Monday afternoon or late morning? It was as if she just literally disappeared. So as far as in why didn't I go into the woods where she was found, I never would have thought she would have been there in a million years. Plus, I brought the cops there, and I said, are you guys going to go in there and look? And they're like, yeah, we're going to go in there and look. And then they came out and told everybody that they did look in there 3 different times and with dogs.
Had she ever taken...
Why did those women... It's a complete mystery. Why did those women even go in there?
Had she even ever taken off before, like, and just went MIA?
No, never.
Okay.
She was really practical. Normal as normal could be. Not a bit flaky when she would get drunk, but I mean, it wasn't like, this was really super uncharacteristic of her to do what she did. And I was crossing my fingers, hoping that she didn't kill herself. If you know anybody, I mean, it was a lot for me to handle because I knew if you read my book, it's in my book. It's so emotional.
How do people get your book? How do people get your book?
It's all.
I'll plug it. I'll put the link. I'll put the links in. It's in the description box, guys.
It's really
for his links.
Personal about our personal life, what actually went on, and it was when I was told the morning, the afternoon that they came and they started to search, and the Hollis went across the street and came back and said, hey, we have some information. Your neighbor across the street saw Emily this morning between 9 and 10 outside your condo. Right then, suicide. Where's she gonna go? It was a good thing. She was alive. She just went somewhere. She went somewhere. And so.
And how long was she gone before the cops were called?
It depends on when you think she left. I'm going to say she left. I would be guessing. I don't want to guess like everybody else.
Well, I mean,
is there proof that? No, it was the same. It was the same day. I got up. Okay. I don't know. At some point, a lot of people contribute me on Ambien. I had sleep issues because I had depression because of my son. When you take Ambien, you really get scatterbrained about when you sleep, when you don't sleep. You know what I mean? Kind of weird. So I don't know exactly when I woke up and got up, whatever that was. She just wasn't there, which wasn't like that far out of the norm. She was always doing something. Eventually, she just didn't come home. Then it got weird. Yeah. When did things start getting weird? 1, 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Where the fuck are you? Where did you go? Finally, I called a friend. I was calling friends. I posted on Facebook, hey, does anybody know where Emily is? Blah, blah, blah. And I called a friend of hers, and it was like 5 or 6. Her good friend Celeste, and Celeste was like, you need to call the police. Before that, I never even dreamed of calling the police. For what? Everything's fine, right? This couldn't be happening. Right. Another one of my loved ones. There's no way this could be happening again. No way, right? Well, you got to call police, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into when I called police. And that's what my thing is now, is letting people know. You better be really careful when you call police for anything. I called them because I need help. Literally. I mean,
that's who you're supposed to call when you need help.
You call cops, man.
You're supposed to be able to trust that you're going to get help.
What you get. They give a rookie cop with a gun and a bunch of power. Figure this out. What happened? Within 24 hours, I murdered my wife. No doubt about it. Why do you think that? You'd have to ask Grubbs. They had a meeting on Wednesday, the day they served the warrant. Alloway goes into it in his testimony, which was before this. He says, at that point, the only thing out of everything that they could have brought up at trial to say about why they wanted to see me as a murderer was that Emily made a fucking dentist appointment that she missed. That was the biggest thing that they could come up with, was that Emily made a dentist appointment that she missed. Why would she, if she was suicidal, why would she do something like that?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't make it up. That's how fucking dense these people are. He thought murder right from the get-go based on no evidence. You know why there was no evidence? Because I didn't murder anybody. And literally, they missed her when they came in with the dog. They had a cadaver dog on Wednesday. Within 48 hours, with no evidence of any foul play, they had cadaver dogs on scene looking for a body. They were looking for a body from day one. They weren't there to solve anything. They were there to close a case. And this dude, they give it to this guy. And he's like, it's a murder. Why not? What's going to happen to us if it isn't a murder? What's going to happen? Nothing happens to them.
Yeah.
Are they going to lose their job, or do they lose their pension? What happens if all of a sudden everybody's going to change their mind and not pay their taxes and police? No, nothing happens to them. They still believe police. They just believe them.
Right.
It's nothing for these dudes to do what they do to us. Nothing. They're trained to do what they do to us.
Fine. Thanks for that, Matt. And I've just posted a link to the playlist where Matt's done his interview, and a lot of this, he's answered a lot of questions, and he's prepared to answer or repeat the questions. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, Julie. I answered that question maybe a bit hastily. You don't have to apologise for getting Matt to repeat himself. He's happy to repeat it. I'm just saying
any
that
question that anyone can think of that has made them think that I'm guilty, ask it and I'll answer it.
Let's go away. There's the link there as well for those that the past, I think 6 episodes or whatever it is are in there. Take a look, and Matt's got a lot of stuff in there already. But as I say, don't worry if you repeat questions. It's all fine. We want you to get out of this what you need to get out of it. Right. Here we go. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I know. So the playlist is there. Right. Let's get through this. Grubsy.
Mr. Bill. You've been here and seen the map a lot of times.
Yes, sir.
What's the nearest road along those woods?
County Line Road.
So I got to stop you a second. This is funny to me. Mighty Meat says never trust the police ever, but he used to work as a policeman. Am I right?
That's
He's an ex-law
something.
enforcement agent.
Why is he
Yeah,
ex?
so
The husband. I don't know if that might be his wife that's saying that. I don't know. They're good people.
Yeah, so if Mighty Meat's saying that says something. Do you know what I mean?
I was
Where did
on
Mighty
their show. They interviewed me, and it was a really, really good interview because he does have that perception. He gets what tunnel vision is. He understands that when they investigate something, they have to, as investigators, take in everything, and then they have to put in like police notes. They have to present it into the discovery, so it's there, but they just don't pay attention to it.
Well, that's kind of what I said earlier. Yeah, like you form this bias, and you just am
I wrong in saying that they're trained to be like that? It's in their training, right?
Well, I don't know that it's. I mean, I'm not a law enforcement officer, so I'm not sure on that. But I would think that they are trained to follow the evidence. But do I think that they can decide what is evidence?
What they've done is they because when they say get tunnel vision on this on your perp on your target, because if you don't, just like defense attorneys, they get laser focused on their perception. It happens to law enforcement too. They don't allow anything else to come in because it fucks up their thing, which is so precise. You know what I mean? Sort of.
I think that's human nature too.
So
Well,
thanks,
like this
Julia,
guy
for
just
being here
told
as well.
you, he's the quarterback, and he considers this case his baby.
Yeah.
That's what a case that he knows prior to going to trial. Told my lawyer that they have a shit case. They have a shit case. He knows he's going to lose, but he's going to go up on trial and tell everybody that this is his baby and he's the quarterback of it. You can put what you want into shit like that, but these people don't care about innocence or guilt. This is his job. Well, you think he's going to go up there and be really honest with you and say, "Hey, man, we have a shit case against this guy." So no evidence against them. You have to look at it like that. It's a game. It's a literal game for these people.
I wish they'd get up there and just say like, "Hey, I'm just going to be honest." Because I mean, if you're just honest, the facts are what they are. The evidence is what it is, and you just present it, you know?
And that's what I really respect about your profession is I think law that was created like way back, right? It's so well thought out, the law. It's to make the truth come out, right? So there's these rules and everything, and it's all based on making the truth come to light, or the not truth to go away, right? And it's a beautiful thing. I saw it work, like in front of me. I'm like,
you were lucky.
Touching.
I mean, you were lucky.
Yeah.
It doesn't always happen that way.
Right. And it does, but I mean that's what law is for. And you have an attorney like Diane, who that's what she's trained to do. I mean, if she has the right on the truth on her side, I mean, she's gonna win. I don't see it. She just took it.
Was she court appointed, or did you?
No, I paid for all that.
Private counsel?
I paid her bills. Yeah, I paid that.
Gotcha.
I happily paid it.
But it was
I
worth
gave
it.
her
It sounds
more.
like.
If I had more, I would have gave her more.
Yeah.
Money means nothing when you're looking at life in prison.
That's true.
That's true.
And they take a little bit advantage of that, but whatever.
So go and follow Mighty Meat there, and we follow each other, so he will be on here one of the Saturdays coming up. I would get
He's a
his
good dude.
insight.
He's a real good dude, and he's an ex-cop. So, he's just. It's a priceless a source of information, right? If you're going to be exposing cops for being cops.
Yeah. Right.
How did you go into the woods when you got there?
I had parked my vehicle actually on county line. There were numerous emergency vehicles lined up at that point, and parked and tracked down Lieutenant Dickinson, who was one of the on-scene supervisors at that point, and had made my way in from County Line Road and the sidewalk north through into the wooded area.
Did you take photographs
grab a
of the
coffee.
scene when you responded?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you aware of anybody else that was going to be dispatched to that location?
Yes, I was notified that Ohio BCI was en route, but they were not on scene at that point.
And what was BCI?
The BCI.
There would be the
OBI. OBI?
Wait, what
As
happened?
I bloody leave it, go on.
Huh?
As I was leaving, I saw Matt jump back in. So I thought, has he got something to say? No, it's all good.
No,
I'm going to
good.
go make a coffee. That's all. You're good. Fine.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make a quick
I should
coffee.
just let this man talk. All he's going to do right now is talk about it's his initial part of this. What we should pay attention to is that he's gonna try to make it sound like he showed up at the scene in the beginning, like the first couple days, and he's got this wide scope. He's looking at everything. He's not gonna make it look like that he's looking for crime and he's gonna assume murder for no reason. He's gonna make it sound like, hey, we were there investigating, but he does a horrible job of it. And I'll show you where he you can't like fake not getting tunnel vision. So I don't know.
Fine. We'll play it for me. I'll grab a quick coffee. Hopefully, there's no need to stop before then. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right.
Hey, sing your milkshake song on the way out.
primary ones to take more photographs, gather any evidence, and then ultimately provide that evidence to us.
So ultimately, you were not going to be the one
Just us
to
again.
personally process the scene.
That is correct.
But you did take some photos to show what it looked like when you were there.
Yes.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
What are you doing over there, Heinz?
Preparing for my next stream. Sorry.
Your next stream?
Yeah,
What's it about?
Matthew Perry and his
Oh,
yeah. So we
when
it's,
is that? When's
Tuesday.
this? Tuesday. What time?
I believe 2 o'clock your time, Eastern.
Of course,
Yeah, I
I'd be
believe
working.
2 o'clock. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult because I also suffer from alcohol. No, sorry, not alcohol. Drug issues.
We should talk. We should talk.
Really, I'm really quick. Like the only person I spoke to was Eric Hunley about it, but like it.
No,
But after
like-
that, I was really queasy about it. I was like,
You know,
"Ugh."
that's what my stream is like. What my channel is going to be based
Now, Your Honor,
on,
may I
right?
approach the witness?
Really?
Addiction and things like that. Yeah.
Oh,
My son also
Detective
battles.
Amini, what's been March states
well, I suffer from
63
psychosis, so we can talk. I suffer from psychosis
Perfect.
from it. Yeah,
We should talk.
happy to do so. Happy. Okay.
Jonathan, who doesn't like the ganja?
Not me.
Except for me, it made me paranoid one time. Like really,
I swear to God, I actually saw two men the first time
Yes, sir, I do.
I done the gang. I actually saw two men
These are
outside my window
photographs
in the
essentially starting
uni.
out from the sidewalk.
It's the
closest to
weirdest
County Line
experience
Road,
ever.
and then entering into the woods as you approach the body.
Was it skunk? I think it was skunk I had. I don't know.
Some of the
Something
photographs that you
weird.
took on the evening of
I don't know. It was
Yes,
too
they-
strong.
True and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw it that evening.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd ask to publish State Civic 63 through 70.
Oh, you're right, thank you.
Detective, for the record, I'm now showing you State Exhibit 63 up on the projector. Can you tell us what it is that we're looking at here?
This is the sidewalk and crime scene tape as you are facing north, generally into the woods north of County Line Road.
Detective, I'm now showing you State Exhibit 64. Can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at here?
This is, again, continuing facing north as you approach what appears to be a body in the woods north of County Line.
And can you circle that for the jury what it is you're looking at there?
How far off the path?
I've gotten conflicting
and detective,
reports of that.
Um,
My lawyer told me it was about 60 feet.
Can you describe where you're standing to take this
That's
photograph?
not far.
I think they say it's about 100.
Standing
so
south
not
of the
very far.
body, approximately 20, 25 feet of it.
Elevation wise compared to where the sidewalk is, can you describe for us?
Yes, it's actually from the sidewalk as you start to enter the woods. The hill will actually go down decline, and it's not an easy terrain to make it through, but then it will level out. But this area is lower than the County Line Road part itself.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 65. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is another photograph from the south facing north of a body in the woods of the County Line.
State Exhibit 66.
Again, this is another photograph of the body as it was found in the woods north of County Line.
In the middle of the body, there's something hanging down there. Can you describe for the jury what that was?
It's a part of a black plastic USB.
Generally speaking, can you describe the positioning of the body?
Generally speaking, it is upright. She is essentially on her knees. You can see her right foot sticking out, and the left foot is later determined to be underneath the body itself.
Detective, I'm not showing you what's from March State Exhibit 67. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
So this is after the Delaware County coroner's investigator and BCI had been on scene. I didn't want to approach before they were there. And this is a photograph northwest, basically aiming down towards the body itself. This is more of the front of the remains of the body.
Oh,
What happened?
sorry, sports team, Arsenal.
Oh.
They're losing 1-0. Sorry.
Jeez, mute yourself. This is serious.
Detective, I'm now showing you what's from March State Exhibit 68. Can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at here?
This is a close-up of the rest of the USB. As I mentioned earlier, the black plastic USB that you could see.
That's
on the
important.
back. This is more the USB.
Tell me why.
That
Go
knot
on.
right there is important. You
Yes.
notice that it's if you look at it really closely, you'll see that she tied it a certain way. And
The shoes.
and you go back to the shoes, it's tied the same way. And then they show you how I tie things. And it's different. It wasn't used. Diane was going to use it if she needed to use it, but she didn't need to use it. But Emily, that's Emily right there. That's not me.
That was above the body.
So I want to talk about the ends of the cord.
Yes, sir.
Or cable, I guess, maybe a better word. Showing again State Exhibit 66. Can you circle where one end of the cable was?
Yes, sir.
So right in the middle of the back,
Yes, sir.
hanging down. And then on State Exhibit 68, are you able to see the other end of the cord?
Yes, sir, you can.
And can you tell us where that is? Detective, I want to turn your attention right up. If you go up from the end of the cord, up a little ways.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Detective, again, could you circle where the end of the cord is there? For the record, it's in the bottom middle of the photograph. Going from the end of the cord, tracing it upwards a little bit, what is the next piece that you see there?
The next piece, and I can't recall what it's got an official term, but I can't recall it, but it's this piece right here from the end of it.
And can you describe, well, obviously what the name of it is, but can you tell us what that looks like or what that piece is?
It's still a part of the USB itself. It's a thicker part of it.
And is it cable or harder plastic or something else? What's that thing like?
It's hard plastic like the rest of the USB itself.
And Detective, can you describe what that harder piece of plastic is stuck through there?
It's stuck through the end of the other half of the USB that's been folded over, and it's essentially threaded through that loop.
And is what was holding that entire cord together then to maintain that positioning?
Just that little black circular part was the only thing completing the loop at that point.
Was there any knot that was tied with that end of the cord?
At that point of the cord right there? No, sir.
Right above that, at the top of the photograph that we're looking at, do you see a knot anywhere?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you circle that for us? Was that the only knot you observed on this cord when you were on scene on September 16th?
That is correct.
Now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 69. Can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
Well, in the foreground is a tree branch, but behind that is the rest of the USB cord as it loops over a tree branch, which is above the body at the scene.
Can you circle that just so the jury's aware of what we're talking about? And that shows the USB cable where it goes over the branch and then back down.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 70. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This is 2 indentations that were on that same branch itself after the ligature in the body had been removed from the scene.
And when you say ligature, what do you mean?
The USB cord itself.
That branch, can you tell us what type of plant or thing that was that the cord was wrapped over?
Well, not being much of a tree guy myself, I actually reached out to the forestry division from Ohio State University, and they had asked me, and this was essentially a couple weeks later, a week or two later, to take some more photographs of the tree itself, get some close-ups of the bark, if there were any berries on it, what the leaves look like, so that way I could email it to Ohio State, and then they could offer a better opinion as to what sort of plant or tree that it was.
Okay.
To know that he did all this,
and again,
what he's talking about now, after finding her dying from apparent suicide, she's hanging from a tree with a rope around her neck, on her knees, with her hands wrapped around her ankles. It's called a partially suspended hanging. It's very common. This
Isn't
person
that
now
how,
knows.
like, Robin Williams? Didn't Robin Williams do something like that?
I'm not sure. But I did. It's not like when you hang yourself, when you see on TV, the door comes out, the floor goes out from underneath you and you fall and you break your neck, right? That's not how people hang themselves. They hang. It's
Don't
partially.
tell them how to do it.
A partial hanging.
Please, this is not good look, man.
This is not an educational channel.
You basically you restrict oxygen or blood flow to
Still
your
goes
brain.
and does it.
Pass out.
Right,
It's
right.
not nearly as violent as everybody thinks it is.
Yeah.
Know that this man they've just found her within a couple weeks of finding her. No report of anything. He's looking for crime. He's looking for crime. He was looking for crime from the beginning. Now that he's found her, holy shit, she killed herself. It's an obvious suicide. No, he's looking for crime. And he doesn't find any, but here I am. You know what I mean? So if you look at it at that angle, why is this guy even doing any of this? There's no evidence of foul play anymore. By this time, it's 4 months later. He's already talked to people. He knows she's suicidal. He knows she has problems. She'd been picked up by police a few years prior, Westerville police, walking down the street at like a festival or something, drunk, stumbling down the street, public intoxication. I'm not saying I love my wife. That would be something that would be within her character. But I mean, she had issues, right? But by this time, this guy knew that he was in trouble. After they found her, he knew he was in big trouble. The police department was in big trouble. So he created a murder. That's what he's doing right here. He's looking for murder.
Right.
We got a question here again. I know you've answered before, but it's around Emily again. Did Emily ever indicate, or did you ever worry that she was suicidal?
Yeah, if you read my book, she attempted suicide. Maybe 3 months after Joy died, 2 months after Joy died. I took her down from a rope.
Oof.
She had gone up into.
That's how. Okay, so this is how you know how to break down how to hang you. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I
I
gotta
was
leave something
wondering,
from the
did
book,
you
'cause there's a ton of
Google
stuff in
that?
the book
Unlike,
you don't know. She had run a extension cord into the our garage has an attic above it,
right.
and she tied it off, and it had a retractable staircase that came down from the ceiling. It was really steep, but there was a little bit of an angle to it. She
Right.
ran it up there. She tied it around her neck with a really nice knot, adjustable knot, like you just saw, super nice, right, around her neck, and she was attempting to hang herself. I walked in the garage and I took her down and I put her to bed. I didn't mention that because it's no one's fucking business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At the time. Obviously now, of course. She was suicidal.
Yeah.
I took her, Yes. The answer to your question is yes. And you know who else did? Everyone that knew Emily at any level knew that there was something wrong with her.
So did anybody take her, like, get any kind of, I mean, was that when the treatment with the psychologist
You didn't
started?
take Emily anywhere where she didn't want to go. She wasn't a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Could you
understand.
say maybe you should go get some help if you feel bad? Obviously, I supported her 100%. But as far as in telling authorities that she was suicidal so they could take her away and put her in those places where they put suicidal people, absolutely not. No, never would have. And I wouldn't do it to this day. Fuck them. You know what I mean?
So
that doesn't give them the excuse to do what they did to me. But yeah, she was suicidal, and everybody that kind of knew Emily kind of knew she was. But they're not on the stand because they went out into her life and found people that were like, she never would have killed herself. You know why? Because when I asked her if she was going to kill herself, she said no. You know what I mean? Well, why'd you ask her in the first place for then? Because they all knew, everybody knew she had problems.
So I guess that could lead into a whole dialogue of, you know, what do you do when you know that someone you love has those issues?
If it's a child, I've been through it twice. So I have experience on both. I had my son commit suicide, and I've had a spouse commit suicide. With a child, I hate to say this, but you're better off if you have any inkling that your kid might kill themselves, you have to say something. They're going to take them, and they're going to put them in these weird hospitals and try to take weird medications, and it's going to be, but trust me, I think you're just better, because you can't be with your kid all the time. You know what I mean? And if it gets to that point where they're hearing voices or they're really depressed because they don't know if they're a man or a woman or whatever the kids are going through nowadays, you know, you got to get other people involved, right? Adults, Emily. I mean,
you really do. You really do.
Emily wasn't schizophrenic at all. There was no way, any shape. My wife was so well thought out about it. Her intelligence level was off the Richter scale. She was really smart, and she thought about this for the longest of times. There's evidence of it everywhere. She was reaching out to friends. What do we do, right? That's what you kind of want to do, like with your podcast, right? You got an adult who's not mentally, she's not hearing voices, but they have this depression thing that's happening, and they're starting to feel that maybe things aren't, maybe the best way to end would be to end things, you know? How do you deal with that? I can tell you one thing: you don't call fucking the cops and say, "Come get me," because they're gonna put them, and maybe they got a job to go to or something. But you're not going anywhere. You're gonna sit in a hospital until the hospital feels free from fucking civil litigation. And how do you get them to get you to release you? You know, take medicine, lie to them, whatever.
Usually, like 3 days. You know, they
can hold as easy as you think.
Like
just call the authorities, call government. They'll solve everything. No, they make it worse. I would hate this for what I've been through in my life. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Mental illness is such a complicated issue. It's not easy. Like, well, he's got a heart problem. Obviously, you bring him to the doctor, they fix it. They do their best. Mental health is different.
I think you kind of like, you know, both sides of it, right? Like, you want to be able to call and get the person that you love help, but then you see cases like the Taking Care of Maya case that's going on right now.
Right.
So then you're like, well, you know, if I take it, what happens? So it's a toss up, right? Like,
we made a decision early on in our relationship to not, because we were dealing with Joey, we were dealing with suicide, we were dealing with mental illness right away with our relationship. That we were
Right.
never going to call the cops. I was just, there's none of that. We were just weren't those type of people to call that just expect call an ambulance. It just wasn't in the cards. I didn't say
Right.
anything about suicide when the police first came to take their initial report, because I was hoping that Emily didn't kill herself and she'd be coming home at any moment. And if I had started talking about, I did take her down from a rope, she definitely has problems, and then she comes walking up the fucking driveway with a box of whatever she just bought. Come on, honey, they came with their lab coats and they take her away. She would have fucking killed me.
I think
what I mean?
I think that it has to be like, there has to be a present, like
one of them,
immediate plan.
a present danger. If there's one of them is evidence of that is if your husband or your wife says they're suicidal. Oh, I'm so scared. She's not here. Oh, she could have killed herself. That's all they need to hear. That's it. And they come and get you. I saw it happen. It happens. They took my kid away. They took Joy away. Suicide was never mentioned. The first time it gets mentioned, whoop, they just come and they took my child away from me without my consent. We're at a hospital. Cops show up. Dudes with the lab coats, with the straitjacket. Not a straitjacket, but you know what I'm saying. And they took him away. And I just sat there for 3 weeks. And I was, Joy, don't worry, we're going to get through this. We're going to make it. And we sat there until they decided to let him go. They kidnapped my kid. In no way, shape, or form was I ever going to do that to Emily. Never.
If it's not too personal, how long after he was released from the hospital until the time that he committed suicide?
Maybe a year.
So it was a fairly significant.
Yeah. It was enough time. Yeah, it was.
Gotcha.
And it's I my heart just goes out to people that are dealing with mental illness in their family, to their child. I would rather Joey have gotten cancer, at least to have his mind. It's the worst thing you could ever possibly imagine happening to your child is for them to lose their fucking mind in front of you. It was horrible. It was horrible. And then I'm within 9 months of this happening to me, losing my second fucking kid, my wife, who I know is suicidal. You know what I mean? She's going through her own thing, but a completely different type of mental illness because she's fucking really smart and knows what she's doing. She's missing. And so I said, it wasn't even really a thought in my head to tell the police that she was suicidal. They asked me, as soon as they got there, they were like, has she ever said anything about hurting herself? And I'm like, no, not any more than anybody else. Because I was keeping it from her. Because I didn't want you have to realize it, to come to terms with it.
Yeah, trying to protect
Basically,
her.
it was just like, really fast, I said, if she did it, she did it. And what am I going to do now to change it? So what good is it me telling them that she was suicidal? What good is that going to do? So I kept it from them. As the day went by, Kramer saw her that day, and I'm like, cool, she's alive. I was like, we're right on.
Right.
Then the suicide story started. You can see it as I'm walking around my house. I'm struggling with it. When I saw the fucking cord that got moved and I brought attention to it, I'm not like directly like, oh shit, that was Emily looking for something to hang herself with. That was definitely her that put that there. She probably just didn't put it back. I knew subconsciously that that's what it was, but I didn't want to come to terms with it. It's really hard. Adults are amazing at putting things away, aren't we? Like,
Oh yeah, for sure. Just it's
bad
like
things. Like you get
associate
cancer, right? You're gonna die. Oh, I'll beat it. Whatever. You just got this ability to like put that the awfulness of that away, and that's what I did. Some people might say, well, you get what you get if you're gonna lie to authorities. Right here, fuck you. That's not an excuse to give them an excuse for what they did. I kept suicide out of the report because I didn't want to give them the right to take her away when she does come back, which she was going to, because there wasn't any reason for me to think that she wasn't, because I didn't want to think about it, that she would have killed herself. So it's complicated, but I don't like when people say, you get what you get when you lie to law enforcement like that.
Yeah, I don't like
they
that
did
either.
what they did because they're scumbags. I didn't do anything wrong, nothing. So that's a lot of that type of stuff's in the book. That stuff like that. I'm surprised you guys didn't know. I'm surprised Dr. Hines didn't know that she tried to kill herself 9 months.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, read the book. If you read the book and then come to these things, you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll be like, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Did I know that she had suicidal tendencies before? Yeah, absolutely. Everyone did, including her brother and her sister, right?
But basically,
her sister
everyone
testifies at trial that she doesn't think that Emily killed herself because when her husband killed himself, she asked Emily, "Do you feel like killing yourself?" And then when Joey died, as she's leaving the funeral, she said, "Do you feel like killing yourself?" to Emily, because she knew Emily was suicidal. I mean, why would you ask someone if they're suicidal or not, if they're going to kill themselves, if you don't think they're suicidal? They literally put her on the stand, and she testified for me. That's how weak their case is.
Well, the main thing here is we need to make sure that people buy the book, because I don't want you to say too much for people not to then buy the book. So please buy the book, guys. Read it. This is still going to be going on for another 10 weeks.
When I speak to you guys on the show, I'm going to assume that you read my book, so I don't have to explain everything what I'm talking about. I'm just going to assume.
Good.
If you don't read the book, you ain't going to know. You might laugh and be like, what'd you tell you? You ain't going to get it. You ain't going to get it unless you read my book first.
Well, yeah, you don't want to tell everything that's in your book, you know?
No, and I will. Everything, a lot of the things I talk about on the show are definitely in the book, but there are side things that, I mean, the main things are in the book, and there's side things that can be talked about. And it's super interesting. I mean, if you analyze this case right down to its core, it's super interesting. You'll see what law enforcement does. You'll see what prosecutors do right intimately. And they do it in all the cases because they do the same thing for every case. It's just some are better at it than others. You know what I mean? So mine's a really good caricature. It's easy to see things. But you got to become aware of everything that's going on, or you ain't gonna get it. You're gonna think it's stupid, or you're gonna think, oh, you didn't know what he's talking about. Whatever. Be that way. I don't care.
But go Reddit. Erin's Reddit. Everyone go and read the book by the next stream, so we got a better idea. The links are in the description box. Plus, I've posted them quite a few times already. I'll post them in a little bit. Right. Let's see the Grubby Grubs has got to say again.
Who responded from BCI to the scene? Do you recall?
I can recall, but I'm drawing a blank right now.
All right.
He does that a lot.
And was that individual from BCI the one that was going to be tasked with taking more photographs and collecting the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to go back now to the beginning of your investigation.
Okay.
After the case was assigned to you, what was the first thing that you ended up doing?
First thing I did is I went and pulled up the driver's license information for Matt Moore, Emily Noble, and Celeste Grown, since she was named in the initial report itself from Officer Hollis. Just so I had an idea later on, what these people look like, to try to get more of a background of.
He's looking for criminal activity in my past.
In this report.
He wants to know if anybody involved in it has any kind of crime, so that he can use it against them later. And
leave the police department and go somewhere else then?
I did.
And where'd you go?
Detective Peachy and I actually traveled up to Abbey Cross Lane.
And what was the purpose of going to Abbey Cross Lane?
We were going to attempt a knock and talk with Mr. Moore's residence.
Can you describe for the jury what a knock and talk means to you?
Knock and talk is essentially what the name involves. It just involves knocking on someone's door. And,
no big deal.
Trying to
just a knock and talk,
either provide them with information or ask some questions.
Provide them with information,
non-custodial.
Try to figure out what happened.
It's more of just an investigative tool that we use.
And did you go to 46 Abbey Cross?
Yes, sir.
And when you knocked on the door, did somebody answer?
So those present at the scene was Mr. Moore, his cousin, and his father.
People that they never interviewed after this knock.
Did you have a recording device with you during that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you describe for the jury what that was?
It's just a little handheld audio recording device. It doesn't record any sort of video or anything like that. I like to do it as a backup to if I have a formal interview with someone where I can't have any audio. There are times I'll also have it essentially in my notepad itself, and there's a pocket on the front, and a lot of times I'll just stick it on there, so that way I'm not tying up, one of my hands, just trying to hold a recorder the whole time. That way I have it playing.
And did you activate that audio recorder when you made contact at 46 Abbey Cross?
Yes, sir.
And did you save those recordings of your interactions with the people that were there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And Detective, if you had an opportunity to review those recordings, a true and accurate copy of your interactions at 46 Abbey Cross
Yes, sir.
on that morning. This time, well, I'm going to mark this as States of 71. I'd ask this time to play States of 71, which is the first part of the Knock and Talk interview.
Legally, I didn't get this last tag. Yeah. Mathew. Okay. You take your woman here real quick. May I ask you more? Okay. I think we're good enough. Okay, we're not supposed to do this.
I was actually ready to go to chat.
All right, hi. Good to meet you. We shook hands, so I know that's allowed. I'm overall, sit down or stand or.
Sorry, is this a break now?
No, they're watching a video.
Ah,
Oh, okay. Good morning. How are you? Oh, yeah, I guess we can do that. Well, we sanitize 20 times a day. I'm just
To be here, yeah. I live
So no updates whatsoever, haven't heard anything, seen anything like that? Okay, from friends?
Yes, they're contacting Facebook messaging. Okay. She's been her whole life.
Yes,
She's
she
got
knows
300
everybody.
friends on Facebook.
Okay.
Posted, that's it.
Who's speaking at this point in the recording?
At that point, it's Mathew Moore.
Here and good to me.
Okay. Who does she work for?
Department of Medicaid. She's an auditor.
Okay.
She was working at home. They shut the office down.
Right. Do you know a contact person with them? No.
He asked for one.
I did. I got mine. Said it. Anybody can get hold of it.
Do you know anybody that she works with there by name or phone number or anything like that?
She did a lot of socializing with people that she worked with.
Okay.
Would there be a chance you could come down to the station?
Absolutely.
Chat one-on-one a little bit later on. Okay. And would it be okay if we take her cell
Sure.
phone? Okay.
We'd just like to see if there's anything in there to explain.
I mean, I've been going through it, and you probably will be better at
Detective, did you ask to collect Emily's cell phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you ask to collect Emily's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you do that?
To gain more information as to what exactly we had at this point. All we know is that she is gone.
And what was the plan for what you would do with Emily's phone once obtaining it?
The plan once obtaining it is to take it back to Westerville Police Department, where I'd provide it to Detective Lecty for a forensic extraction.
Did
you doing?
yeah.
know that this is Tuesday. I don't know when they got there, but let's just go 24 hours. Usually there's a period that goes by before police to dedicate 2 detectives to a case. They don't know anything about Emily. Nothing. There's a certain amount of time. If they give this much attention to everybody that ever calls in somebody missing, 95% of people that call in missing persons cases, they eventually come back around. Something happens, something weird. It works out, right? The vast majority of cases. They're already dedicated 2 of their detectives to come over to my house with a recording device. What are they looking for? They don't know anything about anything at this point. Nothing. Other than that, she's just a random lady's just disappeared, right? Imagine if they got this focused on every missing persons case. I guess I'm saying this to try to point out that these dudes don't have anything better to do. They're looking for crime. They got a bureau of detectives that are overpaid. There's in a precinct with no crime. When they served the search warrant the next day, every detective that was available went to my home to go through my shit. At what point does it become very apparent that they believed that there was something really awful that happened to Emily? And that's the way they treated this thing all the way through, with no evidence. There's nothing that they'll tell you. There's nothing that's been presented to them to think that anything nefarious happened to Emily. Why are you treating it this way? Why are you even asking for a warrant? This dude I'm talking about me, has not denied any kind of request. Everything that they've asked me to do so far, I've done. There wasn't even a need for a warrant. There is if you're going to drag someone into court with a murder fucking charge, I'll tell you that. So you just got to look at it a certain way. As soon as at some point in my case, you're going to realize what these dudes are up to. They're not there to solve anything. They're there to create crime so that they can justify what they do. It's government. That's what government does. They create shit. You need this, you need that. This is just a classic example of what you get when you get a monopoly, when you get a fucking monopoly on law enforcement or anything else. This is the corruption you get. I mean, these police apologists, I don't know where they're coming from. Isn't it so very obvious what this man is doing? Way too early. Way too early. It's literally, it's not even 24 hours later. She's just literally, the people that were around, there was no blood found anywhere. There was no evidence of any foul play anywhere. And they're already preparing to come to my home with a fucking search warrant.
Part of the investigation, I guess, is be the counter argument to that, but like standard procedure or whatever. But
this sounds like a little bit more. You go to Columbus, the city of Columbus, and talk to their police force. Is this how you treat every missing persons case? No, we don't have time. We don't have the money. There's just too much for us. Plus, 99% of these cases, it's just the woman's off fucking her boyfriend. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. Yeah. They made a decision very early on. Yeah, I got you. There's another about 15 minutes left on this one, and we call it a day. There's some questions I see in chat. Mel, I've highlighted your question, Mel, all right? Just remind me to read it before the end. Let's get to the break, and then we'll call it a night and ask Matt his final questions.
Matt, indicate.
Go on.
Know that this is also my therapy. I don't have money anymore. I don't have health insurance to go see a mental health expert to help me out with my problems. So this is actually my therapy.
Therapeutic. Yeah, I love that. I love that.
This is me coming to grips with what happened to me. You know what I mean? And it's so very important to me. So thanks, man.
Yeah, mate, that's important to me. Thank you so much for saying that. That's what, mate, that's worth more than anything. So thank you.
Whether or not he had been on Emily's phone. That's
He said that he had been on her phone.
Yeah, we have forensic programs that can recover text messages and things, stuff like that. So if she's left voluntarily, she was in communication with somebody, anything like that, we want to be able to try and find out, you know.
She was a rover. She was, you know, she got off and kind of walk around for foragers, so
Did she fight her in like that?
Not a lot. She was very small. She had everything going. She's not quite. She was quite the knee when I would want to.
she's happy.
Fight here?
Yes.
So nothing is missing that you can see, can tell her.
I mean, enough. Her wallet, her purse, her phone, her car.
Did she have a work computer?
She did.
Do you know where that is? Did that belong to?
She doesn't at school. No. Okay. No. I don't think that it was a laptop. Work out here today.
Did she ever leave without her phone or that?
Yeah, she would go for walks.
I'm sure it's right here, so.
Yeah, at times she would. I mean, I wouldn't know
Is your laptop anymore?
In response to the question about whether Emily would leave with her phone, what was the defense answer?
Yes, at times.
That recording came to an end there. Can you tell us how that happened?
Operator error. Essentially, my foolproof plan of storing my recorder in my notebook.
I'm glad you find this like humorous, Grubs. Thanks for your wit.
Point. So
Such a witty
couple
guy.
Minutes, I was no longer recording until I looked down at the device itself.
And did you reactivate that recording?
Yes, sir, I did.
Fuck you.
And did that make a separate file then? That what I'm going to mark here is stays of a 72.
Yes, it did.
Is it fair to say that some of the communications were from the other two people that were at the condo?
That is correct.
As to place exhibit 72 and for the record starting 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the recording.
Any objection?
And then it was early because we started everything at Rewatch. We're not and then I don't know if I made phone calls or if she did.
What day is this when you are at the condo originally?
This is Tuesday morning, May 26th.
So the day after law enforcement's initial response with Officer Hollis.
Yes, sir.
So it's just a routine. I got off out of this bed, I think, and I would have known she wasn't around. She sleeps out here sometimes. She likes to sleep on the floor. Nothing was unusual.
On the floor?
She sleeps like she likes being outside. She opens up all the windows. She's the squarest and neatest, kindest person, but she has no enemies. She likes to be outside. So she'll sleep out here all the windows open. And
So she's very earthy.
yes, with the necklaces and she eats. We eat for her. She feeds me. These are microgreens. So all this is all her. Here she goes.
She said most nights you get up and go to the bathroom. You slept in that room. She was there.
We spent some time there together. At some point, we fell asleep, and I woke up, and I'm not completely positive, but when I get up, I pass and I look at the time. So in my head, how much time do I got to go for it? And it was early. It was like 12:31 probably. And that to me means you're on me to take a ambient half I didn't get to sleep. I was just looking at my phone and text 3 or 4 friends, maybe 3 friends. Just stuff. I fell asleep late. I don't know what time it was later in the morning. Well, I slept in, so we slept up, which is I don't usually at 6.
And what were you sleeping in after?
Yes, because I don't wake until she sleeps, and I wake her up. So what I do is I go in this room here, there's a couch in there, and I just do some rolling around, just trying to sleep. And I eventually fell asleep, and I woke up at 11. We were invited to a party, a picnic, and I texted her at 11:50. I said, hey, we're still going to that party. And she didn't reply. So then I looked at my phone. Just to see if she was still here after she left. She just didn't want to wait for me. The phone was still there, so I'm like, oh, she's here. I had to wait, kind of roll around a little bit more. Eventually I got up and I came over here and she wasn't here. And I saw her phone. And I well, that means she went for a walk. 3 hours, 2 hours, around 4 hours go by. Texted her again, hey, there's no why. I texted again. Because I still need the phone for me. Alright, thank you. Alright, thank you. And eventually got to the point where I called her best friend, Celeste, and I think she knew her. And I told her the story. Like, the wallet's here, the phone's here, the car. She's like, all of this.
Question I had for you, I lost my train of thought.
Wish we could see the video. That'd be so much neater.
Yeah, this was just recorded.
She doesn't have any.
No, this was just like the
depression, anything like that.
She had a recording.
body.
It wasn't body cam. This is a plainclothes detective doing this stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Bad, she never gone to her doctor, couldn't diagnose with it.
She's on. This is the knock and talk. The actual knock and talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Detective. Was Mr. Moore asked whether his wife had a history of any kind of depression or other mental illness?
That's correct.
And what was his response to that?
I believe it was, she's just like any other girl.
Inside?
It's your sweet. Okay. Very suspicious. I think him using that verbiage.
See you, hands.
What did he say? He called her. He said, "No." When they asked me, right? They're like, I forget what the exact verbatim, right? They asked me if there's anything mentally wrong with, is she crazy? And I said, no more than any other girl.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
valid.
evidence. Apparently, if you
It's
talk
us.
to the Dateline people, when they were talking to Grubbs, they were like, Grubbs was like, you can't see it. You can't see that this guy's guilty. And they were like making fun of the Dateline people. And the Dateline people, both of them, Murphy and the other guy, I don't know if you know anything about Dateline, they're like, there's nothing this dude is exhibiting that you could say consists of a guilty man hiding something. He's literally talking to them nonstop, and he's answering every one of their questions. Where's the guilt? Again, my book, understand, they're not looking for truth. They're looking for inconsistency so that they can justify bringing a case on someone, so that they can justify making the money that they make. It might be too far down the road for some people. I don't know, but that's what they're doing. If they're not looking for Emily, they're looking to build a case. All right. No, we're looking for it right now. user of drugs, she kind of look, those pills would be like, every once in a while she'll take one, she'll be like, I have one, just to get out of her sleep. She's moody, but she's not any more moody than any other girl. She wouldn't do this to make you mad. This is just not her. I'm keeping right? I'm keeping Emily suicidal away from that.
Yeah.
A lot of people think
what you
that
said earlier,
I got what I deserve them, right?
Mm.
Has her phone, she'll tell you where she's always on time. She's very worried. She's always, because she's so small, she's definitely always very careful when she goes out.
Do you mind if I look at her car real quick? When you guys talk to me? Is it unlocked, you know?
The key is on the station, and it should be open.
Look for that computer. Because if we find it, if it's not here, that's very telling.
That means that she took wood.
And why should take that in mind?
So this is hers, is it an iPhone? Do you know what kind, which model? 11? 8?
Yeah, plus.
That's good. Yes, please. 3? 8 enough? And can you unlock and grab the serial number for me? Settings, yeah. Think about.
So just to introduce you all, this is Jonathan's wife, Sherry. This is
Sherry,
the better half of
Hey,
Jonathan.
Sherry.
Yes.
Hey.
So just so people know. So he has
Send
to behave
cookies.
himself.
Send
Send
cookies.
cookies. They do sound nice though, Sherry.
Let's try general first. Bounce. And then, can you read off the serial number?
do you want the model numbers?
I'll take model.
So the model number is NQ962LL/A. Serial number is F17 BW, it's a 0, W7 JC LY.
Detective, as you were collecting Emily Knowles' phone, did you have Mr. Moore read off the serial number?
Yes.
Showing states at 15. I don't expect you to remember that entire thing that was just read off to you, but does that serial number appear to be the same thing that Mr. Moore had read off?
It does.
And for the record, we're talking about the second row there, that string of letters and numbers that started with the letter F.
Yes, sir.
And what is her phone number? And your phone number?
It's 702-884-1010.
702-884-1010.
That's it.
Is that on purpose, or did you still leave out there? Okay. That's cool, you kept that number. It was very, very unique. And you guys, are you on the same service plan?
Yes.
Okay, who's that with?
Sprint PCS.
Okay.
Just look.
Did you go, when did you leave the house?
The reason I say that is because I made a text to her about 11, like almost 12, and I think I lied in bed for a little bit. So I'm thinking that's really weird. It's like, don't sleep that way. It's just like, went so far into the night, getting back to sleep.
And you think you were for a couple hours? By 12:30, when you said you got up, took half an Ambien, you said you laid there and texted some people.
I took half the Ambien at like when I woke up, I got to fall back to sleep after a couple hours. I think I slept around like 2, and then like, at around 4, I'm still on the phone. And eventually around, I would say around maybe 6, I did fall asleep kind of stuff.
And then
Just to clear up one thing, Dylan, right there, if you were listening right there, there's some people are misunderstanding. They're saying that I said that after I got up to go to the bathroom, that I went into Joy's room and fell back asleep immediately. But there's evidence of me being up on the phone pretty much all night, tinkering around on my phone. So I'm lying to them. And if you listen to that right there, I didn't say that I went into Joy's room and fell asleep immediately. I said I eventually fell asleep, which could be anything, right? But I didn't tell everybody that. I didn't report to police that I went back to sleep immediately after going back into Joy's room. A lot of people saying that's one of the lies that I told. It's absolutely not true. And that what you just heard, I told them what I did. I was up on my phone until 4 a.m, basically, right? I mean, at some point I fell asleep, but I didn't say I fell asleep right away.
That's fine.
Not that it matters, because they said I have already done the deed. This is after the fact. Why would I lie about anything after the fact? You know what I mean? Why not just tell them the truth? It doesn't help me any by telling them when I fell asleep or didn't fall asleep. They're just looking for inconsistencies, and if they can find one, they're going to say that's proof that he's lying. It doesn't work, but that's what these bonehead cops think does work. And apparently it does. Once in a while, they get a conviction on nothing.
Yeah. Obviously, evidently. Right, there's about a minute left of this one, so let's finish this and then we'll answer some questions.
Did you go anywhere yesterday, or were you just here waiting for her?
I want to make sure that we understand the timeline here. Can you walk us through roughly what the defendant said was the timeline of events?
Roughly got up to go pee about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, took half an Ambien, went into the other bedroom, laid back down, was up till approximately 4 a.m. I said that he fell asleep probably around 6 and then slept until about 11 a.m.
Council, before we go, could we take a mid-morning break here? I know we're going to be on for a while.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10. Remember the court's...
Ladies and
What he's
gentlemen,
going to
let's
say
take 10.
via the phone records is that timeline doesn't make sense according to my the diagnostic of the phone, right? In no way does it help me one way or the other to lie about any of that, because the deed has been done according to them. When Diane gets up there, she does such a great job of pointing out that Grubbs is willing to say anything on the stand, not thinking that an attorney's going to call him out on it because he's not smart.
What a dummy if you don't think the attorney's going to call you out on it.
Because they're
Hello.
fucking that stupid. Because my attorney,
Literally the job.
after he gets done saying that, she gets up there and says, because at the end of his testimony, they're going to ask him, the day before and the day of this date, does his timeline in any way line up with what the phone diagnostics say? And he's like, absolutely not. Then my attorney gets up there and goes, did they go to the water spring? Did they go to Butchtold? She just goes down a list of things that we did. Everything lined up. The only thing that doesn't line up is when I say I get up. That's it. The dude lied. He just lied. And then she's like, yeah. Then he'll say, well, everything lined up except when he said he woke up. Okay, he lied. I guess he's lying about when he woke up. How the fuck does that help me? How does a person on Ambien know when he fucking wakes up anyway? You ever do a fucking Ambien before? You don't know.
I have cooked
Fucking
on
know when you wake
Ambien
up.
before and don't remember doing it.
I don't know when I wake up. When I don't do Ambien it's a great sleeping drug. I'll give you that, boy. Ooh, get some sleep on Ambien.
Once you go to sleep, but for me, it was years ago, right? Like I took an Ambien and the next morning I woke, well, there's several Ambien stories, but apparently I'd made like a grilled cheese for my daughter.
Sure.
And there was a dish beside the bed and I was like, how did this get here? And my daughter was like, Mom, you don't remember making us a grilled cheese last night? And I was like, no, not even a little bit.
As far as in being under that type of pressure and being asked when you woke up, I mean, it was just another day. I don't know. I guess I woke up then. I got on my phone. I was playing. I mean, I didn't really know when I woke up. You know, I didn't. It was nothing nefarious about what I was trying. Not trying to be deceitful in any way.
Right.
But that's not, and it's definitely not evidence that I did anything. So.
We've got a couple of questions here for you, Matt.
Right.
A couple of questions to close up for you on that. And I think next week's is going to be even better because we've got Grubbs, a lot more Grubbs as well. So
right, it'll be all Grubbs.
So
he's on there for a day and a half.
So before next week, if you haven't bought the book, go to the description box, click the link, buy the book, read the book. A lot of the questions are answered. So yeah, you'll understand this trial a lot more. So a couple of questions we got. Right. So Matt, now at what point do you believe Emily actually decided to go through with it? If you know.
The day they found her.
You think? Yeah.
I was hoping she was out there alive someplace. When did I finally realize that she killed herself? Was the day that they found her?
No.
No. When do you think she decided to?
No. When do you think she decided to kill herself?
Oh, well, when she was a child.
Dude.
I don't know. She had a rough life. She was repeatedly molested when she was a kid. At what point do you decide, oh my God, that's come to terms with that? And then you reach out to your friends to try to get help. You reach out to your family, your husband, the people around you, and everybody just pretends like it didn't happen because they can't face it. I don't know. I don't know when I don't know. But she'd been thinking, she was saying weird shit. Like, I don't know if you ever suicidal people, what they do is they leave breadcrumbs. They let you know that they're going to do it. And she pretty much started leaving breadcrumbs as soon as I met her in 15. She read the book. She was the only one at her father's death. It was a story she told to many people. It was her father. She was there when her dad took his last breath. She talks about the death rattle, if you know what a death rattle is.
Yes, it's awful. I was there when my dad is.
Not the most appropriate conversational pieces for some people. They don't want to hear it. I was intrigued with Emily immediately. As soon as I met her, I'm like, this girl is real. She's talking about she's got real problems. That's my type of person. And she would talk about this death scene scenario of her father's. And she went into it in graphic detail as if it was a very big experience for her. And I'm not saying it was just me. I mean, we all kind of like, are you saying this for a reason? I mean, what is this? It was her reaching out, and we didn't react. We didn't. Yeah. So the answer to that question is, she was suicidal when I met her.
That's interesting.
You just don't. I mean, what do you do?
That's very interesting.
What do you do?
That's interesting.
If you have a child,
hold on a second.
What you have to do is you got to give it to somebody. You got to give it to someone who's going to take you, because you're not going to be able. If you're not a doctor, you're not going to be. Adults, I mean, at what point do you okay, I'm going to call the authorities, and they're going to come and get you and stuff you in a fucking cell until they put you on their medication? That's a drastic, like a move, right? It was a very, very difficult situation to be in. And if you read my book, I do go into it intimately, what it's like to have a son, to be responsible for a son who I adored more than you could ever adore anybody in your life. I loved Joey more than you could love anybody. He slips through your fingers. He kills himself. 9 months later, within a couple months, your wife tries to hang herself in the garage. What do you do?
It's awful.
It was a very difficult situation. I took Emily down. I put her to bed. I kept my eye on her. I talked to her the next day about it. Calling the authorities was the last thing I was gonna do. After Joey, after they did what they did to him, they tortured my son to death. By the way, no offense to the fucking fuck the medical Ohio fucking whatever they are out there, fucking awful treatment. It's more about litigation. It's more about them being responsible for what happens if a person kills themselves. I'll give them this. They don't know what to do. Sure. They don't know where it comes from. They don't know how to treat it. They don't know what to do about schizophrenia and these mental health issues. What they do is they medicate it. And then do the best they can to keep them their liability from that out of the equation so they don't get sued. Because it's not like they don't care, they just don't know what to do about it. The mental health crisis in this country is enormous.
Yep, it is.
These guys coming back from the war, the Iraq war, they're all fucked up. These kids are come back fucked up.
Yep.
What is it about? It's about reducing the amount of liability that the government is to these kids that go over there. If they're not fucking trying to figure out how to prevent it, that would be where you'd want to go, prevent it. They're not interested in preventing anything in this country. I don't know if you know about that, but it's all about treatment. They don't care. They don't get to make any money off preventing it. It's treatment.
Yeah. Big pharma.
Is that mind blowing to people? I mean, everybody knows this, right?
No.
So the mental health.
Everybody doesn't know. Everybody doesn't know that, but it is true. I mean, it is true. It's like the whole big pharma thing. They created the epidemic, and now it's like. Yeah.
What'll happen to you if your kid decides that you have a problem and he says anything that makes them suspicious? They're gonna take him and put him in a hospital, and it's not a hospital. It's a dungeon. It's a prison with no fucking. It's a room that they can't leave, and they're stuck in there.
It's not warm and inviting. It doesn't give you warm fuzzy feelings. That's for sure.
No.
It's not where you would put a person that's mentally fucked up. Yeah, what are you, fucking stupid? You don't put him in a room with a camera that's staring at him all day that he can't leave, and all you're doing is sitting there looking at a TV with one channel on it that plays cartoons with a camera.
That just brought back memories.
It's fucking horrifying, right?
That just brought back memories.
Emily, I wasn't going to be any part of that. Emily saw what it was. She was with me when I went through that with my child, and she saw what it was. She's like, don't ever put me in one of these fucking places. I said, don't worry. That ain't ever gonna happen.
Ain't do it.
So when it came down to this thing where they're like, is your wife suicidal? I said no, she's not.
Yeah. And you couldn't stand that. You couldn't stand that.
She was. But you know what? It doesn't give them the right to do what the fuck they did to me. And
Dr.
trust me,
Hines
it
wants
had
to put
nothing to do
something
with
in as
whether
well.
they did it to me or not on their end. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't care. They don't care.
Dr. Hines wants to jump in. Dr. Hines, go on, jump in. Dr. Hines wants to call him. Jump in.
No. I was just gonna say the different countries I know, UK, US, different. But when I was, it's called section over here. So when I had my little psychotic break, I had suicidal ideation or something like that. I was a risk to everyone and myself, or blah 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 blah. They put me in this room. So there is no TV, by the way, in this room.
Nope. There's nothing.
The toilet was being recorded. So I actually saw the control room. I thought I was imagining things. I'm like, why am I seeing this? Why am I seeing me getting recorded? And now that when I got out and get my brain working again, it turned out, when you see it, technically that's you consenting. I don't know. Something they they have to show you. I don't know. It was weird, but it's just a room. It's literally just a room, and you have your blanket, sleeping blanket, or I don't know how to like your little gym mat or whatever, like to sleep on. I'm with you on that.
You have nothing but your thoughts.
Imagine being
which is worse. And the worst part is
not knowing who you can trust.
Yeah.
You look. I mean, imagine that trying to figure that as a child. And
the
have all these, literally, They just came and took my kid from me. Why is this legal? Are you fucking kidding me? You could just take and then stick him in this room she was there for like 3 weeks. And I'm coming in every day. To make sure everything's all right. The doctor would come around. He didn't even take a shower. They didn't even let him out of his room. It wasn't 3 weeks. I think it was like 2 weeks. I don't want to over. Sometimes I get a little, but it was enough time to see it for what it was. That it's not about and it's like treating. It's not like a treatment program. You're there until they feel all right about letting you go. And if you kill yourself, you can't sue them.
Yeah. Your medication is stable. We can let you out now.
You're on the medication. We've given you directions. We've released ourselves from any liability. See you later. It's I give it to them because they just don't know what to do about it. Because there's no cure. Yeah. They don't know where it comes from. They have these SSRI, whatever fucking drugs they put you on that fuck you up, turn your brain to mush. You make it 1 year. If you're on those medications for a year and you have schizophrenia, it's abysmal. The recovery rate is abysmal. You're done. You don't think my son was on the internet? These kids are smart. They got access to everything. It's horrible. Emily saw it for what it was. She didn't want any part of it, and there was no way I was going to call the authorities and say that she had an issue. No. It wasn't going to happen.
Okay, we've got another question. Thanks for that, sharing that, and Dr. Heiss, thanks for sharing that as well. We've got another question here. I better ask her because otherwise she'll be grumpy as hell on me. Here she is. Josie, how many times did you talk to cops before? So let me rephrase this. Matt, how many times did you talk to the cops before they accused you and then arrested you? It was once,
I called her in on Monday evening, the 25th. Yeah. I was brought down to the police station within 48 hours. On Wednesday, I think it was not even 48 hours. And they accused me of murder.
Yeah.
They alienated the one person that could have. They didn't know where she was, but I'm her husband. But they literally took me, accused me of murder, even though there wasn't any evidence there was anything wrong. You know what I mean? She could have just took off. They didn't know. She was stumbling around the streets of Westerville a little time before that. You know, they didn't know. They decided to do that as some sort of police conduct. You know, we're gonna get a confession out of this guy. So they put this pressure on you, and it was way too soon. I mean, it's obvious. And then once they go down that road, good luck turning that train around. It's a fucking train. Trains don't turn around. That's it. It's over. No. You're done.
So I will say this though, that
within 48 hours of me calling in Emily,
getting arrested
based on no evidence, they accused me of murder. And while I'm leaving the interrogation, it wasn't an interview, it was an interrogation. They said, "Hey Matt, good luck on social media, and we don't need a body to get a conviction. Good luck, sir." Okay, what do they mean by that? Good luck on social media. Yeah. You have no idea about being the target of social media, of the news, of media, and what they do to make people. It's fucking horrifying. They lie. They just lie. They don't care. The media is awful. They don't give a fuck. I was a serial killer. I killed my children.
And that's the funny part as well.
You know, police, they told me they were going to do it. Duh. You know what I mean? Hey, listen, we're going to fucking tear you up in the media. We're going to put all this pressure on you. We're going to destroy you. You know why? Doesn't have anything to do about finding your wife. I'll tell you that. Nothing. How is that going to fucking solve anything? It doesn't. You know what they did do, though? They did it because after that, you go get a lawyer, right? What would you do? I mean, you're still looking for your wife, right? You're looking for your wife. You get a lawyer. You know what he says? Don't talk to those guys anymore.
Even as a lawyer, I would get a lawyer. Just saying.
And then what they do is and then the police will use that. Hey, look, he's not calling for updates. He's not communicating with us. What is he doing? He's sitting home drinking, apparently. Not caring about. He's not calling us. I know that. How fucking dumb do you have to be? It's not like it just happened. Grubbs was just on TV after the trial saying that I didn't call him for any updates. That's why they thought I was guilty. They know what's going. They're not that dumb. They are pretty dumb. I'll give them that. They're stupid, but not that dumb. It's a tactic they use. They accuse you of murder. You don't call. You get afraid. You go get a lawyer. The lawyer says you can't talk to the police anymore. Then they use it against you. Go back and watch Datelines. Dateline even uses it. Oh, then as if it's evidence. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No, I got you. And it's nice to let it go. You know, I think this is most you've. I don't mean this in a bad way, Matt, at all. Right? I think this is the episode where you've ranted the most, and I think that's healthy.
You're getting into the meat of the trial. This is the meat.
Yeah.
This is grubs.
So,
this is it. You're in the middle of it. Just go by what this guy does. Listen to this man talk. He's full of shit, and he knows he can get away with it because people believe police officers. Look at the guy. He's not only lying. He could be like, okay, I was doing what I did then because I thought he was guilty, and we went through to try to get confession out of him. Whatever. This is just what we do by police. But hey, she was found suicide. We're sorry. We thought we had a murder on our hands. No, they still say that it was murder, even though we proved it wasn't. And the reasons why they think it's murder, we proved to them that it wasn't real in court, and he's still saying the same things on TV. You wait. We're going to spend time with this guy because he's a fucking liar. And it's real easy to expose a liar. It's super fucking easy.
I think the next 3-4 episodes.
Thanks for letting me do it.
It's
fun. I'm having a blast.
No, it's fine. I try to keep away because you have literally come out. Well, I mean, to be fair, from the start you've opened up, but this episode you've exploded. So it's good. So I'm glad when you said that it helps you. I'm glad that you said that, and also I'll just say this, right? Thanks, Dr. Hines, for sharing your experience, but thanks to everyone in chat for sharing your experiences, Nunia, your state about how your son and how you dealt with it and stuff. I'm not putting those on screen because I know it's personal to you guys. So, but I think, Matt, your stories are bringing other people out to say their stories as well in chat. So it's quite emotional to look at it all, to be quite honest with you. But I'm glad we've got this platform anyway that people feel safe enough to
If there's
share.
anybody out there that has had a son or a daughter, a child that's committed suicide, or you're in the middle of treating someone that's going through it, I'll talk to you. I'll always be real. I'll never lie to you. I ain't worried about getting sued or anything. I'll tell you that. I'll be straight. You know, it's horrible. It's hard, and you need support. You need people out there to understand, man. I hope Lady Law really does something with that suicide thing that you said you were going to do with your podcast or whatever, because there's just not enough resources out there for people.
It's not.
No.
We need help.
We
need help.
Drug addiction, mental health, all of that.
Sure.
There's just not.
There's lots. Do you
The answer
guys
is either jail or jail.
Yeah, like take your child who's got a drug problem and is suicidal and put him in fucking jail. That's that's brilliant. What are you doing? You're not solving anything. And I've been in jail. Every dude that's in there has a drug problem. Every dude,
for sure.
Every person that's a habitual jail person, they all have the same story. It's horrifying.
And if you
just
think
solve
that
the drug thing.
If you think that
women
you're
don't want to sleep with men for money for drugs. I don't know if you know that, or not, but they don't want to. But they do it because they need that drug. You gotta solve that problem.
If you
I'm
think
a
that
huge
you're putting
advocate of the legalization of drugs, by the way. I think that's the way to go.
If you think that you're putting somebody in jail and they're not going to be able to get drugs, like you convict somebody for a drug crime and you put them in jail, like I promise they're getting drugs in there.
And then when they get out, they're going to be better at it than ever. They're going to be better at it than when they went in.
They're actually probably. I mean, if you put somebody in jail on the random circumstance that they aren't able to get drugs in there, you put them back out on the street and they think that they can go back to using the same amount that they did before they went to jail. And that's what kills people. So that's another story.
That fentanyl is just a horrifying story. I don't know how fentanyl is. I don't know.
Fentanyl and carfentanil. Yeah.
Thank God that shit wasn't around when I was a kid.
There'll be an episode coming out between Lady Law and Matt. I know will be coming out because you've both got loads to say on it. And I think you started speaking about it last time as well, Matt. But in terms of Dr. just to finish, put a bow on this episode, Dr. Ketchup or Dimples Hines.
I love the background, Dr. Hines.
He does.
Thank you.
It's nice.
Thank
Have you or Lady Law, have both of you got any specific question you want to ask to Matt before we put a bow in it?
Not yet, but
I
I'll
know
come
Dr.
up with
Hines is
something.
here most weeks. Yeah. Dr.
I'll come
Hines,
up with something
have you got anything?
spicy.
No, I don't have any questions.
No, it's
Outside
fine.
of this kind of sideways comment on how they try to frame you as a serial killer. You know, someone that met Emily when she was suicidal. Was like, oh, this is my perfect opportunity to carry out this. That's just insane to me. I don't know. I don't. That just doesn't compute. I mean, forget the suicide attempt. That's damning enough. But even if you take that out, the fact that you met her and she was suicidal, what? I don't know. They have to prove that you're a serial murderer that has killed 3 or 4.
There would be a trail of evidence if that was true. There would be something, and there just isn't. If you don't need to prove what you're saying, you can say anything. I can say anything if I ain't got to prove it. Literally, I got a great imagination. I'll come up with some crazy ass shit. But if we ain't got to prove it, what does it matter? Just to say that the prosecution in my case didn't go down that road. They tried to use the death of my children to kind of like just make it look weird, but they didn't really go into it because there's nothing there, and that's why the law keeps that shit out. For the most
jury
part,
would have hated them as well. The jury would have hated
them. They did attempt to bring some really thin stuff in, but it really the way the law is made and the entrance of evidence and things, for the most part, it keeps out that kind of stuff. You don't want a jury influenced by like real frivolous bullshit.
Yeah,
but
prejudicial.
On the outside, podcast, I'm kind of a fan now of true crime podcasts. I kind of like them.
Which one? Which one?
Podcast is the worst. It's Amanda Coleman is the producer of one of them called Vanished Podcast. They're literally the worst, salacious. They were saying things like I'd murdered my children, and that there's a case open still, and they both died under mysterious. I called around, and it didn't seem like something that I wanted to spend too much of my time on. Another thing is I'm not going to cut another lawyer a check for the rest of my life ever. Not going to happen. Sue, yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, what am I going to do about it? They're a podcast. It's not like they're NBC News or anything. It's just some stupid podcast. They might have like 1,500 listeners.
Did they preface it with, in our opinion?
What's that?
No.
No.
I'm guessing that's a no.
Oh. You know, you can say you can say a lot of things as long as you preface it with, in my opinion.
He's gone. He won't be back. I don't think.
He was done, huh? He's like, peace out, little homies. I'm done here.
He tends to
Run over.
Run over.
Wait, do what?
Because if his connection loses, he loses connection a lot. So once he gets frustrated, he'll just. Well, there's no point. He's back, but there's no real point to it. We're finishing. So once he pops up, here he is. You back? I thought you'd gone.
Welcome back.
Hey,
wait. We're finishing, but have you got a question for him before he buggers off?
No, but I'll think of something. I'll think of something.
You guys, the book is really quick. It's like a one night read. It's only 180 pages, and there's like pictures in it, so it's not really like that big of a.
He's drifting.
You can really literally read it in a night, so it's
Here we are.
And then you can be like, what's he talking about? Why is he saying that? You'll already know like why I'm saying these weird things.
And they'll be like, why should I come to Dylan's stream? Because I already know it because I read the book.
No, there's it's a real complicated thing. And once you get into this travel thing, it is like weird, like complicated. Wait till you meet William Schmock. He's their main expert. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna believe it. This is like a bizarro world. You're not gonna believe this. And he testified at the case that was in where the cop kneels on that dude's neck and killed the Floyd guy. He testified at that fucking trial. He's their expert. Wait till you meet this guy. You're not gonna believe it. He puts dudes away for life in jail, and he's a fucking liar. It's bad. Those experts. It's all based on pseudo bullshit. None of it's fucking real. It's bad. It's bad out there, folks, right now.
No one really knows what actually happened unless they were there and witnessed it, right? So
Well, they had
I
a
mean,
camera on him, and I'm a Joe Rogan fan. Joe Rogan's pretty much a fighter of all types of fighting. He's an expert. He saw it for what it was. He put that knee on that dude's leg until the dude went limp, and then he didn't let it go. He left his knee on there. What more do you need to know? I don't know.
haven't watched much of that, but
At some point, when a guy goes limp from you cutting off the oxygen to his head, you decide to let him up. That dude didn't care.
yeah, that whole thing was a cock of the walk type of thing. I think like
I shouldn't even be talking about it because I didn't even watch it. So I don't even know.
okay. So in the cop's defense, if there is a defense, like so, police officers, you do have to think about the situational aspect of it, right? This is what they teach you in school. So the cops have to be aware of their surroundings at all time. And if you have a hostile group of people around you, you do have to be aware and try to maintain control of it to protect yourself as a police officer. And that's what they teach you, how to protect yourself. It's the same reason they teach you to aim for center mass, right? When you're shooting somebody.
Right.
It's to
training.
protect
You're
yourself.
right. It's training. Definitely training.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you do when you're a cop and you go to look for somebody and they're not there and you accuse them of murder and you go into the public and you spread disinformation about the guy and then they find her and she's an apparent suicide? What does training say to do then? To come out and say, we're sorry, we screwed this thing up. She'd been out there. We must have missed her. Sorry, she's been hanging out here for 4 months, dangling from a fucking tree while the bones in her neck break because she's been dangling in the woods, being blown around by wind. No, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it look like it was murder, which was real easy because she's been outside for 4 months, dangling from her neck, and then we can go, those breaks in her neck, those have never been seen ever in a hanging ever. Emily was lucky to even have her head attached to her shoulders after being dangling out there for fucking 4 months. Give me a break. Give me a break.
That's awful.
Wait until you get to the expert testimony because you can be like, well, they must have had something. They have to have some sort of evidence against this guy. Let's bring in the experts. We got a guy from OSU. We got a guy from this, all these experts coming in from all over the place who are just going to fucking bullshit you.
I'll have to listen to it. Maybe I'll listen to it the rest of the day. We'll see.
All right.
Mark, thank you so
Am I
much.
out?
You've got more
Am I
stuff
out
to
then?
come. Yeah, you're out. You're out, mate.
Thanks for
You're out.
listening.
You've done enough today. We'll see you
Peace.
next Saturday, son.
Nice to meet
Peace
you.
Thanks
out,
for
my friend.
thanks for the material.
Always
Thanks,
a pleasure,
guys.
Matt.
Next time. Later.
Bye, mate.
Bye.
Right. Hindsight, do you want to grift yourself before we go? What we got coming up?
Grifted
Or
up.
whatever you call it.
Oh,
I
Lord.
actually hate to say grift. I hate saying grift, actually. I don't know why I say it.
Yeah.
You don't promote anything. Promote anything.
No,
You can drop out then.
Okay. No,
I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, it's a sense of, like, I don't go hang about with you guys. Do you know what I mean? As in, it's been, 5.5 hours nearly. So, thank you so much for being here,
No, I appreciate you for always inviting me. Thank you. This is the first time I finished one. First time I was on time. First time I finished one. Great.
Yeah.
Oof.
No,
I feel like I've
good.
accomplished a lot this week.
Yes. Well, you've done it. You achieved it. Even though we did think it was Wednesday that we're going to do it, but
Lord,
you
yeah.
still did it.
I actually turned up on Wednesday. I was like, "Hey, where's the stream?" And it's like,
Yeah, you did. Oh, sorry, mate. The message is Saturday, but you all know Dr. Hines. I think you all follow Dr. Hines anyway, so
appreciate
you
you
know
guys.
what to do with Dr. Hines. But yeah, I appreciate you being here, mate. So yeah. I've got to close down in a second anyway. So if you drop off, mate, that's fine. I'm sure you can link up next Saturday. You'll be back, hopefully, Dr. Hines anyway, and hopefully Sally will be back next week as well. So yeah, there we are. So thank you, my friend. And then we've
Nice to meet you
got
for the first time, Layla.
Do what?
So nice to meet you for the first time.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, our time zones are off a little bit. He's invited me to come on before, but some of us have day jobs still, and it's like
it's a Saturday, though.
It's refreshing seeing a woman with a lovely set of teeth like that. That's a lovely set of teeth. Like you come on, hey Matt, don't do this. You're from the UK. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you
I
guys
see this
over there,
regularly. Like it's actually a rarity, like to actually see it.
like,
Yeah, I know.
is dental hygiene and things like that, or like, is that just not a
don't
thing
know
over
what's- I
there?
actually, that's the thing. There is like the average dental spend is actually through the roof here. I just don't know what's wrong with them.
I don't know. Like my teeth aren't perfect by any means, but I haven't ever had braces or anything. I feel fairly blessed, but I'm a teeth grinder, so they're a little uneven on one side, but thanks.
See where
They're all
it-
mine.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Everyone's started off now. So but thank you guys. Thank you. Here,
Jonathan, your wife is here.
Before you go,
Yeah.
hit the
You can't
like
just keep
button.
saying gilf. No, while your wife is here, like Jesus Christ. You want to get divorced?
I bet her teeth are lovely.
Yeah, they probably are.
Also, hit the like button before you go, and also go over to my
Hit the
page
like
and hit the like button, and over to Dr.
Yeah.
Hines' page and hit the like button, and follow us
the like
on
button.
Twitter and Rumble
Yeah.
and all the places. Do the things. Do the
Here we
YouTubey
are.
things, the Rumbly things,
But if you
the Twittery things.
so Dr. Hines he's done his, so you can go wherever you want. Dr. Hines, Lady Law, you can promote your stuff and you
Dylan's
can go
so
wherever you
freaking
want.
done.
All right. Jesus
Damn.
Christ.
No, I
Get
don't
rid
mean
of
it
me.
that
Okay,
way.
I'll go. Okay, have a
No,
good day, everyone.
no.
I was here stroking
off.
your stream this whole time, and now you're just trying to get rid of us.
No, I'm not. Everyone's leaving, so just trying to get you in.
You're leaving
before
because you're
everyone's
trying
left.
to close. If you
But
said
no,
we're
it's
gonna,
like I got 8 people left, so I'm trying to get you in before I shut down. That's all.
you know what I noticed?
Promote yourself.
I noticed 0 people leaving. You know why? Because I don't pay attention. You know why? Because I don't care. Like I'm just here. If you want to hang out, cool. Just hang out. But I'm not leaving because
Yeah.
everybody else is leaving. You know what I mean? Like I don't even look at that. Who's watching me? I don't know, and I don't care.
But
I mean, I appreciate those that do, but I'm not paying attention to it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm glad y'all are here, but also I don't notice if people leave until they say bye. And it's like, bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Nanya.
A few people said about Erin's going. Oh, Erin's still here, but she did say she was going.
I don't know why I'm called Dr. Love, but I'll take it. Dr. Love works too.
Take that.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Good
Thank
thing.
you. Thank you,
Dr.
Dylan. Thank you.
Strange Love.
Strange Love.
Thank you,
That
mate.
movie was great, amazing, by the way. That movie is an amazing movie.
You cannot go until you sing the milkshake song because it's been a
My
minute.
milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Damn right.
Have you
It's
seen Dylan?
better than yours. Damn right. It's better than yours. I can teach you, but I have to try.
Tell me, Dylan, that
Right.
wasn't a staple of your first streams.
Yeah, that was one of my first streams. Yes.
Yeah, it's a
But
staple.
not anymore. I've moved on. since then.
Well,
Dr. Hines has done it now.
oh, he's moved on. Okay.
I'll do anything
No,
for a
no,
like.
I just said Dr. Hines has done it.
I'll do anything for a
I can't
slab.
say anything today.
My soul just left my body.
I can't say anything.
Spit on
Everyone's
me.
got into me today.
Dylan's moved on.
Jesus.
Okay,
I'm trying to.
Dr.
I
Spicy
can't
Sausage.
win. I can't win. I know that much. I can't win.
Hey,
Right,
hey,
what else we
Jonathan
got,
is making
Jack?
me want to sign up for OnlyFans.
For what? OnlyFans? Oh my
Jonathan is
goodness.
making me want to sign up for it. Calling
Okay,
me Dr.
don't-
Spicy Sausage.
Oh my gosh. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't cheapen
Shuffle,
yourself,
shuffle.
Dr. Hines. Just don't. Don't do
Shuffle.
Well, I've already got the most I have already got the most degrading job on earth, which is being a YouTuber. How worse can I go? How lower can I go?
Yeah, you can't go
it. I
much lower.
didn't know. I didn't know.
No,
joking,
I agree with you there. I agree with you there, Dr. Hines. You can't get much lower than being a YouTuber. Fucking hell.
You know what?
Speak
Let's
to
hold
somebody.
on. Let's flip that. Let's flip the script. You're self-employed.
Yeah, that's true.
You're a business owner. I mean, come on.
On YouTube.
True. Oh,
Doesn't who cares if it's on YouTube? I mean, do people that are on like mainstream media go, yeah, I'm just
no. Oh, by the way, that's a reference to, that's a homage to this channel called Shoe on Head. I'm not sure if you heard of her.
No.
But she was ribbing on OnlyFans creators, and then she said, "I can do that. I've got the most degrading job on earth anyway. I'm a YouTuber." So, I mean, if you haven't seen it, it went viral lately, so I thought maybe people may have seen it, but
No, I haven't seen
but
it.
yeah, that's where it's from.
Oh, Nanya said it's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter
I
jelly.
bought some peanut butter.
Peanut butter jelly and baseball bat. You're welcome.
I bought some yesterday and jelly, so jam.
I feel like me and
so-
Dr. Hines could do a whole, like, Dylan could be the moderator, and Dr. Hines and I could like do the songs, like throw a song up, and we even know it. Dylan's like, "What song is that?" I don't know.
This stream
I
has
don't know half the
changed to
songs.
something it shouldn't have.
It
to be
does.
honest.
It does every time I'm here. It really does. Sorry, I have ADD.
No, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. You create a vibe. I did not expect to be performing Peter Griffin today, but here we are. I did not expect to be performing Peter Griffin.
You're welcome, everybody. Just here for some fun. Usually, we do some kind of singing along, and it's usually Dylan. Who is it that usually does the song lyrics with me?
C Swift, but she's not here.
C-Swept. Yeah, C-Swept.
C Swift doesn't, but she's not here today.
Baby, come
I
back.
bought some yesterday. Lou. That's how I got it. I missed peanut butter. I've not had peanut butter for months. I bought some yesterday. Smooth, not crunchy though.
I like the crunchy, but I like the honey nut peanut butter.
Well, let's
The
try
best.
that. Let's try
It's like
that.
Peter Pan honey nut. Mm.
No, let's try that one then.
It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. I'm gonna take my
Oh
clothes
Jesus!
off.
Right. Okay.
Wait, which part of
right.
New York are you from, by the way? Which
Dr.
part of New
Hines
York are you from?
Which part of what?
New York are you from?
No, I'm not in New York. I mean, in
She sounds it, doesn't she?
Well, no. Oh, you said Eastern, but then I forgot Eastern also means other
I did not
places.
say that either.
You did not say
No, she
Eastern?
didn't.
Oh, where are you actually
No.
from then?
Your
I
dreams.
think you just
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
you fucked this one.
You'll have to go back and watch the stream because I said it earlier.
I was late.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, for that
There
bit,
you-
you actually might not be here. You might not be here for that bit. That's
No,
why.
it's because she knows I did not expect anyone to actually get the I don't fuck with you part.
I
actually
can't
didn't.
believe that you thought that.
Yeah,
no
I
one
actually
did
didn't.
that. Just the
I actually
first thing I
didn't. Like,
noticed.
you have to know, you really had to be there to like, because it came and left in 2013. Like, no
Can
one
we-
remembers.
Can we
It came
share
and
it?
left. Huh?
Can we share it?
Oh, the video. No, it's 10 minutes long. Nah.
No, just the entrance, because that's the first thing I picked up on. I was like, I know what this is vaguely about. And then when I heard the entrance, I was like, oh no, we can't play it on YouTube. It'd get you a strike. But I was like,
Yeah, good. Good. Don't.
I was like, oh, I see you. I see you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. No one remembers that song. Like,
I
if you
do.
weren't in 2013 when he
Correct.
dropped it, you would never you would not know it existed.
What movie was that on? That was on hold on. We can't, I can't let it go, Dylan. I know you want to leave, but you're gonna wait.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, this is a 16 week
I
for
showed
me,
up for
remember, as
you.
well.
I don't care.
I
I showed
know.
up for you. So you're gonna hold on a second. Love you.
I'm sure. I think that's what we need the pool busts.
It is in the movie Fist Fight. Yeah. I think that's it. Hold on. Well, y'all
Luna,
can
is
still
Luna
talk
still
while I
here?
look.
Luna, you still here?
Yeah, it's in Fist Fight.
Luna's
Dr.
probably
Love
gone.
Blush?
Saturday night.
Saturday night and the moon is out. Gonna head on over to the Twist and Shout. You ever heard that one?
No,
Am I
I've not heard
talking
that
to
one.
myself?
You've got delay, I think.
No, I haven't heard that one. No.
Oh,
No, I've
well,
not heard that one.
anybody else
You
ever
made
heard
Dr.
it?
Love blush. Made him blush. There you
Good.
go.
I don't
Mission
blush. I don't blush often.
You're just surprised that she's a gilf, like, She does
Well,
look young, though.
Wouldn't that be
She does look
BILF
young.
for me? Wouldn't that be
what do you
Gilf,
call
why?
what do you call a grandma?
oh it would be GILF as well. So
Yeah,
it would
there
be
you go.
GILF for you.
Yeah.
It would be GILF as well.
All
Do you know what I mean?
right. It's the laugh for me. It's the laugh every
It is
time.
a laugh. It draws you in. It draws you
Yeah.
in, doesn't it?
I was blessed
It is
with
funny.
gifts.
It's the laugh for me.
Right. What else have we got? Anything else? Not none. You can call them none, right?
Call them nilfs.
So that was nilf.
Nilf. Ooh,
Nilf.
deer jerky. Yum. It's the only way I'll eat deer meat is if it's jerky.
Never tried deer meat, so
Oh,
Okay,
thanks.
I'm
Nina.
going to run. Thank you so
Okay,
much,
mate.
Dylan.
You're not gonna run.
I am going
Thank you,
to.
mate.
I have to
Leaving.
get my face fixed up for I'm going out. So
Wait,
Oh, enjoy yourself, mate. Get laid.
you gotta put your
I'm
makeup
not
on?
getting. What do you mean get laid? I don't do that.
Wait, you gotta put
Try
you
and
gotta
get laid.
hold
I don't-
on. You're gonna
Hmm?
put your makeup on or you're just gonna trim your face up?
Well, beard, yeah, of course.
Makeup on. Okay, gotcha.
Well, not makeup. Oh, come on, man.
You said, I've got to
Beard.
fix my face.
I gotta wash my face, and
Right.
you know, dirt has been on it. You know, wash
Don't
it.
Yeah.
don't forget to wash your ass too.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
really,
Oh yeah, I did actually forget to do that today.
yeah, you gotta clean it. Keep it clean, guys.
Clean it, yeah. Of course, I wash my ass. What the hell you doing? Come on, man. Come on,
Come on,
man.
man.
Yeah, like, come on, right now, man. Come on,
No.
man.
That's like the most American I've ever heard you sound.
I watch too much American TV. I'm not gonna.
Come on, man.
Come on,
No.
right now, dog. Come on.
Lies.
Okay, I'm going. Okay, really,
Bruh.
I'm gonna go. Bruh,
Bruh.
bruh.
Right. That's your next Saturday then. I've
See you
been doing Johnny Depp before long, so I'll
Oh no, I'm out on
put
that.
that in somewhere.
No,
Why?
no, you wrote me into that business.
No, I got Spider Girl. Spider Girl's doing it.
Why, Lady Law?
If there's
Why?
drama, if there's drama and legit like unstable people, I don't want them.
To be
Put that
fair,
evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
you used to be watching them with me, to be fair.
I did watch it for sure.
Yeah.
Things are happening over there in Johnny Depp land. Like people are imploding on themselves, and I don't know. I don't feel like it's healthy.
I should stream them pretty quick then.
It's kind of up there with the whole Murdoch stuff. Like, holy smokes!
I still don't
No,
know
I
how
know
I got
nothing.
dragged into it. All I did was just do a stream, and then ever since, oh my god, he said this, he said this. Oh my god, he said he will punch somebody. I'm like,
That's not what I said. If there's anything I've learned, it's that people will say that you said certain things. First, they'll block you so you can't see that they say it, and then they'll say things to recruit other people, and it's like that. No, that's not it. That's not how it happened. But okay, all right.
But yeah, I will be doing some more episodes of that before long. With Spider Girl, and I think Dr. Hines is joining for 1 or 2 episodes, whatever he wants to join. So yeah.
always.
But until then, we've still got this every Saturday. Well, I say every Saturday. Doing next Saturday, but I don't think we'll do the Saturday afterwards. So I don't know. It's a mess. It is what it is. And then Thanksgiving after that. So I don't know what's going on. I just stretch myself.
Oh,
all right.
He said,
Well,
all right on that note,
so-
peace.
Peace. Right, Hidesy, see you next Saturday, buddy. All right.
See you next
Thank
Saturday.
you, mate.
Bye.
See you, mate.
Bye,
Bye, buddy.
chat.
Bye. Right, Gilf, what do you want to promote for yourself? You got anything?
I want you to put me beside you. Here we are. And then there were 2.
Yeah. Oh, not that. Not that.
Go back up.
That.
Do it again. Do it again.
Oh,
Wait, put me on the other side.
Oh, it's the other way.
That's my better side. Switch us.
Fucking hell.
There you go. Now lean in. Lean in.
No, that's not.
Lean
Yeah, you're on the wrong
over.
side.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but you're on the
not.
wrong side.
You're stupid. Lean over. I can't see us
You're on
though.
the wrong side.
I do not.
You're on. Yeah.
I on my
This.
screen. No, I would have to turn this way. I don't
No,
want to turn
you
that way.
do it now. Do it there as you were. No.
Wait, do it this way?
Yeah.
On my screen,
There we
it's
are.
backwards.
No, it's
Oh,
it's
is my
fine.
camera flipped?
Yeah.
So, okay. Am I
You
in
go
the
too
camera?
far. You literally suck it.
So
Oh, I say
stupid.
that.
Okay, lean back over.
All right.
Tell me when I'm close. Am I there?
There. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you
wait.
were, but then you.
Now?
Okay, forward, back, forward. No, no, there we are. There we are. Fuck it, it's good enough. We'll do something with it. So that's fine.
You're stupid.
Fucking hell, that was hard work. That was
On
hard work.
My camera's flipped.
That's why. Because I was
Dumb.
like, no, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Hot. Jonathan's like hot.
Virtual
Thank you, Just
kisses.
Yours. Thank you, Just Yours. Have a great night yourself, okay?
Hi, Emma.
Take care.
Hi, Just Yours. Gerors.
Spider Girl is, if you don't know her, she used to be a lot. She's had her own things to do lately, so she'll be back to do the Johnny Depp Amber Heard series. If you want to see what we've done so far, it's in my playlist. You'll meet Spider Girl there. She didn't show her face on it, but she just does the vocals. She knows a lot about the trial, so she'll be joining us. So yeah, we'll do that. So that's who that is. You'll get to meet the Nunia. She's lovely. You'll like Spider
She is
Girl.
lovely.
She's nice.
I like Spidey.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, what have you got? Anything coming up in the YouTube world?
Well, I had a conversation with Bronca last night in which he told
Yeah.
me that I've got to start streaming. So
Yeah.
I guess I will. Bronca
Yeah, I mean,
said,
you've got enough. Yeah, you've got enough stuff to stream on. Branko, all them will help you anyway. So you'll get your viewers up.
yeah,
Because you get subscribers easy. It's just it's the time thing for you.
Yeah.
Which if you get them on your channel, they'll go up pretty quick. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you'll be fine.
yeah, for
No
sure.
tongues. I mean, the tongues. She leaves the tongue later on everywhere, but there was no tongue in there. We have to keep something secret.
Do you know the lead
Nunia.
singer from Kiss? You know, like he's known for having such a really
Yeah.
like a long tongue. Mine is
Oh, I
longer
didn't
than
know.
that. It makes it all the way to
Yeah.
Wales from the United States.
There we are.
Yeah.
She says that. Look at the background, guys. Look at her color of her background.
I'm in the
On
other room.
mine. She's just next door, like literally.
Yeah.
That's like, hey.
Y'all didn't
You know,
realize
when I
that.
go off, yeah, when
This
I
is-
go offline, she's normally here. So that's why I shut my camera off. And
This has
call me,
been
you know.
like an entire setup from the beginning. Like Dylan and I are actually like just in the other room from each other.
Going at it like rabbits.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy.
So that's why she was ill and I was ill at the same time. Right. Nothing else, I don't think. Right, I'm tired.
You are tired. You've
5
been kind of
hours.
draggy today.
Oh, I've just come over my man flu. I've been ill for a whole week.
Yeah.
Today's my first proper day where I've been like, I can actually sleep now. And I've slept some today. And yeah,
Are you watching college football today?
I don't watch any of it, but I love it. But I've not had a chance yet because I'm on stream. So
Well, it's
That's-
Bedlam Day. It's Bedlam Day here.
yeah, I know. That's why I want to watch some of the streams for that as well. So
Yeah.
that's another reason why I want to get off as well to do some of that. So and the NFL tomorrow, early kickoff of the NFL tomorrow because it's in Germany. Just to remind people, it's going to be early kickoff tomorrow.
Are you
And
streaming? You're
also,
streaming tomorrow?
no, I'm not streaming tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
No. But just so you know, yes, Lady Law will become a member at some point. Lazy Cow will not
You know
will not
what?
depart with the money.
I
I've
need
made it cheaper for you as well.
Huh?
I've made it cheaper for you. I made it cheaper for you as well.
You made a cheap of me?
I made it cheaper. I made 2 levels the same the cheap level and the expensive level.
Oh, okay.
They're both the same.
Did you you got rid of the other levels, huh? Because wasn't there one above me?
Yeah. There was none above you. There used to be you, then the other one we do not speak of, then Blue Wench, and now we'll put a tackle level in because some people can't afford it and or want to become a member but can't maybe afford $5. So I've just done one at like $3, whatever it is. So, but Jonathan's in charge of Discord now as well, so that's
Jonathan is
outstanding.
outstanding. I never get in Discord. I don't even know what it is. I don't know how to work it.
No, neither do I. But he's already transforming it. There's some stuff in there. I'm like, fucking hell. If people saw this, Jesus. But he's got some ideas that he's going to film on the weekends. So on Sundays, he's got ideas that he will post in Discord for you guys about what he's going to stream, and I'll be there. But he'll be taking the lead on stuff. So,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, and obviously members only features, guys. I'll be doing a few more of them coming up. Just haven't had time. So,
cool.
yeah. So there we are. Right. Everyone, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Lady Law, for being here as well. And yeah, another great one with Matt. So we shall end the stream there, as we always end it. Free Zachary Anderson. Thank you very much. End it now and take care, guys. And see you Monday for our normal stream.
Whatever. Yeah.
No star. Good night. Ta-ra.